Let's dive into a fascinating yet complex topic: dark psychology. This is a field that explores the various strategies and techniques used to manipulate, control, and deceive individuals. It's all about psychological tactics that influence behavior and thought processes, often in covert and unethical ways. In this discussion, we'll explore what dark psychology entails, how it has evolved over time, and the crucial ethical considerations that come into play. When we talk about the scope of dark psychology, it essentially refers to the study and application of psychological principles that are designed to exploit human weaknesses and manipulate people for different purposes. Unlike conventional psychology, which aims to improve well-being, dark psychology is focused on control and influence, often through deceptive or coercive means. Now, these principles can be applied across various domains. For example, in personal relationships, one might use techniques to manipulate or control partners, family members, or friends. In the workplace, these strategies could involve exerting power, influencing decisions, or even undermining colleagues. And in broader social contexts, methods from dark psychology are seen in political campaigns, advertising, and public relations to sway public opinion and behavior. Some of the key techniques used in dark psychology include manipulation, which involves altering someone's behavior or beliefs through subtle or overt tactics. For instance, using flattery to influence a decision or employing guilt to control someone's actions. Then there's persuasion, which uses psychological techniques to convince someone to adopt certain attitudes or behaviors, like employing emotional appeals, leveraging social proof, or using authority figures. Mind control is a more extreme approach, involving methods like hypnosis or advanced psychological techniques that aim to change an individual's thought processes and actions. And of course, deception is a big one here, whether it's small falsehoods or elaborate schemes designed to mislead individuals or groups. The goal is to achieve a specific outcome. Now, if we look at the historical background, the roots of dark psychology can be traced back to ancient philosophical and rhetorical traditions. For instance, Aristotle's work on rhetoric delved into how language could be used to persuade and influence others. In ancient Greece and Rome, rhetoric was studied as a powerful tool for persuasion, with orators like Cicero and Aristotle developing techniques to sway public opinion and achieve personal goals through persuasive communication. Moving forward, the formal study of psychological manipulation began with early psychological research in the 19th and 20th centuries. Figures like Sigmund Freud and Ivan Pavlov made significant contributions. Freud's work on unconscious desires and Pavlov's research on conditioned responses laid some of the foundational principles that are still relevant in dark psychology today. In more recent times, advancements in cognitive science and neuroscience have made our understanding of human behavior and influence techniques even more sophisticated, especially with research into cognitive biases, emotional responses, and social dynamics. In our current digital age, dark psychology has taken on new dimensions with the rise of technology and social media. Online platforms have opened up fresh avenues for manipulation, whether through targeted advertising, misinformation campaigns, or even cyberbullying. It's also becoming increasingly relevant in political and social contexts, like in political campaigns where psychological techniques are used to sway voters, or in marketing strategies where influencers and brands use advanced psychology to shape consumer behavior. However, it's important to consider the ethical implications. One major concern is the issue of consent. Many manipulative tactics involve exerting influence without the individual's full awareness or agreement, which raises serious ethical questions. There's also the potential for harm. Manipulation and deceit can cause significant emotional distress, psychological harm, and damage to relationships. So, it's essential for practitioners to be mindful of the potential consequences of their actions and to avoid causing unnecessary harm. Professionals using dark psychology must adhere to ethical standards that prioritize the well-being and autonomy of individuals. This means avoiding coercion, respecting privacy, and using techniques responsibly without exploiting or deceiving. Understanding the legal implications is also crucial, as many regions have laws against deceptive practices, harassment, and emotional abuse. So, navigating these legal and ethical frameworks is a must to ensure compliance with regulations and norms. In conclusion, dark psychology is a powerful and complex field with far-reaching implications for personal, professional, and social interactions. Understanding its scope, historical context, and ethical considerations is key, not just for those who might apply these techniques, but also for anyone who wants to defend against them. As this field continues to evolve, it's crucial that we stay vigilant about the ethical implications of our knowledge and use it responsibly and ethically. Let's dive into understanding how dark psychology operates by first exploring the human mind. It's essential to grasp the basics of how our mind works, including its structure, functions, and the psychological processes that influence our behavior. When we understand these core elements of cognition and emotion, it becomes clearer how manipulation, persuasion, and other techniques can be used in dark psychology. Now, let's talk about the structure of the human mind. We have the conscious mind, which is what we're aware of, our active thoughts and feelings. This is what we use when we're making decisions or solving problems, like planning our day or tackling a math problem. Then, there's the unconscious mind, which operates below our level of awareness. This part holds our memories, desires, and even certain behaviors that we might not actively think about but still influence our actions. Freud's theory of the unconscious suggests that these hidden elements, such as repressed memories or automatic responses from past experiences, significantly shape our behavior and mental state. Moving on, Freud also described the mind in 3 levels: the ID, the ego, and the superego. The ID is all about our primal instincts. Think of it as the part of us that wants immediate gratification, like eating a piece of chocolate just because it feels good, even if it's not the healthiest choice. The ego, on the other hand, is the mediator. It tries to balance the ID's desires with reality, making sure our actions are socially acceptable. So, if you decide to eat a healthy meal instead of that chocolate, that's your ego stepping in. Finally, the superego is like our internalized moral compass, pushing us to act according to societal norms and ethical standards. It's what makes us feel guilty when we do something that goes against our values, like lying to a friend. Now, let's look at some of the cognitive processes that play a role here. First up is perception, which is all about how we interpret sensory information. Our perception is influenced by our past experiences, biases, and expectations, so two people might see the same situation in completely different ways. For instance, if someone has been betrayed before, they might perceive neutral actions as potentially threatening or deceptive. Next, we have attention, which is simply focusing on specific stimuli while ignoring others. It's what determines what we notice and how we interpret it. In advertising, for example, capturing attention is key. Think bright colors or emotional appeals that are designed to grab your focus. Then there's memory, which we can break down into short-term and long-term. Short-term memory is like a holding area for information we need right away, like remembering a phone number long enough to dial it. Long-term memory, on the other hand, stores information over a longer period, such as recalling experiences or learned knowledge. Memory can be distorted, and this can be exploited in dark psychology, where someone might manipulate memories or create false associations to influence behavior. Decision-making is another crucial process. It can be driven by rational thought or emotional responses. Dark psychology often targets the emotional side of decision-making to manipulate individuals, bypassing rational evaluation. For example, in sales, high-pressure tactics might push you to make a quick purchase based on emotions rather than careful consideration. Emotions themselves play a significant role. We all experience basic emotions like happiness, sadness, anger, fear, surprise, and disgust. These emotions are universal and can be powerful tools in dark psychology. For instance, fear can be used to manipulate behavior by creating a sense of urgency or danger, like in scare tactics often seen in marketing. Managing our emotions, or emotional regulation, is also important. This is how we respond to our emotional experiences in ways that are adaptive and healthy. In dark psychology, disrupting this regulation can lead to negative outcomes, like heightened anxiety or impulsivity, making the target more susceptible to influence. Lastly, let's touch on cognitive biases, which are systematic deviations from rational thinking. These biases affect how we perceive and interpret information. For example, confirmation bias leads people to favor information that confirms what they already believe, and this can be exploited to reinforce false beliefs. Then there's the anchoring bias, where the first piece of information we encounter heavily influences our decisions, like seeing a high initial price that makes a subsequent lower price seem like a better deal. Or the availability heuristic, where we overestimate the likelihood of events based on how easily they come to mind, like believing a crime is more common than it actually is due to frequent news coverage. So, by understanding these aspects of the human mind, its structure, cognitive processes, and emotional influences, we can better comprehend how dark psychology techniques impact behavior. This foundational knowledge is essential, not just for applying these techniques, but also for defending against them. As we move forward, this understanding will help us delve into more specific strategies and methods used in dark psychology. Alright, let's dive into this content with a natural, conversational approach as if we're just discussing these concepts together. So, let's start by acknowledging how emotions are deeply woven into our daily experiences and are central to dark psychology. They influence our behaviors, decision-making, and can be key tools in psychological manipulation. By understanding how emotions and psychological techniques interact, we can see how dark psychology uses these emotional responses to achieve certain outcomes. Now, if we think about emotions in general, they're more than just feelings. Emotions are actually complex psychological states that involve physiological arousal, subjective experiences, and behavioral responses. They're critical for adaptive functioning and help guide our behavior, influence our perceptions, and facilitate social interactions. For instance, think about how fear can trigger a fight or flight response, preparing you to either confront or escape a threat. On the other hand, emotions like joy can enhance social bonds and promote positive interactions. Moving on to theories of emotion, there are a few major ones we should know. One is the James Lange theory, which suggests that our emotions arise from physiological responses to stimuli. So, basically, something happens, a stimulus, and our body's response to it leads to the emotion. For example, if you see a snake, your heart rate might increase and you start sweating, which your mind then interprets as fear. Another important theory is the Cannon-Bard theory. This one posits that our physiological responses and emotional experiences occur simultaneously and independently. So, if we go back to the snake example, encountering the snake triggers both your physical response, like a rapid heartbeat, and the emotional experience of fear at the same time. And then there's the Schachter-Singer theory, also known as the two-factor theory. According to this view, emotions result from the interaction of physiological arousal and cognitive interpretation. So, you might have a racing heart in a stressful situation, but whether you interpret that as anxiety or excitement depends on how you assess the situation. Emotions also play a significant role in our decision-making processes. They can greatly influence our judgment, often leading to biased or irrational decisions based on how we're feeling at the moment. For instance, someone who is feeling really happy might take bigger financial risks, while someone who is anxious might avoid making decisions altogether. In the realm of dark psychology, emotions are powerful tools for manipulation. Fear, for example, is often used to manipulate behavior by creating a sense of urgency or danger. This could involve exaggerating threats, presenting worst-case scenarios, or using scare tactics. We see this all the time in advertising. Think about how companies use the fear of missing out to push people into making quick purchases. Guilt and shame are also commonly used in manipulation. By inducing these emotions, manipulators can pressure individuals into compliance or make them change their behavior. For example, in a relationship, someone might use emotional blackmail, like inducing guilt to get their way. Similarly, love and affection can be exploited to create dependency, making someone feel valued only to then manipulate their actions. Cult leaders often use these tactics to recruit and control followers, playing on their emotions to achieve their goals. We also have specific emotional manipulation techniques to watch out for, like gaslighting, which is a form of psychological manipulation where the manipulator causes the victim to doubt their perceptions, memories, or reality. This might involve persistent denial and distortion of facts. For example, a partner might insist that you never mention certain plans even when you clearly remember doing so, leading you to question your own memory and judgment. Another common tactic is emotional blackmail, which involves using threats, intimidation, or coercion to manipulate someone into complying with demands. This often leverages emotions like fear, guilt, or obligation. A classic example would be someone threatening self-harm to force another person to do something for them. Then there's creating dependency, where someone fosters emotional or psychological reliance by isolating the target from other sources of support and providing a sense of belonging in return for loyalty. This is another common tactic used in cults. To make all this a bit more concrete, let's look at a couple of case studies. Imagine a high-pressure sales scenario. A salesperson uses fear of missing out and emotional appeals to push a customer into buying an expensive product. They might emphasize how rare the product is or how much the customer might regret not buying it right away. This tactic plays on fear and urgency, exploiting emotional responses to drive quick decisions, often bypassing rational thought. Or think about emotional manipulation in relationships, where one partner uses guilt to control the other. They might blame their partner for various things, creating a sense of guilt and obligation. This kind of manipulation exploits guilt to achieve control within the relationship. To counter these tactics, it's crucial to recognize manipulative strategies when they're being used. Awareness is the first step in defending against emotional manipulation. It's also important to set clear boundaries to protect yourself, communicate your limits firmly, and avoid engaging in manipulative interactions. And, of course, seeking support from trusted friends, family, or professionals can provide valuable perspectives and help you maintain clarity. So, by understanding how emotions are manipulated, we can better protect ourselves and respond effectively to these psychological tactics. This sets a solid foundation for recognizing and addressing emotional manipulation in the context of dark psychology and prepares us for more advanced topics down the line. Let's dive into the topic of cognitive biases and heuristics. These are essentially mental shortcuts that simplify our decision-making processes, but they can also lead to systematic errors. In the realm of dark psychology, understanding these biases becomes crucial because they are often exploited to manipulate behavior and influence decisions. Today, we'll explore various cognitive biases and heuristics, and we'll see how they are used in psychological manipulation. I'll also provide some practical insights on how you can recognize and counteract them. Starting with cognitive biases, these are systematic deviations from norm or rationality in our judgments. Essentially, they are ways in which our subjective experiences can distort objective reality. They influence how we interpret information and make decisions, often leading to errors in judgment, perception, and decision-making. These biases are automatic and often unconscious, making them prime targets for exploitation by manipulators who aim to achieve specific outcomes. Now, let's go through some common cognitive biases. First up is confirmation bias. This is the tendency to search for, interpret, and remember information that confirms our pre-existing beliefs or hypotheses, while giving disproportionately less consideration to alternative possibilities. For instance, if someone believes in a conspiracy theory, they might focus only on information that supports their belief and dismiss any evidence that contradicts it. Manipulators can exploit confirmation bias by providing selective information that aligns with the target's existing beliefs, thereby reinforcing their commitment to those beliefs. Next, we have anchoring bias. This occurs when individuals rely too heavily on an initial piece of information, the anchor, when making decisions, even if it's irrelevant or misleading. For example, a salesperson might first present an extremely high-priced item to make a subsequent, slightly lower-priced item seem like a better deal. Anchoring bias is commonly used in negotiations and sales to influence perceptions of value, making subsequent offers seem more appealing. Then there's the availability heuristic, which is the tendency to judge the probability of events based on how easily examples come to mind, rather than on actual statistical probability. For example, after watching news reports about airplane crashes, a person might overestimate the danger of flying, even though, statistically, it's a very safe mode of travel. Media and marketers might use vivid, emotional imagery to make certain risks or benefits seem more prevalent than they are, which can significantly influence public perception and behavior. Let's talk about the sunk cost fallacy now. This is the inclination to continue an endeavor once an investment in money, effort, or time has been made, even when it's clear that continuing isn't beneficial. For example, a person might continue to invest in a failing business simply because they've already put in a significant amount of money, rather than cutting their losses. Manipulators exploit this fallacy by encouraging people to commit more resources to a failing course of action, often to benefit from the continued investment. Moving on to heuristics, which are mental shortcuts or rules of thumb that simplify decision-making processes. While they can be useful, they often lead to systematic errors or biases. These shortcuts are frequently exploited by manipulators to influence decisions and perceptions. One such heuristic is the representativeness heuristic, which involves judging the likelihood of an event based on how much it resembles a typical case, rather than on statistical probabilities. For instance, assuming someone who is well-dressed and articulate must be a successful professional, without considering other relevant factors. Advertisers may use attractive or relatable imagery to make a product seem more desirable, leveraging this heuristic to influence consumer behavior. Another common heuristic is social proof, where individuals rely on the behavior and opinions of others to guide their own actions, especially in uncertain situations. For example, people are more likely to purchase a product if they see that it's popular and has positive reviews from many others. Manipulators use social proof by creating the illusion of widespread acceptance or popularity to encourage compliance or adoption. Lastly, let's look at the scarcity heuristic, the tendency to perceive items as more valuable when they are scarce or in limited supply. A common example is a limited-time offer or a product labeled as "only a few left," which can increase perceived value and create urgency to purchase. This heuristic is often used in marketing and sales to drive quick decision-making. To illustrate these concepts further, let's look at a couple of examples. First, consider high-stakes gambling. A gambler might continue to play despite losing money, driven by the sunk cost fallacy. They believe that if they keep playing, they'll eventually win back their losses. Unfortunately, this fallacy often leads to further financial losses, as the gambler's decision-making is influenced by previous investments rather than a rational assessment of future outcomes. Another example can be seen in how we use online reviews and ratings. A consumer might choose a restaurant based on high online ratings and reviews, assuming that positive feedback from others guarantees a good dining experience. Here, social proof influences the consumer's decision, potentially leading them to overlook their individual preferences or other important factors. So, how can we counteract these biases? One of the first steps is to increase awareness. Educating yourself about common cognitive biases and heuristics is crucial, as awareness is the first step in recognizing when these biases might be influencing your decisions. Developing critical thinking skills is another effective strategy. By questioning and analyzing information, you can avoid making decisions based solely on initial impressions or incomplete information. It's also helpful to seek diverse perspectives. Consulting with others who have different viewpoints and experiences can help counteract individual biases and provide a more balanced view. Lastly, applying rational decision-making processes can be very beneficial. Using structured decision-making processes that involve gathering objective information, evaluating alternatives, and considering potential outcomes can help mitigate the influence of biases. In conclusion, cognitive biases and heuristics play a significant role in dark psychology because they show us how mental shortcuts can be exploited to manipulate behavior. By recognizing and addressing these biases, we can make more informed decisions and better protect ourselves from psychological manipulation. I hope this discussion has provided you with a foundational understanding of how cognitive distortions can be used in dark psychology and some practical strategies for countering their effects. Alright, let's dive into this topic on manipulation within the realm of dark psychology. When we talk about manipulation, we're referring to the strategic use of psychological techniques to influence, control, or exploit others, often for personal gain or to achieve specific objectives. It's really important to understand manipulation, especially if we want to recognize and defend ourselves or others against it. So, today, we're going to explore this concept in depth, including its definition, some common techniques, and practical examples to help us grasp the full scope. So, what exactly is manipulation in dark psychology? Well, if we talk about the definition, it involves the covert use of psychological tactics to alter someone's thoughts, feelings, or behaviors, often without their full awareness or consent. It's not just about being persuasive, it often involves deceit and exploitation to achieve specific goals. And this can happen anywhere, in personal relationships, workplaces, marketing, politics, you name it. The methods can range from subtle persuasion to overt coercion, and understanding this range is key to recognizing manipulation in action. Now, if we look back at history, we'll see that manipulation is not a new concept. It has been around for centuries, with ancient leaders and rulers using propaganda and psychological manipulation to maintain power and control over populations. For example, if we think about Niccolò Machiavelli in his work, The Prince, it's clear he delves into manipulation and power dynamics, showing how rulers could use psychological tactics to secure and maintain authority. In more recent times, figures like Leni Riefenstahl used visual media to manipulate public perception and support for certain ideologies, like during the Nazi regime. So, you see, the tactics have evolved and become more sophisticated over time, especially with advances in communication and psychological research. Let's move on to some of the common techniques of manipulation. One of the key tactics is deception, which basically involves presenting false or misleading information to alter someone's beliefs or actions. For example, in sales, a company might only highlight the benefits of a product while downplaying or completely omitting potential drawbacks. This kind of selective presentation influences the customer's decision-making, often leading them to make choices they might not otherwise make if they had all the facts. Another prevalent form is emotional manipulation, which taps into our emotions to control our behavior or decisions. Think about situations where someone plays on feelings of guilt, fear, or sympathy to get what they want. For instance, in personal relationships, one partner might use emotional blackmail, making the other feel guilty or obligated to comply with their wishes. It's a powerful tool because our emotions can often override our rational thinking. Then there's psychological pressure, which creates a sense of urgency or stress to push someone into making a decision. High-pressure sales tactics are a classic example, like creating false deadlines or inducing fear of missing out. A common scenario might involve a manager setting unrealistic deadlines to force employees to work overtime, leveraging stress to increase productivity. And of course, we can't overlook social manipulation, which involves using social influence and group dynamics to affect individual behavior. This is where peer pressure, social proof, or even groupthink comes into play. For instance, marketers often leverage social proof by using testimonials or endorsements from celebrities to make a product seem more desirable. This can heavily influence consumer behavior, leading people to make purchases based on perceived popularity rather than personal need or value. To better illustrate these concepts, let's go through a couple of examples. One involves deception in advertising. Imagine a company that promotes a weight loss supplement with exaggerated claims of effectiveness, while conveniently omitting important information about potential side effects. This deceptive advertising targets consumers' desires for quick fixes, manipulating their decisions by providing misleading information. Another example is emotional manipulation in personal relationships, like when a partner uses guilt-tripping tactics to get their significant other to spend more time together, regardless of the other's commitments. Here, the manipulative partner exploits emotions, controlling the other's behavior through emotional pressure. So, how do we recognize and counter these manipulative tactics? First, it's about developing awareness, educating ourselves about these common techniques and staying vigilant. Critical thinking and questioning motives behind requests or suggestions, especially when there's high pressure or emotional appeals, is essential. It's also important to set clear personal boundaries and be assertive in rejecting manipulative tactics. And sometimes, seeking external perspectives from trusted friends or advisors can help us gain objective insights and support when we suspect manipulation. Let's consider a scenario involving manipulative leadership in the workplace. Picture a manager who uses flattery and rewards to gain employees' loyalty, while simultaneously setting unrealistic expectations and exploiting their work. This leader might create a facade of being supportive and generous, but in reality, they're manipulating employees through psychological tactics to enhance productivity and loyalty, often at the expense of the employee's well-being. In conclusion, manipulation is a core aspect of dark psychology. It involves the strategic use of psychological techniques to influence and control others, and it's something that can affect all of us in various aspects of our lives. By understanding these techniques and developing strategies to recognize and counteract them, we can better protect ourselves from being exploited. This foundation will be essential as we delve into more advanced topics and applications in the chapters to come. Alright, let's walk through some of the key manipulation techniques used in dark psychology, which are essentially tools and strategies to covertly influence and control others. Understanding these can help us recognize when they are being used against us and how to counter them effectively. So, let's get into it. First, let's talk about persuasive language. When we think about persuasive language, we're referring to specific verbal techniques designed to influence others' attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors. This can include things like rhetorical questions, where the question isn't really meant to be answered but is used to lead the audience to a certain conclusion. For example, a question like, "Don't you want to be part of something great?" is often used in advertising to create a sense of urgency or desire. Another example of persuasive language is framing, how information is presented to make it more appealing. If you hear, "This product is 50% off," rather than, "You'll save $50 on this product," that's framing in action, focusing on potential gains rather than losses. And then there are emotional appeals, which are used to evoke strong emotions like fear, guilt, or sympathy. Think about fundraising campaigns that say things like, "Every day you wait, more animals suffer." These emotional hooks are powerful tools for persuasion. Now, let's move on to manipulation through social proof. This involves using the influence of others to affect individual behavior. The idea here is that people tend to follow the crowd. For instance, showcasing positive testimonials and reviews on a website can build credibility and make a product seem more appealing. Similarly, celebrity endorsements work by leveraging the popularity of public figures to boost consumer trust and interest in a product. And then there's peer pressure, which can be more direct, like when someone says, "Everyone at the party is drinking, why aren't you?" It pushes individuals to conform to group norms, often against their own better judgment. Psychological manipulation is another key area. This involves mental and emotional tactics to control or influence others. A well-known example is gaslighting, where someone is made to doubt their perception or memory, which can lead them to question their own sanity. Imagine someone saying, "You're just imagining things that never happened." This tactic is commonly used in abusive relationships to undermine the victim's confidence and sense of reality. Then there's emotional blackmail, which uses threats or guilt to manipulate someone into compliance. You might hear something like, "If you really loved me, you would do this for me," which forces decisions based on guilt rather than rational thought. Another technique is creating a sense of scarcity or urgency to prompt immediate action, like, "Limited time offer, only a few left in stock." These tactics are common in sales and marketing to push quick decisions. Let's also discuss authority and expertise, which involves leveraging perceived authority to influence others' decisions and behaviors. This could be through expert endorsements, like when something is recommended by top doctors. It makes us trust the product because of the perceived credibility. Similarly, someone in a position of power, like a manager, might use their status to pressure employees into working extra hours. The authority here is used as a tool for manipulation. Subliminal messaging is another interesting one. It involves hidden messages within other content that influence thoughts or behaviors below the level of conscious awareness. For example, a brand logo that flashes briefly in a movie scene is a visual subliminal message designed to create brand recognition without the viewer even realizing it. Auditory subliminals, like playing positive affirmations at a low volume during sleep, can also subtly influence attitudes or behaviors over time. To bring these concepts into context, let's look at a couple of case studies. First, consider manipulative marketing tactics. Imagine a company using deceptive language and emotional appeals in its advertising to sell a weight loss product, only highlighting the positive testimonials and leaving out the potential side effects. This manipulates consumers into making purchases based on incomplete or misleading information. Another example would be gaslighting in personal relationships, where one partner repeatedly denies making hurtful comments and insists that the other is overreacting. This causes the partner to question their own memory and perception, creating a manipulative and often abusive dynamic. So, how do we counter these manipulation techniques? Well, developing critical thinking skills is essential. This means analyzing information critically, questioning the motives behind persuasive tactics, and seeking objective evidence before making decisions. It's also important to build awareness of these common manipulation techniques so you can spot them in various contexts. Establishing and maintaining clear personal boundaries is another key strategy, as it helps prevent manipulative attempts from influencing your decision-making. And don't hesitate to seek external opinions. Trusted friends, advisors, or experts can provide an outside perspective on situations where manipulation is suspected. By familiarizing yourself with these manipulation techniques and implementing strategies to counteract them, you can better protect yourself from being exploited and make more informed decisions based on rational thought rather than psychological pressure. This overview sets a foundation for exploring more advanced concepts in manipulation and dark psychology, and it's a valuable skill set to have in today's world. So, when we talk about dark psychology, it's all about understanding how to recognize and defend against manipulation, which is crucial for keeping our personal autonomy and mental well-being intact. In this discussion, we're going to focus on practical strategies to counteract manipulation, providing you with actionable techniques to protect yourself from covert psychological influences. We'll cover how to identify manipulation attempts and how to implement effective defenses through detailed explanations and examples. Now, before we dive into the strategies, it's important to first understand what manipulation really is. Basically, manipulation involves using psychological tactics to influence someone's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors without their explicit consent or awareness. These tactics often exploit vulnerabilities and can pop up in all sorts of contexts, whether it's personal relationships, workplace dynamics, or even in the media we consume. To start, let's look at how we can identify manipulation. One of the most common signs is inconsistent or contradictory information. For example, if someone is giving you information that frequently changes or conflicts with what they've said before, that's a red flag. So, always pay attention to discrepancies between what people say and what they actually do, as this might be an attempt to deceive or manipulate. Another sign is excessive flattery or praise. Think about those times when someone showers you with compliments, maybe a bit too much, just to win your favor or persuade you. It's important to be cautious of flattery that seems over the top or insincere because it might be a tactic to lower your defenses. And then, there are guilt-inducing or pressure tactics. This is when someone might use phrases like, "If you really cared about me, you would do this," trying to make you feel guilty to push you into a decision or action. Recognizing these emotional manipulations can help you keep your decisions in your own control. Moving forward, it's also key to analyze the motivations behind manipulation. Try to assess the manipulator's intentions. For instance, are their actions driven by self-interest, a desire for control, or gaining something at your expense? Understanding these motivations can give you a better sense of whether their behavior and messages are authentic. It's also useful to reflect on the impact of these manipulations on your well-being. Ask yourself if the manipulation is causing you stress, confusion, or emotional distress. Protecting your mental health means assessing whether these interactions are good or bad for you. Now, let's talk about developing defensive strategies. One of the first steps is to strengthen your personal boundaries. This starts with setting clear boundaries, defining what behaviors and interactions are acceptable to you and clearly communicating these limits to others. For example, if a colleague keeps pressuring you into social events, it's perfectly okay to assertively communicate your preference to decline. And it's not just about setting boundaries, but also maintaining them consistently. If you've established a boundary around personal time, avoid making exceptions that could undermine your stance. This consistency reinforces your boundaries and helps prevent manipulation attempts. Another defensive strategy is enhancing your critical thinking skills. This involves questioning assumptions and the claims made by others. For example, if someone presents a compelling case for a decision, take a step back and critically evaluate the validity of their arguments and the evidence behind them. It's always good practice to seek independent verification, checking information through multiple sources or consulting experts to ensure accuracy and avoid manipulation. Like, before making a big purchase based on someone's recommendation, do your own research and read reviews to make sure it's the right choice. Building emotional resilience is also a powerful defense. Start by practicing self-awareness. Regularly reflect on your emotional responses and triggers, so you can be aware of potential manipulation points. Keeping a journal can help you track instances where you felt pressured or manipulated and analyze your emotional reactions. Developing self-confidence is another aspect. Engaging in activities that boost your self-esteem can reduce your susceptibility to manipulative tactics. This could be anything from personal development workshops to pursuing hobbies that reinforce your sense of self-worth. Assertive communication plays a crucial role here as well. It's about expressing your needs and feelings clearly, using direct and honest communication without aggression or defensiveness. For instance, if a friend's behavior is negatively affecting you, let them know how you feel and request a change in their behavior in an assertive manner. It's also important to set limits with confidence and stick to them. If someone repeatedly asks for favors beyond your comfort zone, don't hesitate to decline firmly and reiterate your boundaries. While communicating, try to avoid defensive or aggressive responses. Maintain your calmness, respond to manipulation attempts with composure and avoid reacting impulsively. If someone tries to manipulate you with a confrontational approach, take a moment to think before responding, ensuring that your reaction is measured. Focus on finding constructive solutions to conflicts rather than engaging in power struggles. For example, if a conflict arises at work, aim to find mutual agreements and solutions rather than escalating the issue. Lastly, developing support networks can make a huge difference. Build a trusted support system. Surround yourself with individuals who respect your boundaries and offer objective advice. For example, cultivate relationships with friends, family, or colleagues who provide honest feedback and support your well-being. And don't hesitate to seek professional guidance if needed. Consulting with therapists, counselors, or coaches can be very helpful if you encounter persistent manipulation or emotional challenges. Engaging with a mental health professional can provide you with coping strategies and insights into handling manipulative behaviors. To bring this to life, let's look at a couple of case studies. In the first scenario, imagine an employee who feels pressured by a manager to take on additional tasks beyond their job description, leading to stress and burnout. The employee uses assertive communication to express their limits and seeks support from HR to address the issue professionally. In another scenario, someone experiences emotional blackmail from a partner who uses guilt to manipulate decisions. Here, the individual builds emotional resilience through self-awareness and seeks counseling to address and resolve the manipulative dynamics. To wrap things up, developing practical strategies against manipulation is vital for maintaining your personal autonomy and mental well-being. By recognizing manipulation signs, strengthening personal boundaries, enhancing critical thinking, using assertive communication, and building strong support networks, you can effectively defend yourself against covert psychological influences. These tools and insights will help you navigate and counteract manipulation in various aspects of life, keeping you empowered and in control. Alright, let's dive into this topic by first understanding what psychological triggers are. These are stimuli, like events, words, or situations, that provoke specific emotional or behavioral responses. Often, manipulators exploit these triggers to influence others. So, in this discussion, we're going to explore practical strategies to protect ourselves from these psychological triggers commonly used in manipulation. By learning to recognize and counteract them, we can maintain control over our responses and avoid being unduly influenced. We'll go through some detailed explanations, examples, and step-by-step approaches to help you effectively manage these triggers. Now, when we talk about psychological triggers, we need to understand their definition and impact. Psychological triggers are those events, words, or situations that elicit strong emotional reactions or automatic responses in us. These triggers can be exploited to manipulate individuals into certain behaviors or decisions. For instance, let's look at emotional triggers. A common example is when a manipulator uses guilt-inducing statements to provoke a sense of obligation or empathy. This can often lead to impulsive decisions and diminished rational thinking. Another type is behavioral triggers, like when pressure tactics or deadlines are used to push for quick decisions without adequate consideration. This can force compliance or create a sense of urgency that overrides careful decision-making. Next, let's discuss some common psychological triggers. Fear and anxiety are big ones. Think of a salesperson creating fear about missing out on a limited-time offer. This kind of fear can compel people to act quickly or irrationally to avoid perceived threats. Another common trigger is guilt and shame. Imagine someone making you feel responsible for their problems or failures. This can lead to self-blame and unwarranted concessions. Urgency and pressure are also frequently used, for example, setting unrealistic deadlines to push someone into a hasty decision, which can cause stress and force decisions without thorough evaluation. And then there's flattery and compliments, like overly flattering comments designed to lower defenses and gain favor, making individuals more susceptible to persuasion and manipulation. Now, let's shift to identifying and managing these psychological triggers. It all starts with self-awareness and emotional monitoring. First, it's crucial to recognize personal triggers. Reflecting on past experiences can help identify patterns in how we react to certain stimuli. For example, if you notice feeling overwhelmed when someone uses high-pressure tactics, that's a sign of a personal trigger. Another important aspect is monitoring emotional responses. Techniques like journaling or mindfulness can be quite useful here. For instance, keeping a journal to document instances where you felt manipulated can help you identify the triggers involved. Developing response strategies is also key. One effective approach is creating a pause button. This involves implementing a mental or physical pause before reacting to a trigger, giving you time to evaluate the situation. You might practice taking a deep breath and counting to 10 before responding to urgent demands or guilt-inducing statements. Another helpful strategy is using cognitive reappraisal. This means reframing the situation by changing how you interpret the trigger, which can reduce its emotional impact. For example, if someone is trying to manipulate you with flattery, reframe the compliment as a tactic rather than genuine praise. Building resilience against these triggers is another essential component. Strengthening emotional resilience can involve regular self-care activities to maintain emotional balance, such as exercise, relaxation techniques, or hobbies to manage stress. Developing emotional intelligence is also beneficial. This can enhance your ability to understand and manage your emotions better. You might consider attending seminars or courses on emotional intelligence to improve self-awareness and emotional regulation skills. Enhancing cognitive flexibility is another way to build resilience. Adopting a growth mindset can help you see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats. For instance, when confronted with a trigger, try to approach the situation with a mindset of learning and adaptation. Engaging in critical thinking is also crucial. Developing the ability to analyze and evaluate information critically can help you avoid being swayed by psychological triggers. Before making decisions based on urgent demands or emotional appeals, take the time to evaluate the validity of the information and consider alternative perspectives. Finally, let's talk about implementing practical defense techniques. One of the most powerful tools is assertive communication. Setting boundaries clearly and enforcing them is vital to prevent manipulation attempts. For example, if someone is using urgency tactics, you can assertively express that you need more time to make an informed decision. It's also important to express your needs and concerns. Using assertive language to communicate your needs and address manipulative behavior can be very effective. If faced with guilt-inducing statements, calmly express your perspective and request respectful communication. seeking external support can also be helpful. Consulting trusted advisors, like friends, family, or professionals, can provide valuable perspective and support in managing triggers. You might discuss potential manipulation scenarios with a mentor or counselor to gain insight and develop coping strategies. Additionally, utilizing professional resources, such as psychological support services or educational materials, can enhance your understanding and management of triggers. Engaging with self-help books or online courses focused on emotional resilience and manipulation awareness can also be beneficial. To bring all this together, let's look at a couple of case studies. In one scenario, an individual faces fear-based manipulation from a salesperson using fear tactics about missing out on a deal. Here, the individual uses cognitive reappraisal to view the situation objectively and implements a pause button to delay the decision, which helps them manage the trigger effectively. In another scenario, someone handles guilt-inducing manipulation from a friend trying to influence them into providing financial support. By recognizing the guilt trigger, setting clear boundaries regarding financial assistance, and communicating assertively, they manage the situation successfully. In conclusion, effectively managing psychological triggers is essential for preventing manipulation and maintaining control over your decisions and responses. By identifying personal triggers, developing resilience, implementing defensive strategies, and seeking support, you can protect yourself from psychological influence. The strategies we've discussed today provide practical tools and techniques to navigate and counteract psychological triggers, ensuring that you remain empowered and less susceptible to manipulation. Alright, let's dive into the concept of persuasion, especially how it can be used in the context of dark psychology. You know, persuasion is a pretty powerful tool in human interaction. It's all about influencing beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors, which is something we see every day. But when we start talking about dark psychology, persuasion takes a different turn. It becomes more manipulative and often crosses ethical lines. So, in this chapter, we're going to explore how persuasion works within dark psychology, the techniques that are used, and why it's important to be aware of the ethical implications. Now, if we think about persuasion, it's essentially about guiding people to adopt certain viewpoints or take specific actions. This can be done through various forms of influence, right? In dark psychology, though, this influence is often covert, aiming to exploit someone's psychological vulnerabilities to serve a hidden agenda. So, when we look at the basic principles of persuasion, we're talking about convincing someone to change their attitude, belief, or behavior. The mechanisms here typically involve influencing both cognitive and emotional responses. Techniques like emotional appeals, social proof, and reciprocity are quite common. But in the realm of dark psychology, these are used in a more deceptive way, employing psychological pressure and exploitative strategies to get what the manipulator wants. If we take a step back and consider the history and theory behind persuasion, it's been around for a long time. Figures like Machiavelli have contributed to our understanding of how persuasion and manipulation work. Over time, various psychological theories, such as Cialdini's principles of influence, have laid the groundwork for understanding these concepts. And, of course, there's always the need to think about the ethical boundaries, because while persuasion can be a useful tool, it also has the potential to cause harm when it's used manipulatively. Let's go through some specific techniques that are often used in dark psychology. For example, emotional appeals are a big one. Fear appeals, for instance, use fear to push someone towards a particular behavior or decision by emphasizing negative outcomes. A manipulator might, for example, use the fear of social exclusion to compel someone to comply with their demands. Guilt appeals work similarly, leveraging feelings of guilt to create a sense of obligation. You might see this when someone tries to guilt-trip you into making a donation or doing them a favor. Another area to consider is social proof and authority. Social proof involves using the perceived consensus or authority to validate a behavior or belief. Think about fake testimonials or fabricated statistics that create a false sense of agreement. Authority appeals, on the other hand, rely on perceived expertise to sway someone's beliefs or actions. A manipulator might present themselves as an expert or use authority figures to endorse their agenda, making their persuasion attempts more convincing. Reciprocity and commitment are also common tactics. Reciprocity works by exploiting the principle that if someone does something for us, we feel obligated to return the favor. So, a manipulator might give a small gift or favor with the expectation of receiving something much bigger in return. Similarly, commitment and consistency tactics leverage our desire to stay true to our commitments. A manipulator might start with small requests, gradually escalating them once initial commitments are made. Then there's the use of scarcity and urgency. Scarcity appeals are all about creating a sense of limited availability, which increases perceived value and urgency. You've probably seen this in ads with limited time offers that push you to make quick decisions without much deliberation. Urgency tactics work similarly by imposing time constraints or deadlines, pressuring you into immediate action. It's also really important to touch on the ethical side of things. Ethical persuasion respects an individual's autonomy and involves transparent communication with mutual benefits in mind. Manipulative persuasion, however, seeks to exploit and often involves deceit and coercion. The potential for harm is significant: psychological and emotional damage, impaired decision-making, and so on. Fear and guilt, for example, can lead to long-term distress, and there are legal frameworks in place to protect against these kinds of manipulative practices, especially in advertising and consumer protection. To bring this into perspective, let's consider a couple of case studies. First, think about manipulative marketing techniques. Imagine a company using scarcity and urgency tactics in a marketing campaign to drive sales. This kind of strategy exploits psychological triggers like fear of missing out, which can be really powerful but also crosses into ethical gray areas. Another case might involve authority-based persuasion, where someone uses a false sense of authority to get others to invest in something. Here, the manipulative techniques can have a severe impact on the victims, often resulting in financial loss and trust issues. So, to sum it up, persuasion in dark psychology involves a range of sophisticated techniques aimed at exploiting psychological vulnerabilities. Understanding these techniques and their implications is key to recognizing when someone might be trying to manipulate you. It's about maintaining your autonomy and making informed decisions, even when faced with persuasive tactics designed to sway you. Let's talk about persuasion, especially within the framework of dark psychology. Persuasion is not just a tool for influencing people's beliefs and behaviors. In dark psychology, it's used to manipulate and exploit individuals. Today, we'll explore some practical techniques of persuasion employed in dark psychology. I'll walk you through these strategies with detailed explanations and real-world examples to help you recognize and counteract these manipulative tactics. To start, let's discuss emotional manipulation. One key technique here is fear appeals. This involves using threats or emphasizing potential negative outcomes to get someone to comply or change their behavior. For instance, a scammer might use fear appeals by warning victims of imminent legal trouble if they don't provide personal information immediately. The techniques often include scare tactics, where exaggerated or fabricated threats are presented to instill fear and urgency, and fear of loss, which emphasizes what individuals stand to lose if they don't comply. Guilt appeals are another powerful tool. These involve inducing feelings of guilt to manipulate behavior or decisions. Emotional guilt can be leveraged by using personal relationships or past actions to make individuals feel responsible for certain outcomes. Moral guilt, on the other hand, suggests that failing to act in a certain way violates moral or ethical standards. For example, a con artist might evoke guilt by portraying themselves as being in dire need of help, thus pressuring the victim to provide financial assistance. Now, let's move on to social proof and authority. Social proof relies on the idea that if others are engaging in a behavior or holding a belief, it encourages individuals to follow suit. Techniques here include fake testimonials, where reviews and testimonials are manipulated to falsely represent consensus, and group pressure, which uses peer pressure or fabricated social norms to influence behavior. Imagine an online seller using fake customer reviews to create the illusion of a popular product, pressuring potential buyers to make a purchase. Authority appeals involve using perceived authority or expertise to influence others. This can include presenting false credentials to establish credibility or using fake endorsements from authoritative figures or institutions. For instance, a fraudster might claim to be an expert in a field to convince individuals to invest in a dubious scheme. Moving forward, reciprocity and commitment are important areas to cover. Reciprocity involves offering something to create a sense of obligation for individuals to reciprocate. Techniques here include giving an initial small favor to create a sense of indebtedness or using token gifts to induce larger actions. For example, a manipulative salesperson might offer a free sample to make customers feel obligated to purchase the full product. Commitment and consistency are about getting individuals to commit to a small request, which then leads to larger commitments over time. Techniques like the foot-in-the-door method start with a small request that gradually escalates to larger demands, while public commitment involves making statements or promises in public to increase pressure for consistency. An organization might begin by asking individuals to sign a petition before pressuring them for a significant donation. Scarcity and urgency are also commonly used techniques. Scarcity appeals create a sense of limited availability to increase perceived value and urgency. Techniques include limited time offers, which pressure individuals to make quick decisions, and indicating that a product or opportunity is available in limited quantities to create a rush. For example, a deceptive website might advertise a limited time offer to create urgency and pressure users into quick purchases. Urgency tactics exploit time constraints to induce immediate action. This can involve using countdown timers to create a false sense of urgency or offering flash sales to rush decision-making. An email scam might use a countdown timer to create a false deadline for claiming a prize or discount, pressing recipients to act quickly. Cognitive dissonance is another critical concept. This occurs when individuals experience discomfort from conflicting beliefs or behaviors, and it can be exploited to change attitudes or actions. Techniques include inducing dissonance by creating conflicting beliefs or actions, and resolving dissonance by offering solutions or justifications that align with the manipulated beliefs or behaviors. For example, a manipulator might present conflicting information to make individuals more likely to accept a desired outcome as a resolution. Consider a case study where an organization uses conflicting messages to create discomfort in potential customers, leading them to accept an expensive membership as a resolution. Here, cognitive dissonance is used to influence behavior and decision-making. It's also important to understand the ethical considerations. We need to differentiate between ethical persuasion, which respects individual autonomy, and manipulation, which exploits vulnerabilities. Ethical persuasion involves transparent and honest communication, while manipulation involves deceit and coercion. The potential for harm is significant. Manipulative techniques like fear and guilt can lead to lasting emotional distress and impaired decision-making. Legally, there are regulations and protections against deceptive and manipulative practices, especially related to advertising and consumer protection. Socially, manipulative tactics can erode trust in personal and professional interactions, impacting relationships and social dynamics. To illustrate these concepts further, let's look at some case studies. First, consider a company that uses scarcity and urgency tactics to pressure consumers into hasty decisions. We should evaluate how effective these techniques are and discuss their ethical implications and consumer protection measures. Another example is an individual who claims to be a health expert to persuade others to buy an ineffective product. Analyzing the persuasive techniques used and their impact on the victims highlights the importance of skepticism and verification. In conclusion, understanding the practical techniques of persuasion in dark psychology is crucial for recognizing and resisting manipulative efforts. By being aware of these techniques, their mechanisms, and their ethical implications, individuals can better safeguard their autonomy and make informed decisions in the face of persuasive pressures. Today, we're diving into an important topic: how to protect ourselves from manipulative persuasion, especially within the context of dark psychology. You see, persuasion is often harmless, but when used maliciously, it can manipulate and exploit individuals. So, understanding and implementing strategies to defend against these techniques is essential for maintaining our autonomy and making informed decisions. What we'll cover today are practical strategies to recognize and counteract these persuasive tactics. I'll be sharing detailed explanations, real-world examples, and actionable steps to help you safeguard yourself from undue influence. First, let's talk about recognizing persuasive tactics. One common approach is through emotional appeals. Now, when we talk about emotional appeals, we mean situations where persuaders bypass rational thinking by targeting your feelings. For example, you might encounter messages that are overly dramatic or emotionally charged, like an email claiming immediate action is needed to prevent a dire consequence, such as a financial loss. Classic fear appeal right there. Another key tactic is the use of authority figures. Here, the persuader might present themselves as an expert or influential figure to gain compliance. But you should watch for unverified credentials or authoritative language that's not backed by evidence. Think of a salesperson who claims to be a top expert but can't provide proof of their qualifications. Lastly, there's social proof, which involves persuaders suggesting that others are engaging in the desired behavior, often using fake testimonials or implying peer pressure, like ads that show a large number of satisfied customers to push you into buying the product. Now, moving on to practical strategies for resistance. A great place to start is with critical thinking and skepticism. For instance, always question the source of the information. You can do this by verifying credentials, evaluating the reliability of the sources, and cross-referencing the information with other credible sources. Let's say you come across an article claiming a particular supplement is highly effective. Check the author's qualifications and look for peer-reviewed studies to confirm the claims. Another strategy is to analyze the intent behind the persuasion. Ask yourself, what does the persuader stand to gain from influencing you? Look for signs of manipulation, like emotional appeals or pressure tactics, and consider alternative viewpoints that might be less biased. For example, if you're faced with a limited time offer, take a moment to assess whether the urgency is genuine or just a tactic to pressure a quick decision. Another key area is emotional self-regulation. It's crucial to recognize your emotional triggers, understand what emotional states make you more susceptible to persuasion. Monitor your reactions when exposed to persuasive messages, and use mindfulness techniques to maintain your emotional equilibrium. For example, if you know you're sensitive to fear appeals, practice calming techniques before making decisions based on fear-driven messages. On the flip side, emotional detachment can be equally powerful. Take a pause and reflect before getting emotionally involved. Seek objective opinions, and review your options with your long-term goals in mind rather than reacting immediately to emotional triggers. For example, if a salesperson uses guilt to persuade you, take time to think it over rationally instead of making a quick decision based on guilt. Strengthening personal boundaries is also crucial. Define clear boundaries regarding what types of persuasive tactics you're unwilling to engage with, communicate these boundaries assertively, and stand firm in maintaining them, even under pressure. For instance, if a friend consistently tries to manipulate you into actions you're uncomfortable with, clearly communicate your limits and stick to them. Developing assertiveness skills can also help here. Practicing assertiveness, using clear communication, and staying consistent in various situations can reinforce your ability to resist persuasion. In a negotiation, for example, use assertiveness to clearly state your terms and resist pressure to agree to unfavorable conditions. Finally, seeking external support can make a significant difference. Identify trusted advisors, people who are knowledgeable and reliable, when you face persuasive tactics. Discussing your situation with them can provide valuable perspectives and guidance. For example, if you're offered a high-risk investment opportunity, consulting a financial advisor or trusted colleague can help you get a second opinion before making a decision. Also, leverage support networks by building relationships with individuals who can offer support and perspective in challenging situations. Share your experiences and collaborate on solutions together. Engaging with a support group or professional network, for instance, can provide insights and strategies for dealing with manipulative persuasion in professional settings. As we wrap up, it's also important to consider the ethical side of using defensive strategies. While it's crucial to protect yourself from manipulation, it's equally important to ensure that your methods don't involve deceit or exploitation of others. So, while resisting manipulation, we must respect ethical persuasion aimed at positive outcomes and remain vigilant against manipulative practices. Let me share a couple of case studies to bring these concepts to life. In the first case, we have an individual targeted by a charity organization using emotional appeals to secure large donations. We'll explore how this person identified the manipulative tactics and implemented strategies to make an informed decision. In another case, an employee faced pressure from a superior to engage in unethical practices based on perceived authority. We'll discuss how the employee used critical thinking, assertiveness, and support networks to resist the unethical persuasion. To sum up, resisting persuasive tactics employed in dark psychology requires a combination of critical thinking, emotional self-regulation, assertiveness, and external support. By understanding the techniques used to manipulate and implementing practical strategies to counteract them, we can protect ourselves from undue influence and make more informed, autonomous decisions. In dark psychology, one of the first things to grasp is the distinction between influence and persuasion. Although these terms are often used interchangeably in everyday language, they are actually distinct mechanisms of behavior change. Understanding this difference is crucial because it helps us see how various tactics can be used to manipulate individuals. So, let's explore these nuances, highlighting their differences, similarities, and implications. Now, if we talk about influence, it refers to the capacity to affect someone's character, development, or behavior. What's interesting about influence is that it often operates through subtle and indirect means, shaping attitudes and actions gradually over time. For instance, think about how a mentor, just by consistently modeling ethical behavior and offering positive reinforcement, can influence a mentee's professional conduct without ever directly telling them what to do. On the other hand, persuasion involves more active efforts to convince someone to change their beliefs or behaviors. This approach is direct and intentional, often involving structured arguments, emotional appeals, or other strategic communication methods. For example, a salesperson who uses a well-crafted pitch to convince a customer to buy a product is clearly engaging in persuasion. Now, let's take a closer look at how influence and persuasion play out in the realm of dark psychology. Influence tactics in dark psychology are subtle methods designed to alter perceptions and decisions without the individual's explicit awareness. These techniques can include things like social proof, leveraging the behavior of others to nudge someone's choices, reciprocity, using acts of kindness to create a sense of obligation, or authority, using one's credibility to subtly shape opinions. Imagine a corporate leader who consistently showcases their successful projects. Over time, this subtly influences employees' perceptions of their competence and reliability. Persuasion tactics, however, tend to be more overt and strategic. These are the more explicit attempts to convince someone to adopt certain beliefs or behaviors, often using techniques like emotional appeals, think fear, guilt, or excitement, or high-pressure sales tactics that push individuals into quick decisions. A classic example here would be a marketing campaign that bombards you with emotional imagery and urgent calls to action to trigger impulsive purchases. So, when we compare influence and persuasion, a few key differences stand out. Influence tends to be more subtle, often operating through subconscious means and affecting attitudes and decisions over time. Persuasion, by contrast, is usually direct and intentional, with a clear objective of altering beliefs or behaviors through argument or appeal. Influence might be something we're not fully aware of as it happens, while persuasion is often something we recognize and might even resist. When it comes to practical applications, recognizing influence can be tricky because it's subtle. To spot it, one might observe behavioral patterns, assess the social context, like the influence of groups or authority figures, and reflect on how external factors align with personal values. For example, if you notice a gradual shift in your preferences that align with a particular group or leader, it could be due to subtle influence tactics at play. To detect persuasion, on the other hand, it's helpful to analyze the communication involved, looking closely at arguments, emotional appeals, and any sense of urgency. It's also crucial to evaluate the credibility of the sources and consider alternative viewpoints to ensure that persuasion isn't limiting your choices unfairly. So, if you're facing a time-limited offer that comes with a lot of emotional appeals, it's wise to take a step back, analyze the arguments, and verify the legitimacy before making a decision. Now, it's also important to consider the ethical implications of using influence and persuasion. Ethical use means ensuring that these tactics respect individual autonomy and don't exploit vulnerabilities. For instance, a leader might use influence to inspire and motivate their team positively, without crossing the line into manipulation. On the flip side, understanding where ethical boundaries lie is crucial to avoid harm or exploitation, like persuading someone to make a decision that's genuinely in their best interest rather than for personal gain. To wrap things up, understanding the distinction between influence and persuasion is key to navigating dark psychology. Recognizing the subtle tactics of influence and the more strategic methods of persuasion allows us to protect ourselves from manipulation and make more informed, autonomous decisions. And by implementing strategies to identify and counteract these tactics, we can maintain our personal integrity and autonomy. Today, we're diving into the fascinating and often unsettling world of mind control, a term that might bring to mind scenes from science fiction or dystopian tales. But beyond fiction, mind control is a real and significant area of study within dark psychology. It covers a range of techniques and methods designed to influence or even dominate a person's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, often without their conscious consent. So, let's explore what mind control truly means, its foundational concepts, and how it's been used in practice. When we talk about mind control, we're referring to what is also known as brainwashing or thought reform. Essentially, it involves systematically altering an individual's mental state through manipulation or coercion, leading them to adopt beliefs or behaviors that they wouldn't naturally endorse. It's not always blatant or obvious. Instead, it often works subtly and insidiously, impacting a person's cognitive and emotional processes on a deep level. Historically, the concept of mind control has appeared in various forms and has been associated with extreme practices, such as those seen in cults, totalitarian regimes, and certain psychological experiments. For instance, if we look back to ancient civilizations, they used rituals, incantations, and religious practices to influence people's thoughts and behaviors. Shamans and priests were known to employ these methods to exert control over their followers. Moving forward in history, political and ideological movements, particularly totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia, utilized mind control techniques in more structured ways. They employed propaganda, censorship, and fear tactics to manipulate the thoughts and behaviors of the population, aiming to suppress dissent and enforce ideological conformity. In the 20th century, psychological experiments began to further explore mind control. A notorious example is the CIA's MKUltra program from the 1950s and 1960s, which involved unethical experiments, including hypnosis and drug-induced states, all in the name of studying mind control techniques. Now, to understand mind control, we need to grasp several key psychological concepts. One of these is behavioral conditioning, which includes methods like operant conditioning, where desired behaviors are reinforced, and classical conditioning, where certain stimuli are associated with specific responses. These conditioning techniques form the backbone of many mind control practices. Another important concept is cognitive dissonance, introduced by Leon Festinger. This theory suggests that individuals experience discomfort and holding conflicting beliefs or attitudes. Mind control often leverages this discomfort, pushing individuals toward compliance with new beliefs or behaviors that resolve the dissonance. Social influence theories also play a significant role here. These theories, which cover aspects like conformity and obedience, explain how social pressures can lead individuals to change their behaviors or beliefs. Whether through peer pressure, the influence of authority figures, or societal norms, these elements are often exploited in mind control to steer people's attitudes and actions. When it comes to the techniques of mind control, there's quite a variety targeting different aspects of a person's mental and emotional state. One common method is isolation, where individuals are separated from their usual social environments and support systems. This isolation makes them more vulnerable and easier to control since external influences that might counteract the manipulator's influence are removed. Controlling information is another critical technique. By managing what information a person receives, through censorship or manipulation of media, and selectively exposing them to ideas that reinforce the desired beliefs, mind controllers can significantly influence thoughts and behaviors. Emotional manipulation is also prevalent in mind control, exploiting a person's fears, desires, or insecurities. Tactics like guilt-tripping, emotional blackmail, and inducing fear are used to sway an individual's actions. Repetition and reinforcement are other powerful tools. By repeating certain messages over and over, those ideas can become ingrained, especially when paired with rewards or punishments to reinforce them. To really see these techniques in action, we can look at some real-life case studies. Cults, for example, often employ mind control to manipulate their members. A well-known instance is the People's Temple led by Jim Jones, which used isolation, emotional manipulation, and repetitive indoctrination to control its followers, ultimately leading to the tragic Jonestown Massacre in 1978. In the realm of politics, totalitarian regimes like North Korea use mind control techniques such as state-controlled media, propaganda, and the suppression of dissent to maintain power and shape public opinion. Similarly, psychological experiments, like the Stanford Prison experiment conducted by Philip Zimbardo in 1971, show how authority and situational factors can drastically alter behavior, demonstrating mind control in a controlled environment. Of course, the use of mind control raises significant ethical concerns. While some techniques might have therapeutic or educational uses, many are harmful and exploitative. It's crucial to consider these ethical implications and ensure that mind control methods, when used, respect individual autonomy and well-being. In summary, mind control is a complex and multifaceted field within dark psychology. It involves a range of techniques aimed at influencing or dominating an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. By understanding its historical context, theoretical foundations, and practical applications, we can better recognize and protect ourselves against its effects. Ethical considerations are essential to ensuring that any use of mind control techniques is responsible and respectful of individual rights. As we continue to explore these areas, staying informed and vigilant about the potential impacts of mind control remains vital. Today, we're diving into the fascinating and often unsettling world of mind control, a term that might bring to mind scenes from science fiction or dystopian tales. But beyond fiction, mind control is a real and significant area of study within dark psychology. It covers a range of techniques and methods designed to influence or even dominate a person's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors, often without their conscious consent. So, let's explore what mind control truly means, its foundational concepts, and how it's been used in practice. When we talk about mind control, we're referring to what is also known as brainwashing or thought reform. Essentially, it involves systematically altering an individual's mental state through manipulation or coercion, leading them to adopt beliefs or behaviors that they wouldn't naturally endorse. It's not always blatant or obvious. Instead, it often works subtly and insidiously, impacting a person's cognitive and emotional processes on a deep level. Historically, the concept of mind control has appeared in various forms and has been associated with extreme practices, such as those seen in cults, totalitarian regimes, and certain psychological experiments. For instance, if we look back to ancient civilizations, they used rituals, incantations, and religious practices to influence people's thoughts and behaviors. Shamans and priests were known to employ these methods to exert control over their followers. Moving forward in history, political and ideological movements, particularly totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia, utilized mind control techniques in more structured ways. They employed propaganda, censorship, and fear tactics to manipulate the thoughts and behaviors of the population, aiming to suppress dissent and enforce ideological conformity. In the 20th century, psychological experiments began to further explore mind control. A notorious example is the CIA's MKUltra program from the 1950s and 1960s, which involved unethical experiments, including hypnosis and drug-induced states, all in the name of studying mind control techniques. Now, to understand mind control, we need to grasp several key psychological concepts. One of these is behavioral conditioning, which includes methods like operant conditioning, where desired behaviors are reinforced, and classical conditioning, where certain stimuli are associated with specific responses. These conditioning techniques form the backbone of many mind control practices. Another important concept is cognitive dissonance, introduced by Leon Festinger. This theory suggests that individuals experience discomfort in holding conflicting beliefs or attitudes. Mind control often leverages this discomfort, pushing individuals toward compliance with new beliefs or behaviors that resolve the dissonance. Social influence theories also play a significant role here. These theories, which cover aspects like conformity and obedience, explain how social pressures can lead individuals to change their behaviors or beliefs. Whether through peer pressure, the influence of authority figures, or societal norms, these elements are often exploited in mind control to steer people's attitudes and actions. When it comes to the techniques of mind control, there's quite a variety targeting different aspects of a person's mental and emotional state. One common method is isolation, where individuals are separated from their usual social environments and support systems. This isolation makes them more vulnerable and easier to control since external influences that might counteract the manipulator's influence are removed. Controlling information is another critical technique. By managing what information a person receives, through censorship or manipulation of media, and selectively exposing them to ideas that reinforce the desired beliefs, mind controllers can significantly influence thoughts and behaviors. Emotional manipulation is also prevalent in mind control, exploiting a person's fears, desires, or insecurities. Tactics like guilt tripping, emotional blackmail, and inducing fear are used to sway an individual's actions. Repetition and reinforcement are other powerful tools. By repeating certain messages over and over, those ideas can become ingrained, especially when paired with rewards or punishments to reinforce them. To really see these techniques in action, we can look at some real-life case studies. Cults, for example, often employ mind control to manipulate their members. A well-known instance is the People's Temple led by Jim Jones, which used isolation, emotional manipulation, and repetitive indoctrination to control its followers, ultimately leading to the tragic Jonestown Massacre in 1978. In the realm of politics, totalitarian regimes like North Korea use mind control techniques such as state-controlled media, propaganda, and the suppression of dissent to maintain power and shape public opinion. Similarly, psychological experiments, like the Stanford Prison experiment conducted by Philip Zimbardo in 1971, show how authority and situational factors can drastically alter behavior, demonstrating mind control in a controlled environment. Of course, the use of mind control raises significant ethical concerns. While some techniques might have therapeutic or educational uses, many are harmful and exploitative. It's crucial to consider these ethical implications and ensure that mind control methods, when used, respect individual autonomy and well-being. In summary, mind control is a complex and multifaceted field within dark psychology. It involves a range of techniques aimed at influencing or dominating an individual's thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. By understanding its historical context, theoretical foundations, and practical applications, we can better recognize and protect ourselves against its effects. Ethical considerations are essential to ensuring that any use of mind control techniques is responsible and respectful of individual rights. As we continue to explore these areas, staying informed and vigilant about the potential impacts of mind control remains vital. Alright, let's dive into the fascinating world of dark psychology, specifically focusing on mind control. This is an important topic because understanding mind control techniques can help us maintain our personal autonomy and well-being. We'll go through practical strategies for recognizing and resisting these methods, and I'll give you some actionable steps and examples to protect yourself from manipulative influences. So, first off, let's talk about recognizing mind control tactics. To counteract these techniques, you need to be aware of the subtle methods manipulators use. One common tactic is repetition. When you repeatedly hear or see certain messages, they can start to feel more acceptable. So, if a company keeps advertising a product as a must-have, be cautious. This repeated exposure might make you think you really need that product. Another technique is priming. This involves exposing you to specific stimuli that influence your responses later on. For example, if you're bombarded with ads showing luxury items as desirable, you might find yourself wanting those items more. Then there's mirroring. Manipulators might mimic your behavior or speech to build rapport and trust. If you notice someone copying your actions or words, think about why they might be doing this. A salesperson, for instance, might mirror your body language to make you feel more comfortable and increase their chances of making a sale. Now, let's move on to recognizing emotional manipulation. This technique is often used to influence decisions and behaviors. One common form is gaslighting, where someone makes you question your own perceptions or memories. If you find yourself doubting your reality or feeling confused about past events, it might be a sign that you're being gaslit. For example, if a partner consistently denies saying or doing things that you clearly remember, it could be gaslighting. Emotional blackmail is another tactic where fear, guilt, or obligation is used to coerce compliance. If someone is trying to manipulate your decisions by playing on your emotions, be wary. For instance, a colleague might make you feel guilty for not taking on extra work, implying that you're not a good team player if you refuse. To build psychological resilience, start with strengthening your self-awareness. This can be done through mindfulness practices. Engaging in mindfulness helps you become more aware of your thoughts and emotions, making you less susceptible to external influences. For example, daily meditation can help you stay grounded and recognize when you're being influenced. Critical thinking is another essential skill. It involves evaluating information and claims objectively. When faced with information intended to influence your decision, assess its validity and consider alternative perspectives. For instance, if someone presents information to sway your choice, critically examine it before making a decision. Building emotional intelligence is also crucial. It helps you manage your emotions and understand others' emotions, which can aid in resisting manipulative tactics. Self-regulation is a key component here. Learning to manage your emotional responses effectively, perhaps through deep breathing or cognitive restructuring, helps you maintain control. For example, if you're feeling overwhelmed by emotional pressure, use these techniques to stay calm and think clearly. Empathy is another important aspect. By understanding and empathizing with others' emotions, you can better identify manipulative tactics and respond appropriately. For instance, recognizing when someone is trying to manipulate your emotions allows you to respond more effectively and avoid falling for their tactics. Next, let's discuss setting boundaries and practicing assertiveness. Establishing clear boundaries is essential for protecting yourself from mind control efforts. Communicate your boundaries clearly. For example, if a colleague is pressuring you to take on additional work, make it clear what you can and cannot do. Consistency is also key. Being consistent in enforcing your boundaries helps avoid confusion and strengthens your ability to resist manipulation. If you consistently assert your limits, manipulators are less likely to challenge or breach them. Assertiveness involves expressing your needs and desires confidently and respectfully. Use direct communication to express your thoughts and needs. Avoid passive or aggressive styles. For example, if someone is trying to control your decisions, assertively express your preferences and make it clear that you are in control. Nonverbal cues are also important. Pay attention to your body language and tone of voice to reinforce your assertiveness. Maintaining eye contact and using a confident tone can help convey your message. For instance, when discussing boundaries with a manipulative person, use a firm voice and steady eye contact. If you find yourself struggling with mind control techniques, seeking support from professionals can be beneficial. Therapists and counselors can provide guidance and help you recover from emotional harm. For example, a therapist can assist you in working through the effects of gaslighting and develop strategies for maintaining resilience. Support groups can also offer a sense of community and shared experiences. Connecting with others who have faced similar challenges can provide valuable insights. For instance, joining a support group for workplace manipulation can offer strategies for dealing with power dynamics. Educational resources are another valuable tool. Reading books and articles on dark psychology and mind control can deepen your understanding. For example, a book on psychological manipulation can provide additional techniques and examples. Online courses focused on psychology and personal development can also be useful. Enrolling in these courses can help you learn practical strategies for resisting manipulation. For instance, an online course on emotional intelligence can enhance your skills in managing emotions and recognizing manipulative tactics. In conclusion, resisting mind control requires a combination of self-awareness, psychological resilience, boundary setting, and seeking support. By implementing these practical strategies, you can protect yourself from manipulative influences and maintain control over your thoughts and behaviors. As you explore dark psychology, remember that ethical considerations are paramount. The goal should always be to promote personal well-being and respect for others' autonomy. Alright, let's dive into the fascinating world of subconscious influence. This concept involves the methods and techniques used to affect someone's thoughts, behaviors, and decisions without them even realizing it. In the realm of dark psychology, this form of influence is particularly powerful because it operates below our conscious awareness, making it quite challenging to detect and counteract. Today, we'll explore how subconscious influence works, the practical techniques used to apply it, and strategies to defend against these tactics. To start, it's important to understand the role of the subconscious mind. This part of our mind works beneath our conscious awareness. It processes information automatically and affects our behavior and decision-making without us actively thinking about it. For instance, when you drive a familiar route, you might reach your destination without recalling all the specific details of the journey. That's because your subconscious mind was handling the process. Additionally, the subconscious mind forms emotional associations. It links certain emotions with experiences, which can then influence how we react to various stimuli. For example, if you had a positive experience with a particular brand in the past, you might automatically feel trust and preference for that brand in the future. Moving on, let's discuss the mechanisms of subconscious influence. One such mechanism is subliminal messaging. These are stimuli presented below the level of conscious perception, which can subtly affect our attitudes and behaviors. For instance, research has shown that people who were exposed to subliminal images of a brand during a movie rated that brand more favorably compared to those who didn't see these images. Another mechanism is priming. This involves exposing people to certain stimuli that can influence their subsequent responses, subtly shaping their preferences and decisions. For example, if you see images of healthy foods before deciding on a meal, you might be more inclined to choose healthier options. Conditioning is yet another technique. This is a learning process where associations are created between stimuli and responses. By pairing positive or negative stimuli with specific responses, behavior can be influenced. For example, a company might use pleasant music in its ads to create a positive association with its products, making consumers more likely to buy them. Now, let's talk about some practical techniques of subconscious influence. One method is using subliminal messages. These are crafted to bypass the conscious mind and directly influence the subconscious. Techniques for using subliminal messaging include embedding suggestions within visual or auditory stimuli. For example, a commercial might include a brief flash of the word "relax" during calming scenes. This subtle cue encourages viewers to associate relaxation with the product being advertised. Another technique involves using subtle visual cues. By incorporating these cues in advertisements or environments, subconscious preferences and choices can be influenced. For instance, using color schemes associated with trust and reliability in marketing materials can create a subconscious sense of credibility and appeal. In summary, subconscious influence is a powerful tool that operates below our conscious awareness. Understanding how it works and recognizing the techniques used can help us protect ourselves from being manipulated. By being aware of these methods, we can better defend against them and maintain control over our thoughts and decisions. Let's delve into how priming techniques can shape our thoughts and behaviors. Priming essentially prepares the subconscious mind for specific responses, influencing how we perceive and react to stimuli. One effective technique is contextual priming. This involves creating a setting that aligns with desired responses. For instance, a company might use a luxurious and aspirational backdrop in an advertisement. This primes viewers to associate the product with high status and success. Another priming method is priming with repetition. This technique involves repeated exposure to certain concepts or ideas, reinforcing their influence on the subconscious. For example, if a brand's logo appears frequently across various media, it can strengthen brand recognition and preference over time. Now, let's discuss how to defend against subconscious influence. Increasing awareness of subliminal techniques is a crucial first step. Being mindful of the media you consume and the potential for subliminal messaging can help you recognize and resist these influences. Pay close attention to advertisements and content for any subtle attempts at influence. For instance, when watching commercials, notice any fleeting images or hidden messages that could be designed to affect your subconscious. Education and training are also valuable. Learning about subliminal and subconscious influence techniques can make it easier to identify and resist them. Taking a course on media literacy, for example, can provide insights into how subliminal messaging works and how to spot it in various media formats. Another effective way to defend against subconscious influence is practicing mindfulness and self-awareness. Mindfulness meditation can enhance your awareness of your thoughts and feelings, helping you recognize when subconscious influences might be at play. Regular mindfulness practice can increase your ability to notice when certain ideas or preferences seem to appear out of nowhere, suggesting potential subconscious influence. Journaling and reflection are additional techniques. Keeping a journal of your thoughts and decisions can help identify patterns and influences operating at a subconscious level. By reflecting on your decisions and preferences, you might notice recurring themes or influences that suggest subconscious manipulation. Turning to the ethical considerations of subconscious influence, it's essential to use these techniques responsibly. Respecting autonomy is key. Ensure that any use of subconscious influence respects individuals' autonomy and choices. For example, in marketing, use priming techniques to encourage positive choices rather than employing subliminal messages to coerce or deceive. Transparency and honesty are also important. Be clear about the intent and methods used in influencing others. Honest communication fosters trust and ethical interaction. For instance, clearly disclosing the purpose and nature of marketing techniques helps consumers make informed decisions without being covertly manipulated. In conclusion, subconscious influence is a potent aspect of dark psychology that can impact our thoughts, behaviors, and decisions without our conscious awareness. By understanding its mechanisms and employing practical techniques for both application and defense, we can navigate these influences more effectively. And always, it's crucial to emphasize ethical considerations, ensuring that subconscious influence is used responsibly and respects the autonomy of others. As you continue to explore dark psychology, remember the importance of ethical practice and the significant impact of subconscious influence on our everyday interactions. Let's talk about hypnosis and how it fits into dark psychology. Hypnosis involves a state of focused attention and heightened suggestibility that can influence how we think, behave, and perceive things. In the context of dark psychology, hypnosis becomes quite powerful because it allows individuals to tap into the subconscious mind and implant suggestions that can significantly alter behavior and beliefs. So, what are the core aspects of hypnosis and how is it used in this field? To start, hypnosis is characterized by a trance-like state where people experience an intense focus and concentration, often coupled with relaxation. During this state, individuals are more open to suggestions. For instance, if someone is undergoing hypnosis, they might focus on a specific object or idea. This focus can make them less aware of their surroundings and more receptive to the suggestions given by the hypnotist. Another key aspect is suggestibility. People who are hypnotized tend to accept and act on suggestions more readily. For example, if a hypnotist suggests that a person will feel calm or experience relief from pain, the person might actually feel these sensations due to the suggestion. There are several theories that explain how hypnosis works. The state theory suggests that hypnosis is a distinct altered state of consciousness, different from regular wakefulness and sleep, marked by unique brain activity. On the other hand, the non-state theory views hypnosis as a form of role-playing or social compliance, where individuals act according to their expectations and the context of hypnosis. This theory argues that people may behave in ways consistent with their beliefs about hypnosis and the authority of the hypnotist. Now, let's explore some practical techniques used in hypnosis, especially within dark psychology. First, there are induction techniques, which guide individuals into a hypnotic state. One effective method is progressive relaxation. Here, a hypnotist might guide a person through a series of relaxation exercises, starting from their toes and moving up to their head, to help them enter a deep state of relaxation. Another method involves focused attention. This technique directs a person's attention to a specific object or idea, such as a pendulum or a fixed point on the wall, to help them become more focused and receptive. Once in a hypnotic state, various suggestion techniques come into play. Direct suggestions involve clearly stating desired changes in behavior or perception. For example, a hypnotist might suggest that a person will feel calm in stressful situations. Indirect suggestions are subtler, often using metaphors or stories to influence thoughts and behaviors. For instance, a metaphor about a peaceful garden might be used to suggest feelings of tranquility. Additionally, there are post-hypnotic suggestions, which are intended to take effect after the individual has emerged from hypnosis. An example would be suggesting that someone will feel more confident and motivated after the session. In the realm of dark psychology, hypnosis can be used for mind control and manipulation. It can alter perceptions and beliefs, making individuals more susceptible to manipulation. For example, a hypnotist might suggest that someone has a distorted view of a person or situation, which can lead them to act in ways that benefit the manipulator. Hypnosis can also modify behavior by embedding suggestions that influence responses to specific situations. Additionally, there's potential for creating false memories through hypnosis, where a person might recall events or experiences that never actually occurred, supporting the manipulator's agenda. When it comes to coercion and control, hypnosis can impact decision-making processes. Hypnotic suggestions can lead individuals to make choices that align with the manipulator's interests, such as influencing a buying decision. It can also exert psychological pressure, making people more vulnerable to coercion by increasing anxiety or fear. To defend against hypnotic manipulation, it's crucial to recognize hypnotic techniques. Understanding common induction methods, like relaxation exercises or focused attention, can help you identify when someone might be attempting to hypnotize you. Being cautious of any suggestions or commands given during a trance state and evaluating them critically is also important. Building psychological resilience is another key strategy. Strengthening self-awareness and self-control helps maintain autonomy and resist external influences. Practicing mindfulness and self-reflection can keep you grounded and alert to any potential hypnosis influence. If you suspect you've been subjected to hypnotic manipulation, seeking support from mental health professionals or trusted individuals can help address and counteract any effects. Finally, while hypnosis is a powerful tool, it's essential to use it ethically and responsibly. Always ensure that hypnosis respects individuals' consent and autonomy. For instance, in a therapeutic setting, it's important to obtain informed consent from clients before using hypnosis and explain the process thoroughly. Additionally, use hypnosis to promote positive outcomes and well-being, rather than for harmful or exploitative purposes. In conclusion, hypnosis can be a potent aspect of dark psychology, influencing the subconscious mind and altering thoughts, behaviors, and perceptions. By understanding the principles and techniques of hypnosis, individuals can better recognize and defend against hypnotic manipulation. Emphasizing ethical practice ensures that hypnosis is used responsibly and respects others' autonomy. As you continue to explore hypnosis, keep in mind its potential applications and the importance of ethical considerations. Let's dive into the topic of deception, which is a crucial element in dark psychology. Deception involves intentionally misrepresenting information to mislead, manipulate, or control others. Understanding deception is essential not only for recognizing but also for defending against manipulative tactics that rely on misleading information. To start with, let's discuss what deception is and the different forms it can take. Deception essentially means misleading someone or causing them to believe something that isn't true. There are several ways this can manifest. For instance, lies involve directly providing false information or denying the truth. Imagine someone claiming they've completed a task when they actually haven't. Then we have omissions, where important information is left out, altering the understanding of a situation. For example, not disclosing a critical detail about a product that could affect a purchasing decision. Lastly, distortions involve altering or manipulating information to create a misleading view. An example here could be presenting statistics in a way that exaggerates the benefits of a product. Now, let's explore the psychology behind why people deceive and how they justify their behavior. People deceive for various reasons, such as self-preservation, gaining advantage, avoiding punishment, or manipulating others. For example, a salesperson might exaggerate the features of a product to make a sale. Additionally, people often rationalize their deceptive actions by convincing themselves that the deception is for a good cause or that the recipient deserves to be deceived. For instance, someone might lie to protect another's feelings, believing that the deception is in their best interest. Moving on to techniques of deception, we can break them down into verbal and nonverbal techniques. In terms of verbal techniques, deceptive individuals often use evasive language. This means they might use vague or ambiguous responses to avoid giving direct answers. For instance, responding to a question with, "I'll get back to you on that," is a common tactic. They may also make contradictory statements, where the information conflicts with other statements or evidence. An example would be claiming you were at one location while being seen elsewhere. Another technique is false assurance, where misleading reassurances are given to calm doubts or concerns. For instance, telling someone, "everything is under control," when there are actually significant issues. Nonverbal techniques are also important in deception. Inconsistent facial expressions, such as forced smiles or a lack of genuine emotion, can indicate deception. For example, someone might smile while giving false information to mask their true feelings. Body language plays a role too. Signs of nervousness, like fidgeting or avoiding eye contact, can signal deceit. If someone shifts their gaze or avoids direct eye contact while providing a false answer, it's a red flag. Additionally, incongruent gestures or changes in posture, such as crossing arms defensively while giving misleading information, can reveal deceptive intent. In dark psychology, deception often serves manipulative purposes. It can be used to influence behavior in ways that benefit the deceiver. For instance, manipulating someone into making a financial investment by providing misleading information about potential returns. Deception can also control perceptions by distorting reality, thus influencing how others perceive situations and make decisions. An example would be using misinformation to create a false sense of urgency in a sales pitch. Moreover, deception can exploit vulnerabilities by targeting individuals' weaknesses or fears. For example, playing on someone's insecurities to convince them to agree to a manipulated request. When it comes to interpersonal relationships, deception can have significant impacts. Repeated deception can erode trust and damage relationships. For example, if a partner repeatedly lies about their whereabouts, it can lead to a breakdown of trust and intimacy. Emotional manipulation is another aspect, where deceptive tactics are used to manipulate emotions and exploit vulnerabilities. Gaslighting, where someone is made to doubt their own perceptions and memories, is a common form of emotional manipulation. To detect deception, observing specific behavioral indicators can be useful. Look for inconsistencies between verbal statements and nonverbal cues. For instance, if someone's story changes or they exhibit nervous behavior when questioned, it may indicate deception. Deceivers might also overcompensate by providing excessive details or overly elaborate explanations. An example of this would be giving overly specific details about a fabricated event to make it seem more credible. Employing cognitive techniques can also help assess the truthfulness of information. Asking for specifics or detailed information can test the consistency of statements. For instance, requesting detailed information about an event or claim can reveal discrepancies if the information is fabricated. Observing reactions to questions or challenges is another technique. Hesitation or defensiveness when questioned about details may signal deception. While understanding deception is crucial, it's equally important to use this knowledge ethically. Avoid using insights about deception to exploit others. Instead, use it to protect yourself and others from manipulative behavior. For instance, using your understanding of deception to help someone recognize and address manipulative behavior in their relationships. Promote transparency and honesty in interactions to foster trust and healthy relationships. Creating environments where open communication is valued and deception is discouraged can go a long way. In conclusion, deception is a powerful tool in dark psychology, influencing behavior, perceptions, and relationships. By understanding the techniques and psychology behind deception, you can better recognize and defend against manipulative tactics. Remember, ethical considerations emphasize the importance of using this knowledge responsibly, promoting transparency, and avoiding exploitation. As you delve into the realm of deception, keep its implications in mind and strive to apply this understanding in ways that foster integrity and trust. Let's delve into the fascinating topic of lying, which, though common, is a complex behavior with significant implications in dark psychology. We'll explore why people lie, the psychological mechanisms behind it, and how to identify and respond to lies effectively. Understanding these nuances is key to recognizing deceit and addressing the ethical implications of dishonest behavior. To start, let's talk about what lying actually involves. Essentially, lying means intentionally providing false information to deceive others. Lies come in various forms, each with different intents and impacts. For instance, white lies are minor and often harmless, told to avoid hurting someone's feelings or to ease social interactions. A simple example of this would be telling a friend their new haircut looks great, even if you don't actually think so. Then there are deceptive lies, which are meant to mislead others for personal gain or to avoid negative consequences. For instance, a job applicant might exaggerate their qualifications to land a position. Lastly, malicious lies are told with the intent to cause harm or damage to someone. An example here would be spreading false rumors about a colleague to tarnish their reputation. Moving on to the psychological mechanisms involved in lying, we can consider several processes. First, lying demands more cognitive effort than telling the truth because it involves creating and maintaining a false narrative. This increased cognitive load can often lead to detectable signs of deceit. For example, a person might struggle to recall details of a lie because of the mental effort required to keep the story consistent. Another aspect is emotional regulation. Liars frequently experience emotional stress, such as guilt or anxiety, which can manifest in their behavior and expressions. For instance, someone might show nervousness or discomfort when asked to elaborate on a lie. Additionally, self-deception can occur, where individuals convince themselves of their own lies, reducing the psychological discomfort associated with deception. An example of this is a person who repeatedly lies about their financial status and starts to believe their own false claims. Now, let's delve into why people lie in the first place. There are various motivations behind lying. One reason is self-preservation, where individuals lie to protect themselves from harm or punishment. For example, a student might lie about completing an assignment to avoid disciplinary action. Another motivation is gaining an advantage, where lies are used to obtain benefits that would otherwise be unattainable. A person might lie about their experience on a resume to secure a job. Social convenience also plays a role. Sometimes people lie to avoid social awkwardness or to maintain harmony in relationships. Offering a polite but untrue compliment to avoid hurting someone's feelings is a common example. Manipulation is another motivation, where lies are used to influence or control others for personal gain. For instance, a salesperson might provide misleading information to close a deal. To understand lying further, let's look at some psychological theories that explain why people engage in this behavior. The social exchange theory suggests that people lie to maximize rewards and minimize costs in social interactions. For example, someone might lie to avoid confrontation and maintain a positive relationship. Cognitive dissonance theory proposes that lying helps reduce the discomfort experienced when one's actions are inconsistent with their beliefs or values. For instance, a person who values honesty but lies might justify their behavior by convincing themselves it was necessary. The theory of mind indicates that individuals lie based on their understanding of others' beliefs, desires, and intentions, allowing them to tailor their lies more effectively. For example, when lying to a friend, a person may consider how the friend will interpret their false statements. Next, let's discuss how to identify lies. Detecting lies involves observing specific behavioral cues. Look for inconsistencies between verbal statements and nonverbal behavior. For instance, if someone claims they are calm but shows signs of anxiety, like fidgeting, it could indicate deceit. Liars might also overcompensate by providing excessive detail or overly elaborate explanations to appear truthful. An example would be giving an unusually detailed account of a fabricated event to make it seem convincing. Emotional leakage is another clue. Involuntary emotional expressions or reactions that contradict a person's words can be revealing. For instance, someone might smile when discussing a serious topic, indicating discomfort or dishonesty. When it comes to verbal indicators of lying, there are several key cues to watch for. Avoidance is one. People might provide vague or evasive answers to questions. For example, responding with, "I don't remember," when asked for specific details about an event can be a sign of deception. Contradictions are another indicator, where statements conflict with other information or previous statements. An example would be someone claiming they were at a certain location while being seen elsewhere. Changes in speech patterns, such as alterations in rate, tone, or volume when lying, can also be a sign. For example, a person might speak more slowly or hesitantly when fabricating information. Ethical considerations are also important when discussing lying. Understanding the ethics of lying involves considering the moral implications and consequences of deceptive behavior. Lying can damage trust and relationships, leading to long-term negative effects. For instance, repeated dishonesty in a personal relationship can result in estrangement and a loss of trust. On a broader scale, widespread lying can erode societal norms and trust, impacting social cohesion and integrity. Political lies and misinformation, for example, can undermine public trust in institutions and create societal divisions. To foster honesty, it's essential to create environments where transparency and truthfulness are valued. Encourage open communication and honest feedback in both personal and professional settings. For instance, implementing transparent communication practices in the workplace can build trust and collaboration. Modeling integrity by demonstrating honesty and ethical behavior sets a positive example for others. Leaders and role models who exhibit consistent honesty can inspire similar behavior in those around them. In conclusion, the psychology of lying encompasses various motivations, mechanisms, and indicators of deceit. By understanding the psychological processes behind lying and recognizing the signs of deception, individuals can navigate interactions more effectively and maintain integrity. Ethical considerations highlight the importance of promoting honesty and transparency, contributing to healthier relationships and a more trustworthy society. As you explore the complexities of lying, keep its impact in mind and strive to uphold principles of honesty and ethical conduct. Let's dive into the topic of deception, a fascinating yet complex aspect of dark psychology. We're going to explore how deception works, the techniques used to mislead or manipulate, and the psychological principles that underpin these practices. By grasping these concepts, you'll be better equipped to spot deception and devise strategies to handle it effectively. So, first off, let's discuss how misinformation and misleading statements play a role in deception. Misinformation means providing false or misleading information deliberately. This can take various forms. For example, fabrication involves creating entirely false information or stories. Imagine someone inventing a fictional tale about their achievements just to impress others. Another method is selective disclosure, where only part of the truth is shared while critical information is omitted. For instance, a salesperson might highlight all the benefits of a product while downplaying its drawbacks. And then there's ambiguity, offering vague or unclear information that can be interpreted in different ways. Think about someone saying, "I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it," which leaves their actual availability open to interpretation. Now, let's move on to psychological manipulation. This involves influencing others' thoughts and behaviors through deceptive means. One key technique is gaslighting, where someone causes another person to doubt their own perceptions or reality by denying facts or events. For instance, a partner might repeatedly deny saying something that the other person clearly remembers, making them question their own memory. Another technique is mirroring. This is where one subtly mimics someone's behavior, speech, or mannerisms to build rapport and manipulate their responses. Imagine a negotiator mirroring the body language of their counterpart to gain trust and influence their decisions. Anchoring is another tactic, which involves using an initial piece of information to affect subsequent judgments or decisions. For example, presenting a high initial price for a product makes a lower subsequent price seem more attractive. Let's also touch on emotional manipulation. This involves exploiting people's emotions to achieve deceptive goals. Appealing to sympathy is one method, where emotional stories are used to gain sympathy and manipulate decisions. For example, someone might exaggerate a personal crisis to get financial assistance. Playing on fear is another technique, where fear or anxiety is used to coerce someone into a decision or action. Picture a salesperson using scare tactics about a product's safety to pressure a customer into buying it. Similarly, guilt tripping involves making someone feel guilty to influence their actions. An example might be someone saying, "If you really cared about me, you would do this for me," to compel compliance. Moving on to how deception techniques are implemented, let's talk about crafting a deceptive narrative. This involves creating a believable and compelling story. Consistency is crucial. Maintaining a coherent story helps avoid suspicion. For example, a liar needs to ensure their fabricated story stays free from contradictions. Detailing is another important aspect. Adding specific, realistic details makes the deception appear more credible. For instance, adding realistic details about a vacation in a false story makes it more convincing. Preparation also plays a role. Anticipating potential questions or challenges and preparing responses helps maintain the illusion. A person preparing to deceive might rehearse answers to likely questions about their story. Managing deception cues is also essential. This involves controlling verbal and nonverbal signals. Controlling facial expressions helps avoid revealing true emotions. For example, a liar might practice keeping their facial expressions neutral to hide anxiety or guilt. Monitoring body language is crucial too. Being aware of body language cues that might signal deceit, like fidgeting or avoiding eye contact, can be telling. Similarly, regulating voice tone is important. Managing the tone and pitch of one's voice helps avoid sounding tense or hesitant. Practicing a calm, steady tone can help avoid drawing attention to dishonesty. When it comes to countering deception, recognizing deceptive techniques is key. Start by analyzing inconsistencies between verbal statements and nonverbal behavior. For example, someone might say they're confident but show signs of nervousness like fidgeting. Assessing emotional responses can also help. Look for signs of undue stress or discomfort that might indicate deceit. For instance, unusual anxiety when discussing specific details of a story could be a clue. Questioning detail is another approach. Asking for additional details or clarification can test the consistency of the information provided. Requesting specific examples or elaborations can reveal discrepancies. Preventive measures against deception involve promoting transparency. Encouraging open communication and honesty in relationships helps reduce deception. For example, establishing clear communication channels in a team can help build trust and reduce deceit. Building trust is another preventive measure. Fostering trust and mutual respect creates an environment where deception is less likely. For instance, building strong relationships with colleagues through consistent and honest behavior can make a difference. Training and education are also vital. Educating individuals on recognizing and addressing deceptive practices can be highly effective. Providing training for professionals in fields where deception is a concern, like security or negotiation, can help. Ethical considerations are crucial when it comes to deception. Understanding the ethical implications involves recognizing the potential harm deceptive practices can cause to relationships. For instance, using deception in personal relationships can lead to loss of trust and emotional damage. Adhering to legal and moral boundaries is also essential. Ensuring that deceptive practices do not violate laws or ethical standards in professional settings is important. Promoting ethical behavior involves adhering to integrity. Maintaining honesty and integrity in all interactions is key. Practicing transparency and ethical behavior in business dealings helps build trust and credibility. Encouraging accountability also matters. Holding individuals accountable for deceptive actions and promoting a culture of honesty can make a difference. Implementing policies to address and prevent deception in organizational settings can help as well. In conclusion, the practical techniques of deception in dark psychology involve a range of methods used to mislead or manipulate others. By understanding these techniques, you can better recognize and respond to deceptive practices. Remember, ethical considerations emphasize the importance of maintaining integrity and transparency in all interactions. As you explore these techniques, keep their impact in mind and strive to uphold ethical principles in every aspect of life. Detecting lies and deception is an essential skill, particularly when navigating the complex world of dark psychology. In this chapter, we delve into various methods and techniques for spotting deceptive behavior. This includes behavioral cues, psychological indicators, and the use of technological aids. By mastering these detection strategies, you can better shield yourself from manipulation and deceitful practices. First, let's talk about understanding deceptive behavior. One of the most common signs of deception is inconsistencies in stories. When someone is lying, they often struggle to keep their narrative consistent. You might notice discrepancies in details or contradictions, or their story might frequently change. For instance, if a person constantly alters the details of their alibi, it could be a sign they're not being truthful about their whereabouts. Another sign is avoidance of eye contact. Deceptive individuals may shy away from direct eye contact or exhibit unusual eye movements. They might glance away or look down when speaking. For example, if someone consistently avoids eye contact while answering questions, they might be concealing something. Deceivers often provide overly elaborate responses, packing their stories with excessive details. This overload of information can be a tactic to distract from inconsistencies. Imagine someone giving an unusually detailed account of a trivial event. They might be trying to cover up the truth. When it comes to detecting lies, both verbal and nonverbal cues play a role. Verbal cues include hesitations, changes in speech patterns, or nervousness. Frequent use of qualifiers like honestly or to be truthful might also indicate deception. For example, if a person hesitates or uses fillers like and when answering a question, they could be fabricating their response. Nonverbal cues are just as telling. Body language such as fidgeting, shifting posture, or touching the face can reveal discomfort or anxiety linked with deception. If someone continually touches their face or fidgets with their clothing while speaking, it could be a sign they're experiencing stress related to deception. Now, let's move on to techniques for detecting lies. Observational techniques involve closely monitoring behavior and responses to identify signs of deception. Start by establishing a baseline of the individual's normal behavior. Deviations from this baseline during questioning can be a clue. For instance, if someone who usually maintains steady eye contact suddenly starts avoiding it, this change might suggest dishonesty. Consistency checks are also useful. Asking the same question in different ways can help you check for consistency in responses. Inconsistencies are often red flags. You might rephrase questions about an event to see if the answers remain consistent. Another approach is to look for behavioral clusters. Rather than relying on a single sign, observe clusters of cues. Multiple indicators together can strengthen the likelihood of detecting deception. For example, if someone shows both verbal hesitation and nonverbal signs of nervousness, it could be a stronger indication of deception. Psychological techniques offer another layer of detection. Deception requires additional cognitive resources, which can be revealed through cognitive load theory. Techniques that increase cognitive load, such as asking detailed questions or requiring complex responses, can expose inconsistencies. For example, asking someone to recount an event in reverse order can reveal discrepancies. Emotional leakage is another aspect to consider. Observing emotional responses that contradict verbal statements can indicate deception. Genuine emotions are often hard to conceal completely. If someone claims to be happy but shows signs of sadness or frustration, they might be deceiving you. Technological aids can also assist in detecting deception. Polygraph tests, for instance, measure physiological responses like heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate to detect stress associated with lying. A polygraph test might show increased physiological responses when an individual is questioned about a potentially deceptive statement. Voice stress analysis tools assess changes in voice frequency and stress levels to detect deception. Analyzing variations in voice pitch or stress patterns during questioning can provide insights into dishonesty. Facial recognition software is another technological aid that analyzes microexpressions and facial movements. For example, software that identifies involuntary facial expressions linked to emotional responses can help in detecting deception. When applying these techniques in personal relationships, start by building awareness. Develop an understanding of common signs of deception and observe interactions carefully. For instance, in a personal relationship, watch for inconsistencies in stories or changes in behavior that might suggest dishonesty. Effective communication is also crucial. Foster open and honest communication to reduce the likelihood of deception and address concerns directly. Encouraging transparency and honesty in conversations helps build trust and reduce the need for deceptive behavior. In professional settings, detecting deception involves implementing protocols. Establish protocols for evaluating credibility and consistency in professional interactions, such as interviews or negotiations. Using structured interviews and consistency checks can help assess the reliability of candidates or business partners. Training and awareness are also important. Provide training for professionals to recognize and address deceptive practices effectively. Workshops or seminars on detecting deception can be beneficial for staff involved in hiring, security, or negotiation roles. Ethical considerations are vital when dealing with deception detection. It's important to respect privacy and balance the need for detection with individuals' rights. Ensure that detection methods do not infringe on personal privacy or employ invasive techniques without consent. Preventing misuse is another ethical concern. Deception detection tools should be used responsibly and only for legitimate purposes, such as maintaining safety or integrity. Ensure that these tools are not employed for malicious or unethical purposes. Encouraging ethical practices involves transparency. Be open about the use of deception detection methods and ensure individuals are aware of their application. Obtain consent where necessary and establish guidelines and oversight mechanisms to ensure ethical standards are maintained. In conclusion, detecting lies and deception involves a range of techniques, from observing behavioral cues to using technological aids. Understanding and applying these methods can help you identify deceptive practices more effectively and protect yourself from manipulation. Ethical considerations remind us of the importance of balancing detection with respect for privacy and ethical standards. Mastering these techniques enhances personal and professional interactions, fostering trust and integrity. Let's dive into understanding narcissism and the broader spectrum of dark triad personalities, which include Machiavellianism and psychopathy. These components are crucial when studying dark psychology. It's important to grasp these personality traits, as they help us navigate interactions often marked by manipulative and self-serving behaviors. Now, to begin with narcissism, it's characterized by a persistent pattern of grandiosity, a need for admiration, and a lack of empathy. Narcissistic personality disorder, or NPD, involves several core traits. First, grandiosity. This is when someone has an inflated sense of self-importance and sees themselves as superior. For example, if someone constantly boasts about their achievements and expects recognition, they may be displaying grandiosity. Next is the need for admiration. This trait is marked by a constant craving for excessive praise and attention. If a person gets upset or defensive when they're not getting enough admiration, it might be due to their need for admiration. And then, there's the lack of empathy. This means having difficulty recognizing or caring about others' feelings and needs. For instance, if someone ignores a friend's distress and focuses only on their own needs, it shows a lack of empathy. Moving on to how narcissists behave, they often have specific patterns. One key behavior is exploiting others. Narcissists may use people to achieve their own goals, without considering the well-being of those they exploit. Take, for example, a manager who advances their own career at the expense of their employees. This demonstrates exploitation. Another behavior is entitlement. Narcissists often feel they deserve special treatment and react angrily when they don't get it. If someone demands preferential treatment because they believe they deserve it, that's an example of entitlement. Arrogance is also common. Narcissists might look down on others they perceive as inferior. For instance, if someone consistently belittles others and acts superior, they are showing arrogance. Let's now shift to the dark triad. This term refers to a trio of personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. These traits share a common theme of manipulative and self-serving behaviors. To break it down, narcissism, as we discussed, involves grandiosity, a need for admiration, and lack of empathy. Machiavellianism, named after Niccolò Machiavelli, involves manipulativeness and deceit, with a focus on personal gain at the expense of others. For example, someone with Machiavellian traits might use deceitful tactics to achieve their goals without ethical concerns. Then there's psychopathy. This trait is marked by persistent antisocial behavior, a lack of remorse, and egocentricity. Psychopaths might engage in harmful acts without feeling guilt or empathy. For instance, a psychopath might commit unethical acts without any remorse. Now, these traits often interact and overlap. For example, someone high in narcissism might also show Machiavellian tendencies, using charm and manipulation to reach their goals. In a corporate setting, a person with high levels of all three traits might engage in unethical practices to advance their career, exploiting and deceiving others along the way. Understanding the implications of these traits is crucial. In interpersonal relationships, narcissists and those with dark triad traits often create conflict and difficulties due to their self-serving, manipulative behaviors. For instance, a narcissistic partner might dominate conversations and belittle their significant other, leading to an imbalanced and strained relationship. Similarly, a Machiavellian friend might manipulate others for personal gain, causing feelings of betrayal and mistrust. In professional and social environments, the presence of dark triad traits can significantly impact dynamics. Individuals with these traits might engage in unethical practices, affecting workplace culture and productivity. For instance, a Machiavellian coworker might undermine colleagues to advance their own career, creating a toxic work environment. Socially, these traits can foster distrust and conflict. A person with psychopathic tendencies might cause discord through harmful or deceitful actions. So, how do we address these traits? One effective strategy is setting clear boundaries. By establishing limits, we can protect ourselves from manipulation. For example, in a workplace, clearly defined roles and responsibilities can minimize the potential for manipulative behavior. Assertive communication is another key approach. Addressing manipulative or self-serving behaviors directly and assertively can be effective. For instance, speaking directly to a narcissistic colleague can help mitigate their attempts to dominate or exploit. Professional support, such as therapy, can also be beneficial. Therapy can provide tools and strategies for managing relationships with individuals exhibiting these traits. For instance, cognitive behavioral therapy can help individuals develop coping strategies for dealing with manipulative behaviors. Building a support network of trusted friends or colleagues can also offer valuable insights and strategies. It's also important to consider ethical aspects. Respecting individual differences and avoiding stigmatization is crucial. Not every person with narcissistic tendencies will engage in harmful behavior, so it's important to understand the nuances of these traits. Encouraging positive change and self-awareness, rather than focusing solely on negative aspects, is key. Providing constructive feedback can help individuals with narcissistic traits develop healthier behaviors. In conclusion, understanding narcissism and the dark triad, comprising Machiavellianism and psychopathy, is essential for navigating interactions and protecting oneself from manipulative behaviors. By recognizing these traits and their impacts, individuals can develop strategies to manage relationships, foster ethical practices, and promote positive change. Let's dive into the concept of narcissism. This psychological idea encompasses a range of traits and behaviors centered around an excessive focus on oneself. In this discussion, we will explore the specific traits that define narcissism, how these traits manifest, and their impact on relationships and society. Grasping these traits is crucial for identifying narcissistic behaviors and developing strategies to manage or mitigate their effects. To start, let's talk about grandiosity, a hallmark trait of narcissism. Grandiosity involves an inflated sense of self-importance and a belief in one's superiority over others. This trait can show up in several ways. For instance, narcissists often see themselves as exceptional or unique. They might exaggerate their achievements and talents to boost their self-worth. Picture someone constantly bragging about their accomplishments and expecting others to acknowledge their superiority without question. Another way grandiosity manifests is through a strong demand for admiration. Narcissists crave praise and validation from others to maintain their inflated self-image. They might seek excessive attention and become upset or defensive if they don't receive the admiration they feel they deserve. For example, a person with grandiose tendencies may react negatively if they don't get the level of admiration they expect. Now, let's consider how grandiosity impacts relationships. It can create challenges, such as dominating conversations. Narcissists might focus primarily on their own experiences and achievements, showing little interest in others' perspectives. Imagine a social gathering where a narcissistic individual constantly steers the conversation toward their own successes, ignoring others' contributions. Another issue is entitlement. Narcissists may expect special treatment or privileges they believe they deserve. For example, someone with grandiosity might demand preferential treatment in various settings, feeling that their status justifies such expectations. Moving on to the need for admiration, this trait involves an intense desire for validation and praise from others. It's central to narcissistic personality disorder and can manifest in different ways. Narcissists often seek constant reassurance and approval to boost their self-esteem. They might go to great lengths to elicit admiration and recognition. For instance, an individual with a high need for admiration may constantly seek compliments from colleagues or friends. Additionally, narcissists tend to be highly sensitive to criticism. They might react defensively or aggressively when their self-image is challenged. For example, receiving constructive feedback might prompt a narcissistic person to respond with anger or hostility, perceiving it as a threat to their self-worth. This need for admiration can strain relationships in various ways. Narcissists may engage in one-sided interactions, focusing more on receiving praise than reciprocating it. For example, a person with a high need for admiration might engage in conversations primarily to receive compliments, neglecting others' needs and feelings. Furthermore, narcissists might exploit relationships for personal gain, using others to satisfy their need for validation without considering the impact on those individuals. For instance, a narcissistic person might form relationships primarily to gain social status, disregarding their partner's emotional needs. Next, let's discuss the lack of empathy, a defining trait of narcissism. This trait involves an inability or unwillingness to recognize or care about others' feelings and needs. Narcissists might struggle to empathize with others, focusing mainly on their own needs and desires. For example, a narcissistic individual might dismiss or minimize a friend's distress, failing to see the impact of their actions on others. Additionally, narcissists often have a self-centered perspective, prioritizing their own needs over others' well-being. For instance, a person with a lack of empathy might prioritize their own goals while disregarding those around them. The lack of empathy can significantly affect relationships. Narcissists may struggle to form genuine connections with others due to their inability to empathize. For example, a narcissistic person might have superficial relationships that lack emotional depth. Moreover, the lack of empathy can lead to frequent conflicts and misunderstandings. Narcissists may fail to address others' needs and concerns, creating emotional strain. For example, a person with a lack of empathy might create conflicts by dismissing their partner's feelings, leading to dissatisfaction. Moving on to exploitative behavior, this involves using others for personal gain without regard for their well-being. Narcissistic individuals often exhibit this trait. They may exploit relationships and social interactions to achieve their own goals, often without considering the impact on others. For instance, a narcissistic coworker might manipulate colleagues to advance their career, ignoring the ethical implications. Another aspect of exploitative behavior is a lack of reciprocity. Narcissists often fail to reciprocate in relationships, focusing on their own needs without providing support for others. For example, a narcissistic person might take advantage of others' generosity without offering anything in return. Exploitative behavior can have significant consequences for relationships. It can erode trust, as others may feel used or manipulated. For instance, a person who consistently exploits their friends might find their relationships deteriorating due to a lack of trust. Additionally, exploitation can create power imbalances in relationships. In a professional setting, for example, a narcissistic leader might exploit their team for personal advancement, leading to a dysfunctional work environment. Finally, let's explore arrogance, characterized by an overbearing attitude and a sense of superiority. Narcissistic individuals often display arrogance to reinforce their self-image. They might belittle others to elevate their own status. For example, a narcissistic person might criticize or mock others to assert their dominance. Arrogance also involves a dismissive attitude toward others' opinions and contributions. An arrogant individual might disregard others' ideas or feedback, prioritizing their own preferences. Arrogance can create challenges in relationships. It can lead to frequent conflicts, as others may feel disrespected or devalued. For instance, an arrogant partner might create conflicts by dismissing their significant other's opinions, leading to emotional strain. Moreover, arrogance can result in social isolation. Others may distance themselves from individuals who display overbearing behavior. For example, a person with a consistently arrogant attitude might find themselves increasingly isolated from social and professional circles. Now, how can we address these narcissistic traits? Individuals with narcissistic tendencies can benefit from self-awareness and personal growth. Therapeutic interventions, such as cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, can help develop self-awareness and address narcissistic behaviors. For instance, a person with narcissistic tendencies might engage in therapy to tackle patterns of grandiosity and entitlement. Personal development can also play a role. Activities that promote empathy and self-reflection, like volunteering or mindfulness practices, can help mitigate narcissistic traits and improve interpersonal interactions. Managing interactions with narcissistic individuals involves specific strategies. Setting boundaries can protect oneself from manipulative behaviors. For example, in a professional setting, establishing clear boundaries regarding work expectations can help mitigate the impact of narcissistic behavior. Assertive communication is another effective strategy. Communicating assertively about specific behaviors or expectations can help manage narcissistic behaviors and reduce conflicts. In conclusion, understanding narcissistic traits such as grandiosity, the need for admiration, lack of empathy, exploitative behavior, and arrogance is crucial. By recognizing these traits and fostering self-awareness, individuals can work towards healthier relationships and improved interpersonal dynamics. Let's take a closer look at Machiavellianism. Named after the political philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli, this term refers to a personality trait characterized by manipulation, deceit, and a strategic, self-serving approach to achieving one's goals. Now, in the realm of dark psychology, Machiavellianism stands out as a significant aspect of what's known as the dark triad of personality traits, alongside narcissism and psychopathy. So, what we're going to explore here are the characteristics of Machiavellianism, how it manifests, and the impact it has on relationships and society. First, let's talk about defining Machiavellianism. It's primarily characterized by a few key traits. For example, manipulative behavior is one of the core elements. People high in Machiavellianism are really skilled at using manipulation to get what they want. They often employ deceit and cunning strategies to influence others and gain an advantage. For instance, imagine someone who uses flattery and deceit to gain favor with a superior, only to exploit that relationship later for personal gain. Next, we have strategic thinking. Machiavellian individuals are very strategic and pragmatic, often focusing on long-term goals rather than immediate gratification. They plan and scheme to achieve their objectives. For example, a Machiavellian strategist might carefully plan and execute actions designed to undermine a competitor, all while appearing to be cooperative and friendly. And of course, there's a strong focus on self-interest. Individuals with this trait prioritize their own needs and desires over those of others. For instance, in a business setting, a Machiavellian employee might sabotage a colleague's project just to enhance their own chances of promotion, without regard for how it affects others. If we delve into the historical and theoretical background, Machiavellianism draws its name from Niccolò Machiavelli, who was an Italian Renaissance political philosopher best known for his work, The Prince. In his writings, Machiavelli advocated for pragmatic and often ruthless strategies for political leadership, emphasizing the importance of power and control. This is very much reflected in the psychological concept of Machiavellianism, which centers on manipulation and strategic behavior. Now, let's consider how Machiavellianism can manifest in personal relationships. It can show up in various ways, such as through deceptive tactics. People with Machiavellian tendencies might use deception and manipulation to control and influence their partners. For example, in a romantic relationship, a Machiavellian partner might lie about their intentions or feelings to gain their partner's trust or affection, only to exploit that trust later on. Another way Machiavellianism manifests is through the exploitation of vulnerabilities. Those with these traits often exploit others' insecurities or weaknesses to their own advantage. Imagine a scenario where a Machiavellian friend manipulates another's insecurities to get them to perform tasks or fulfill requests, all while maintaining the appearance of friendship and support. In professional settings, Machiavellianism can significantly impact workplace dynamics. A common manifestation is through strategic networking. People with these traits often engage in networking to build alliances and gain influence, using charm and manipulation to forge connections that serve their personal interests. For instance, a Machiavellian employee might form superficial alliances with key decision-makers, only to leverage these connections for their own career advancement. Another common behavior is undermining competitors. Machiavellian individuals might resort to unethical tactics to undermine their colleagues or competitors. This could involve spreading rumors, sabotaging projects, or engaging in other forms of covert aggression. For example, imagine a Machiavellian manager covertly undermining a rival's performance by spreading false information or sabotaging their work to improve their own chances of advancement. If we turn to the psychological theories that explain Machiavellianism, one useful perspective is the social cognitive theory proposed by Albert Bandura. According to this theory, Machiavellian behaviors can develop through observational learning and reinforcement. In other words, individuals may learn manipulative tactics by observing others who achieve success through deceit and manipulation. For example, a person might adopt Machiavellian strategies after observing a mentor or role model who uses similar tactics to gain power or influence. These manipulative behaviors can also be reinforced if they lead to successful outcomes. So, if someone experiences rewards for their manipulative actions, they're likely to continue using these tactics. Think of an employee who gains a promotion through deceitful means. They might be encouraged to keep using similar strategies in future situations. From a personality theory standpoint, like the five-factor model, or Big Five, we see that Machiavellian individuals often score low on agreeableness, reflecting their lack of empathy and tendency to exploit others. For instance, a Machiavellian person might show little regard for others' feelings or needs, focusing solely on their own interests and goals. They may also exhibit high openness to experience, which can contribute to Machiavellian tendencies, as these individuals might be more willing to experiment with manipulative tactics. For example, someone high in openness might be more inclined to use unconventional or deceptive strategies to achieve their objectives. When we look at the impact of Machiavellianism on interpersonal relationships, it's clear that these manipulative and deceitful behaviors can erode trust, leading to conflicts and a breakdown in communication. For instance, a Machiavellian partner who consistently manipulates and deceives may find their relationship deteriorating as trust is eroded over time. And it's not just trust that suffers. People on the receiving end of such manipulation often experience emotional distress, feeling betrayed, confused, or anxious. For example, someone who realizes they've been manipulated by a friend might feel deeply distressed by the extent of the deceit and exploitation. In organizational settings, the impact of Machiavellianism can be just as profound. It can lead to decreased morale, as employees might feel demotivated or undermined by manipulative behaviors. For instance, if there's a Machiavellian leader who uses deceit and manipulation to get ahead, it might create a toxic work environment, causing employee satisfaction and engagement to drop. This toxic atmosphere can also lead to increased turnover rates, as employees may choose to leave rather than stay in an environment marked by hostility or exploitation. So, how can we address Machiavellianism? On a personal level, individuals with Machiavellian traits can benefit from personal development efforts. Developing self-awareness and engaging in self-reflection can help them recognize and address their manipulative behaviors. For example, a Machiavellian individual might work with a therapist to explore the motivations behind their behavior and develop healthier strategies for achieving their goals. Another approach is fostering ethical decision-making skills, which can help individuals align their actions with moral principles and reduce manipulative tendencies. A person with Machiavellian traits might adopt ethical decision-making frameworks to guide their behavior and interactions with others, ensuring that they are more aligned with ethical standards. For organizations, addressing Machiavellianism might involve implementing clear policies and procedures that promote ethical behavior. This can help mitigate the impact of Machiavellian tactics. For example, a company might establish and enforce codes of conduct that specifically address manipulative behavior, promoting transparency and integrity. Additionally, organizations can provide training and awareness programs that focus on ethical behavior and recognizing manipulative tactics. For instance, a workplace training program could include modules on identifying and addressing manipulative behavior, equipping employees with tools to handle such challenges effectively. To sum it up, Machiavellianism, characterized by manipulation, deceit, and strategic self-interest, plays a significant role in dark psychology. By understanding these traits and how they manifest, we can better recognize their impact on both personal and professional relationships. And by addressing Machiavellian tendencies through personal development and organizational strategies, we can work towards fostering healthier interactions and more positive dynamics overall. Alright, let's dive into the topic of the dark triad. Now, when we talk about the dark triad, we're referring to a concept in psychology that highlights three specific personality traits: narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. These traits are often linked by a common thread of self-interest, manipulation, and a general lack of empathy. Understanding these traits and how they interact can be really important when we're trying to identify and deal with problematic behaviors in various situations, whether that's in our personal relationships, at work, or in broader social interactions. Let's start with narcissism. Narcissism is generally about an excessive focus on oneself and an inflated sense of one's own importance. People who are high in narcissism often display some key characteristics. For instance, they might show grandiosity, which means they have an exaggerated sense of their own abilities and achievements. You might see this in a leader who is always seeking admiration and taking credit for the success of the team, often ignoring the contributions of others. Another common trait is a lack of empathy. These individuals often struggle to understand or even care about others' feelings, which might show up in their personal relationships as a disregard for their partner's emotional needs. And then there's the need for admiration, where they constantly seek validation and praise, which can lead to behaviors like boasting or seeking excessive approval, whether at home or in the workplace. To give you a real-world example, think of a manager at a company who takes full credit for a project's success, completely overlooking the hard work of their team members. This kind of behavior can create a toxic work environment and really damage team morale. Next, let's talk about Machiavellianism. This trait is all about manipulative behavior, driven by self-interest and a focus on personal gain. Key aspects of Machiavellianism include manipulativeness, where a person uses deceit to achieve their goals. For example, they might exploit a colleague's weaknesses just to get ahead. There's also a sense of cynicism, where they tend to distrust others' motives, believing that everyone is out for themselves. This can make it hard for them to form genuine relationships or collaborate effectively. Then there's strategic deception, where they carefully plan out deceit to influence others. In a business setting, this might look like spreading false information to undermine a competitor or gain a personal advantage. Imagine, for instance, an employee who secretly spreads rumors about a coworker to create distractions and ultimately secure a promotion for themselves. This is a classic example of Machiavellian behavior in action. Now, moving on to psychopathy, which involves traits like a lack of empathy, impulsivity, and sometimes even antisocial behavior. People with psychopathic traits might exhibit callousness. They simply don't feel remorse or guilt for their harmful actions. For example, they might hurt others without any signs of regret. They can also be highly impulsive, acting without considering the consequences, which often leads to risky or unethical behavior. This might show up in social situations as inappropriate or harmful actions driven by spur-of-the-moment desires. Additionally, they often use superficial charm as a tool for manipulation. So, they might come across as friendly and engaging, but underneath, they have ulterior motives. Consider someone who charms their way into a company, builds trust, and gains access to sensitive information, only to use that information for their personal gain or to cause harm. That's a prime example of psychopathic behavior. Now, it's important to understand that while these traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, can exist on their own, they often interact in complex ways. For instance, a narcissist might use Machiavellian tactics to maintain their self-image and keep receiving admiration. Machiavellians might display psychopathic behaviors when they need to manipulate others more effectively, especially when their usual tactics don't work. And psychopaths might use narcissistic traits to boost their charm and gain trust, while their Machiavellian side helps them exploit that trust. So, when we're looking at the dark triad, it's not just about identifying these traits in isolation but also understanding how they can work together in more complex and potentially harmful ways. This understanding is crucial, especially when we're thinking about practical applications, like how to handle these traits in a workplace or personal relationship. It can help us create strategies to deal with or mitigate the impact of these behaviors, making our interactions more manageable and less stressful. I hope that gives you a clearer picture of the dark triad and its implications. Alright, let's continue exploring the importance of understanding the dark triad traits and why this knowledge is so essential in various aspects of our lives. When it comes to personal relationships, being able to recognize these traits in others can really help you set boundaries and protect yourself from potential manipulation or harm. It's all about being aware and taking steps to ensure that these traits don't negatively impact your personal life. Moving into the workplace, identifying these traits in colleagues or even leaders can be incredibly valuable. It can guide you in managing your interactions more effectively and help you mitigate any negative impacts on the work environment. By understanding these dynamics, you can develop strategies to navigate complex workplace situations better, making the environment healthier and more productive for everyone involved. And if we think about social interactions in general, being aware of these traits can significantly improve how you handle various social situations. It can help you avoid potential conflicts and steer clear of manipulative behaviors, making your interactions smoother and more positive overall. So, to wrap things up, the dark triad traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, cover a range of harmful behaviors and attitudes that can have a significant impact on both personal and professional relationships. By gaining a better understanding of these traits and how they interact, we can all become more adept at recognizing and managing the challenges they bring. This, in turn, leads to healthier interactions and more effective strategies for dealing with manipulative or harmful behaviors. And that's really the key takeaway here. The more we understand these traits, the better equipped we are to protect ourselves and foster healthier relationships in all areas of our lives. Let me know if you need any adjustments or further details on this topic. Alright, let's dive into the topic of dark psychology and how it can play out in relationships. Now, dark psychology refers to various techniques and strategies that people might use to influence or manipulate others, often for their own benefit. In relationships, these tactics can really affect the dynamics, trust, and overall health of the connection. So, it's important to understand how dark psychology works because it helps us recognize and counteract these manipulative behaviors, ultimately leading to healthier interactions. When we talk about dark psychology in relationships, we're looking at the use of manipulative and sometimes deceptive tactics to control or influence another person. This can range from subtle psychological manipulations to more overt coercive actions. Some key aspects to be aware of include manipulation, which involves using deceit or psychological tactics to influence someone's thoughts, feelings, or behaviors. Then there's coercion, which is about applying pressure or threats to force someone into making decisions or taking actions against their will. Lastly, exploitation is all about taking advantage of someone's vulnerabilities or weaknesses for personal gain. Now, let's look at some practical applications of dark psychology in relationships and how we can protect ourselves. First, recognizing manipulative behaviors is crucial. These behaviors often aim to undermine a person's self-confidence and independence. For example, guilt-tripping is a common tactic where someone makes you feel guilty for not meeting their expectations. A partner might use this tactic to coerce you into spending more time with them or fulfilling certain demands. Another manipulative behavior is gaslighting, which involves causing someone to doubt their own perceptions or memory. Imagine a partner insisting that an argument never happened, making the other person question their own recollection. Let me give you a scenario to illustrate this. Picture a partner who repeatedly minimizes their mistakes by claiming that you're overly sensitive or misinterpreting their actions. Over time, this can make you doubt your feelings and question your reality, which is classic gaslighting. Another area to be aware of is identifying coercive tactics. Coercion involves using threats or pressure to get compliance. One common tactic is issuing ultimatums, like forcing someone to choose between two undesirable outcomes. For example, a partner might threaten to end the relationship unless their demands are met. Emotional blackmail is another coercive tactic where someone uses your emotions against you to get what they want. Think of a partner threatening self-harm if you don't comply with their demands. That's emotional blackmail. Here's another example scenario. Imagine a partner who threatens to harm themselves if you don't agree to move in together. This is a clear case of emotional blackmail, where the partner is using threats to manipulate the decision. Now, dealing with exploitation is also an important aspect of protecting yourself in relationships. Exploitation happens when someone takes advantage of another's vulnerabilities. One effective way to manage this is by setting clear boundaries and communicating your personal limits. For example, if a partner is consistently taking advantage of your financial resources, it's crucial to establish boundaries around financial contributions to prevent this behavior. Another strategy is seeking support from friends, family, or professionals to gain perspective and support. And if the exploitation becomes severe, professional counseling or therapy might be necessary. Here's a scenario for this. Imagine one partner continuously asking for money to cover personal expenses without contributing equally to shared financial responsibilities. In such cases, the exploited partner needs to set boundaries regarding financial support and seek external advice to address the issue effectively. Lastly, let's discuss some strategies for protecting yourself against dark psychology tactics in relationships. Educating yourself is key. Learning about common manipulative tactics and recognizing the signs early can make a big difference. This understanding allows you to identify and address these behaviors before they escalate. Open communication is also essential. Maintain open and honest communication with your partner, discussing any concerns or issues directly and assertively to avoid misunderstandings and manipulation. And if manipulation or coercion persists, consider seeking help from a counselor or therapist who can provide guidance and support. For example, if a partner is using manipulative tactics to control the relationship, having an open discussion about the behaviors and seeking couples counseling can help address and resolve these issues in a constructive way. To wrap it all up, the practical applications of dark psychology in relationships highlight the importance of being aware and using proactive strategies to maintain healthy interactions. By recognizing manipulative behaviors, understanding coercive tactics, and protecting ourselves through clear boundaries and communication, we can foster healthier and more respectful relationships. It's all about understanding and addressing dark psychology in relationships to ensure mutual respect and emotional well-being. Alright, so let's dive into the concept of manipulative relationships. You see, these types of relationships are really all about one partner trying to control and influence the other, often in ways that can cause psychological and emotional harm. This dynamic can happen in various types of relationships, whether it's romantic, within a family, or even among friends. What's crucial here is being able to recognize the signs of manipulation early on and taking steps to address it effectively. Now, when we talk about manipulation in relationships, it often involves some pretty subtle and deceptive tactics. These tactics are designed to control or influence the partner's behavior without them even realizing it sometimes. A common one we see is gaslighting, where the manipulative partner makes the other doubt their own perceptions or reality. For instance, they might tell their partner that they're remembering events incorrectly or that they're simply overreacting. Then there's emotional blackmail, which involves threats or demands meant to coerce the partner into doing what the manipulator wants. An example of this would be threatening self-harm if the partner doesn't comply with certain demands. Another tactic is isolation, where the manipulator tries to cut off their partner from their support network, friends, family, making the partner more dependent on them. So, what can be done about this? Let's look at some step-by-step strategies to combat manipulation in relationships. First, it's really important to recognize and document manipulative behavior. You want to look for patterns, such as repeated instances of gaslighting or emotional blackmail. Keeping a journal can be a helpful tool for recording these interactions, as it can provide concrete examples and help you see the bigger picture. Next, establishing boundaries is key. It's all about communicating your limits clearly to the manipulative partner. For example, you might state outright that emotional outbursts or threats are unacceptable. And once those boundaries are set, it's crucial to be consistent in enforcing them. If your partner respects the boundary of not discussing personal matters in public, make sure to acknowledge and reinforce that positive behavior. Another important step is seeking external support. This can involve consulting a therapist, who can help you navigate the challenges of a manipulative relationship and provide coping strategies. Also, don't underestimate the value of building a support network of trusted friends or family members. They can offer perspective, validation, and help reinforce your sense of reality when things get tough. Implementing self-care practices is also vital. Prioritizing your mental health by engaging in activities like meditation, exercise, or even pursuing hobbies can boost your emotional resilience. And focusing on personal growth, setting and achieving your own goals, can help strengthen your self-esteem and sense of independence. Now, if the relationship remains unhealthy, planning an exit strategy might be necessary. This involves evaluating the overall impact of the relationship on your well-being and deciding if it's better to stay or leave. If leaving is the best option, it's wise to develop a safety plan, which could include securing your finances, finding a new place to live, or even seeking legal advice if things are particularly complicated. Let's go through a couple of scenarios to see how these strategies might play out. In one case, we have Sarah, who's in a romantic relationship with Tom. Tom often uses gaslighting to make Sarah doubt her own perceptions, dismissing her concerns by saying she's overly sensitive. Sarah starts documenting these incidents and seeks therapy to understand the manipulation. She sets clear boundaries with Tom, like not allowing him to dismiss her feelings, and begins reconnecting with her support network. Over time, Sarah gains confidence in her perceptions and eventually decides to leave the relationship, with a solid safety plan in place to ensure a smooth transition. In another scenario, we have John, who's dealing with manipulation from his sibling, Lisa. Lisa uses emotional blackmail to get John to take on responsibilities he doesn't want, threatening to sever their relationship if he doesn't comply. Recognizing this pattern, John establishes firm boundaries and refuses to be coerced into commitments. He also seeks support from other family members and engages in self-care practices to maintain his emotional well-being. By confronting Lisa and asserting his boundaries, John is able to reduce the manipulation and improve their relationship dynamics. So, to wrap things up, tackling manipulative relationships really requires a proactive and strategic approach. By recognizing manipulative tactics, setting clear boundaries, seeking support, practicing self-care, and planning an exit strategy if needed, you can effectively protect your emotional and psychological well-being. It's all about taking those concrete steps, documenting behaviors, consistently enforcing boundaries, and seeking professional guidance to navigate these complex dynamics and foster healthier interactions. Alright, let's dive into the topic of emotional blackmail, which is a manipulative tactic where someone uses threats, guilt, or pressure to control another person's behavior. This kind of manipulation often takes advantage of emotional vulnerabilities to get the other person to comply. Some common forms of emotional blackmail you might encounter include threats of self-harm, guilt trips, and intimidation. For instance, the manipulator might threaten to harm themselves if their demands aren't met, make the victim feel responsible for their unhappiness, or use fear and intimidation to pressure them into doing what they want. So, how do we identify emotional blackmail? First, recognize the signs. You might see threats and ultimatums, like the manipulator threatening to end the relationship or harm themselves if they don't get their way. They might use guilt, saying things like, "If you really cared about me, you would do this," making you feel responsible for their feelings or actions. There could also be emotional volatility, such as sudden outbursts or mood swings, which are all classic signs of emotional blackmail. Let's look at a couple of examples to illustrate. Take Jane, whose partner frequently threatens to leave her if she doesn't meet his demands, saying things like, "If you don't do this, I don't know if I can stay in this relationship." Or consider Mark, whose friend makes him feel guilty for not being available all the time, saying, "I thought you were my friend. If you were, you'd be here for me whenever I call." These are clear examples of emotional blackmail in action. Now, let's move on to some strategies for combating emotional blackmail. First, it's crucial to recognize and acknowledge manipulation. Start by identifying patterns. For example, if a partner regularly threatens self-harm to get their way, take note of these behaviors. Acknowledging your feelings is also key. Understand and accept that guilt or fear is part of the manipulation and not a reflection of your worth. Next, it's important to set clear boundaries. You need to communicate your limits directly. For example, you might say, "I cannot continue this conversation if you threaten to harm yourself." Consistently enforcing these boundaries is crucial. If the manipulator continues with their behavior, stick to your boundaries and resist the pressure to give in. Seeking professional support can be incredibly helpful as well. Consulting a therapist can offer you strategies to cope with emotional blackmail and give you a safe space to explore your feelings. Support groups can also be beneficial. They provide validation and advice from others who have faced similar situations, which can help you feel less isolated and more empowered. Don't forget the importance of self-care throughout this process. Engage in self-reflection. Regularly think about your needs and well-being. Activities like journaling or meditation can keep you grounded and focused on yourself. Developing healthy habits, like exercising, pursuing hobbies, and spending time with supportive friends, can also reinforce your emotional resilience. And if you find that the manipulation is too much, you might need to plan an exit strategy. Start by assessing the relationship to determine whether it's healthier to stay or leave. If leaving is the best option, create a safety plan, which might involve financial planning, finding a new place to live, or even seeking legal advice if needed. Let's look at a couple of case scenarios to see how these strategies can play out in real life. In one scenario, Anna is in a relationship where her partner frequently uses emotional blackmail, threatening to end the relationship or harm himself if she doesn't comply. Recognizing the pattern, Anna decides to seek therapy, which helps her address her feelings and develop strategies to manage the manipulation. She sets clear boundaries, such as refusing to engage in conversations where threats are made, which empowers her to handle the situation more effectively. In another scenario, Tom faces emotional blackmail from a family member who uses guilt to manipulate him into taking on responsibilities he doesn't want. This person often says things like, "If you don't help me, you're not a good family member." Tom starts documenting these incidents and discusses them with a therapist, who helps him learn to set boundaries by clearly stating he cannot fulfill certain requests and enforcing these boundaries consistently. This approach helps Tom maintain his mental health and reduces the manipulative behavior from his family member. To wrap things up, addressing emotional blackmail involves recognizing manipulative tactics, setting firm boundaries, seeking professional support, and practicing self-care. By identifying patterns of manipulation, clearly communicating your limits, and developing a plan for managing or exiting the relationship, you can protect your emotional well-being and regain control over your life. Through these practical strategies and real-world examples, you can navigate the complexities of emotional blackmail and work towards fostering healthier, more respectful interactions. Alright, let's talk about gaslighting. Now, gaslighting is a type of psychological manipulation where someone tries to make another person doubt their own perceptions, memories, or reality. It's essentially a form of emotional abuse that's meant to undermine a person's confidence, making them feel as if they're losing touch with reality. The term actually comes from a 1944 film called Gaslight, where a husband uses various tactics to make his wife believe she's going insane. Now, if we dig into the key characteristics of gaslighting, we often see things like denial of facts. The manipulator might deny or dispute events or facts that the victim knows to be true. There's also contradiction, where the manipulator frequently contradicts what the victim remembers or says. Then, there's shifting blame. They often place the blame on the victim for problems that aren't their fault. And this leads to a lot of confusion and self-doubt, making the victim question their sanity or judgment. So, how do we identify gaslighting? Well, one major sign is frequent doubts. The victim often feels confused or unsure about their own memory or perceptions. Then, there are inconsistent stories. Gaslighters tend to change their story to suit their needs, and they might deny previous statements, making the victim question their own recollections. For example, let's say Sarah has a partner who insists she never mentioned an important event they had planned, even though Sarah clearly remembers talking about it. When Sarah brings it up, her partner might say, "You must be imagining things. We never talked about that." Or take Mike's case, where his coworker denies making derogatory comments about him. When Mike confronts this coworker, they say, "You're just being overly sensitive. I never said that." These are classic examples of gaslighting in action. Now, let's move on to some strategies to combat gaslighting, step by step. First, it's important to document everything. Keep detailed records of conversations, incidents, and interactions. This can serve as evidence to counteract the manipulator's claims. For instance, you can keep a journal or use a digital app to note significant events and statements. Save any written communications, like emails or texts, that support your version of events. Next, verifying facts is crucial. Seek independent confirmation whenever possible. For example, if a certain topic was discussed in a meeting, ask a colleague for their recollection. Also, use objective sources to cross-check information, like reviewing meeting minutes or video recordings. Establishing boundaries is another key step. You need to communicate clearly with the manipulator about what behavior is acceptable. For instance, let them know you won't tolerate being contradicted or denied information you know is true. Consistently enforcing these boundaries is important. If the manipulator continues their behavior, calmly restate your boundaries and remove yourself from the situation if necessary. It's also essential to strengthen your self-confidence. Practice self-affirmation exercises to reinforce your sense of reality and self-worth. Positive affirmations, or even just reflecting on your achievements and strengths, can be really helpful. And don't hesitate to seek support. Surround yourself with friends, family, or colleagues who validate your experiences and provide emotional support. Sometimes, professional help is necessary. Consulting a mental health professional can be incredibly beneficial in addressing the emotional impact of gaslighting and developing coping strategies. Therapy can also aid in rebuilding self-esteem and confidence. Additionally, joining support groups where you can share your experiences with others who have faced similar challenges can provide both validation and practical advice. Let's consider a couple of case scenarios to put this into perspective. In a romantic relationship, Lisa finds herself with a partner who frequently denies events and conversations she remembers clearly. For example, her partner insists he never agreed to attend a family event, even though Lisa has evidence of the discussion. Lisa starts documenting their interactions and verifying facts with friends and family. By setting clear boundaries and seeking therapy, she begins to rebuild her confidence and tackle the impact of the gaslighting on her mental health. In a workplace setting, John faces a similar challenge with his supervisor, who regularly denies making promises or issuing instructions that John recalls clearly. This leads to confusion and doubt about his performance. So, John begins keeping detailed records of his interactions with his supervisor and seeks confirmation from his colleagues. By establishing boundaries and seeking professional support, John manages to address the manipulation and improve his work environment. In conclusion, dealing with gaslighting involves recognizing the signs of manipulation, documenting evidence, verifying facts, and setting clear boundaries. Strengthening self-confidence and seeking professional support are also key in managing and counteracting the effects of gaslighting. By employing these practical strategies and learning from real-world examples, individuals can better navigate the complexities of gaslighting and safeguard their mental well-being. Alright, let's dive into understanding power dynamics and office politics in the workplace. You see, power dynamics and office politics are pretty much unavoidable in any work environment. They revolve around the relationships and interactions between people and groups, influencing how decisions are made, how resources are allocated, and how the overall culture of the organization is shaped. Sometimes, these dynamics can get quite dark when manipulation, deceit, or coercion come into play as strategies to gain power or personal advantage. It's really important to recognize these tactics so that we can navigate and counter them effectively. When we talk about power dynamics, we're referring to how power is distributed and exercised within an organization. Office politics, on the other hand, often involves the use of manipulative behaviors and tactics to achieve personal or professional goals, sometimes at the expense of others. And then we have influence and control, which are techniques used to sway others' decisions, behaviors, or perceptions in order to gain an advantage or maintain dominance. Now, let's look at some common tactics you might see in these scenarios. First, there's exploiting hierarchical structures. This is when someone uses their position or authority to sway decisions or manipulate subordinates. For example, think about a senior manager who pushes their own agenda, ignoring fairness or the merits of others' contributions. Then, there's the tactic of creating alliances and factions. This involves forming alliances with key individuals to gain support or undermine others. It often results in factions within the organization, each with its own agenda and power struggles. Another common tactic is undermining competitors. This could be anything from spreading rumors to misrepresenting facts or even sabotaging projects, all to diminish a colleague's credibility or authority, while enhancing one's own standing. And of course, manipulating information is a big one. This involves controlling or distorting information to influence how people perceive situations and make decisions. It might mean withholding crucial data, exaggerating one's own achievements, or shifting blame to others. To give you some examples, let's consider Sarah. Her manager praises her in meetings, making it look like he supports her, but then subtly takes credit for her ideas in private discussions with the higher-ups. This kind of manipulation enhances the manager's reputation while undermining Sarah's chances of recognition and advancement. Another scenario is Tom, a team leader who forms a close alliance with a senior executive, which he uses to gain preferential treatment and resources for his own team. Meanwhile, he undermines the efforts of other teams by spreading negative feedback and misrepresenting their achievements. So, how do we counter these tactics? First, establishing clear communication channels is crucial. Promoting transparency and encouraging open communication within teams can really help in reducing misunderstandings and limiting the effectiveness of manipulative tactics. It's also important to document interactions. Keeping detailed records of important communications and decisions can provide evidence if disputes arise. Building strong professional relationships is another key strategy. Fostering collaboration and team building can create a supportive environment that counters the effects of office politics. Also, seeking mentorship from trusted individuals can offer valuable guidance and support in navigating these complex dynamics. Developing personal resilience is equally important. Enhancing your self-awareness, knowing your strengths, weaknesses, and triggers, can help you recognize when you're being manipulated and respond appropriately. Practicing emotional regulation through techniques like mindfulness can also help you maintain control in stressful situations. It's also beneficial to advocate for fairness and equity in the workplace. Promoting fair practices, supporting transparent decision-making, and reporting unethical behavior can all contribute to a more just work environment. Lastly, cultivating strategic thinking can be a powerful tool. Understanding the power structures in your organization helps you identify key influencers and navigate office politics more effectively. Developing negotiation skills can also enable you to advocate for your interests and find mutually beneficial solutions. To illustrate some of these strategies in action, let's look at a couple of case scenarios. In the first case, we have Julia, who notices that her department manager is favoring one team member's projects while sidelining everyone else's contributions. The manager uses their influence to keep all the visibility and resources focused on their preferred projects. Julia decides to document all project contributions and feedback, presenting this information during reviews and meetings. By doing this, she counters the manager's manipulative tactics and helps ensure a fairer distribution of resources. In another case, David notices that a senior executive is forming exclusive alliances with certain team members, leading to a divided work environment. To counter this, David focuses on fostering collaboration among all team members, promoting inclusivity, and pushing for transparent decision-making processes. His efforts help reduce the impact of these exclusive factions and promote a more balanced workplace. So, in conclusion, navigating power dynamics and office politics effectively requires a multifaceted approach. By fostering transparent communication, building strong professional relationships, developing personal resilience, advocating for fairness, and cultivating strategic thinking, we can counteract manipulative behaviors in the workplace. These strategies, combined with practical insights, can help create a more ethical and equitable work environment, free from the negative impacts of power struggles and political maneuvering. When we talk about manipulative leadership, we're referring to leaders who use deceptive, coercive, or exploitative tactics to control their subordinates and achieve their own goals. Such leaders often put their interests ahead of the team's well-being, creating a toxic environment that can hurt morale, productivity, and trust. To address manipulative leadership effectively, we need to understand the tactics used and develop strategies to protect ourselves while promoting a healthier work environment. Let's dive into some key concepts. Manipulative leadership is all about using deceitful, coercive, or self-serving tactics to control subordinates and reach personal goals. Common tactics include favoritism, emotional manipulation, gaslighting, and strategic misinformation. The impact of these tactics can be severe, leading to decreased job satisfaction, reduced productivity, and high employee turnover. Now, let's look at how to identify these manipulative tactics. One common tactic is favoritism and in-group bias. Manipulative leaders may show preferential treatment to certain employees, creating a divide between those who are favored and those who are not. This can result in unequal opportunities and recognition. Another tactic is emotional manipulation. Leaders might use guilt-tripping, intimidation, or exploit personal insecurities to control their subordinates, which can increase stress and diminish self-esteem. Gaslighting is another tactic where leaders make employees doubt their own perceptions or memories. For instance, a leader might deny making a promise or alter facts to make employees question their recollection of events. Additionally, there's strategic misinformation, where leaders withhold information, distort facts, or provide misleading data to influence decisions and maintain control. This can prevent employees from making informed decisions and foster a climate of distrust. Let's consider a couple of examples. For instance, Mark's manager consistently promotes one team member while ignoring the contributions of others. The manager praises this individual publicly but subtly undermines the efforts of the rest, creating a sense of inequity and resentment. Another example is Laura's supervisor, who uses emotional manipulation by publicly criticizing her work but privately claiming that it's meant to help her improve. This inconsistent behavior leaves Laura questioning her abilities and feeling emotionally vulnerable. So, how can you counteract manipulative leadership? First, developing self-awareness and assertiveness is crucial. Reflect on your own values, strengths, and weaknesses. Understanding your reactions and triggers can help you respond more effectively. Practice assertive communication by expressing your thoughts, feelings, and needs clearly and confidently. This can help you set boundaries and counteract manipulative behaviors. Fostering transparency and accountability is also important. Encourage open and honest communication within the team. Request clarification on decisions and policies to avoid misunderstandings. Additionally, document interactions by keeping detailed records of important conversations and decisions. This can be crucial if disputes or discrepancies arise. Building strong professional relationships can provide support and advice. Cultivate positive relationships with colleagues and mentors who can offer guidance. Regularly seek feedback from trusted colleagues or mentors to gain different perspectives on your performance and interactions with leadership. Practicing emotional resilience is key. Develop coping strategies such as mindfulness, stress management, and relaxation exercises to maintain emotional balance. Focus on self-care by engaging in activities that promote physical and mental health. This will enhance your ability to handle challenging situations more effectively. Advocating for fair practices within your organization is also vital. Support initiatives that promote ethical behavior and transparency. Advocate for fair and equitable treatment of all employees. If you observe manipulative or unethical behavior, report it through appropriate channels. Having mechanisms in place for addressing grievances can help maintain a fair work environment. Let's look at a couple of case scenarios to see these strategies in action. In one case, Rachel notices that her supervisor consistently gives high-profile projects and promotions to a select group of employees while ignoring others who also contribute significantly. Rachel documents her own contributions, seeks feedback from peers and clients, and presents this evidence during performance reviews. By promoting transparency and demonstrating her value, Rachel addresses favoritism and advocates for fair recognition. In another scenario, Alex's manager uses emotional manipulation by publicly criticizing his performance but privately claiming the criticism is meant to help him grow. Alex feels confused and demoralized by this inconsistency. To counter this, Alex seeks feedback from colleagues and mentors to gain a balanced perspective. He also practices assertive communication by addressing his manager's feedback directly and expressing his need for constructive and consistent feedback. This approach helps Alex manage the emotional impact and maintain a sense of control. To wrap up, addressing manipulative leadership requires a proactive and strategic approach. By developing self-awareness, fostering transparency, building strong relationships, practicing emotional resilience, and advocating for fair practices, individuals can navigate and counteract manipulative tactics effectively. The strategies and examples we've discussed offer valuable insights for creating a healthier and more equitable work environment, free from the negative effects of manipulative leadership. Let's talk about workplace bullying and harassment. These issues involve repeated, intentional actions that are harmful, directed at an individual or group within a work environment. These actions can vary from overt aggression to more subtle forms of mistreatment. It's crucial to understand and address these issues to maintain a healthy and productive work environment. Workplace bullying refers to repeated, intentional actions meant to undermine, belittle, or intimidate an employee. On the other hand, harassment involves unwanted and inappropriate behavior based on characteristics such as race, gender, age, or disability, which creates a hostile work environment. Both bullying and harassment can have serious impacts, leading to emotional distress, reduced job satisfaction, decreased productivity, and high employee turnover. Now, let's explore how to identify these behaviors. One common form of workplace bullying is verbal abuse. This includes insults, threats, and derogatory comments aimed at an individual. For example, a manager who consistently belittles a team member in meetings, undermining their contributions and publicly criticizing their work, is engaging in verbal abuse. Another tactic is exclusion and isolation. This involves deliberately excluding someone from meetings, social events, or important information, which can marginalize an individual. Imagine an employee who is consistently left out of crucial meetings and not included in key communications, affecting their ability to perform effectively. Work overload is yet another form of bullying. This means assigning excessive or unreasonable amounts of work to overwhelm or stress the individual. For instance, if an employee is regularly given unrealistic deadlines and an excessive workload, it can lead to high levels of stress and burnout. Cyberbullying is also a significant concern today. This includes using digital platforms to harass or intimidate someone, like sending threatening emails or making derogatory comments on social media. For example, a colleague who sends repeated, aggressive emails criticizing another employee's work is engaging in cyberbullying. When it comes to harassment, sexual harassment is a key issue. This involves unwelcome sexual advances, comments, or conduct that creates an intimidating or hostile environment. For example, if an employee receives inappropriate comments or advances from a coworker, making them feel uncomfortable and unsafe, that's sexual harassment. Discriminatory harassment is another serious concern. This type of harassment is based on race, gender, age, disability, or other protected characteristics. For instance, if an employee is subjected to derogatory remarks and unfair treatment due to their race or gender, that's discriminatory harassment. Then there's retaliatory harassment, which occurs in response to an employee's complaints or actions against discriminatory or unethical practices. For example, if an employee reports harassment and is subsequently subjected to increased hostility or exclusion from their team, that's retaliatory harassment. So, how can we tackle these issues? First, developing a clear anti-bullying and harassment policy is essential. This policy should define what constitutes workplace bullying and harassment, outline acceptable behavior, and provide procedures for reporting and addressing incidents. It's important that all employees are aware of this policy and understand their rights and responsibilities. Training on recognizing and preventing bullying and harassment should be provided. Establishing reporting mechanisms is also crucial. Create confidential and accessible channels for employees to report incidents of bullying or harassment without fear of retaliation. Implement a clear process for investigating reports, which includes gathering evidence, interviewing witnesses, and taking appropriate action based on the findings. Providing training and education is another important step. Offer regular training sessions to educate employees and managers about workplace bullying, harassment, and their impact. Also, train employees in conflict resolution and effective communication skills to address issues before they escalate. Fostering a supportive work environment is key. Promote a culture of respect, inclusivity, and support where all employees feel valued and safe. Provide access to support resources such as counseling services, employee assistance programs, and stress management tools. Encourage open communication by implementing regular feedback mechanisms to gauge employee satisfaction and identify potential issues early. An open-door policy where employees feel comfortable discussing concerns with management can also be very helpful. Taking decisive action is critical. Respond to reports of bullying and harassment promptly and ensure appropriate disciplinary actions are taken against perpetrators. Regularly review and monitor the effectiveness of your anti-bullying and harassment measures and make adjustments as needed. To give you some practical examples, let's look at a couple of case scenarios. In one case, Samantha is frequently subjected to derogatory remarks and harsh criticism from her supervisor. Despite reporting these incidents, the behavior continues. Samantha documents each incident, including dates, times, and details, and submits this to HR. HR then conducts a thorough investigation and takes appropriate disciplinary action. Additionally, the organization revises its anti-bullying policy and provides extra training on respectful communication to all employees. In another scenario, John experiences discriminatory remarks about his ethnicity from a colleague. After trying to address the issue directly with the colleague without success, John reports the harassment to HR through a confidential channel. HR investigates the complaint, gathers evidence, and conducts interviews. The organization then implements sensitivity training for all employees and enforces disciplinary measures against the colleague. John is also provided with additional support resources to help him cope with the situation. In conclusion, addressing workplace bullying and harassment requires a multifaceted approach. By developing clear policies, establishing effective reporting mechanisms, providing training, fostering a supportive environment, and taking decisive action, organizations can prevent and address these issues effectively. The strategies and examples we've discussed offer valuable insights into creating a work environment where respect and professionalism are upheld, allowing individuals to thrive free from the negative impacts of bullying and harassment. Let's dive into the topic of social engineering. Social engineering is all about manipulating people into divulging confidential information or performing actions that benefit the manipulator. Unlike hacking into systems, it exploits human psychology rather than technical vulnerabilities. We'll explore the principles behind social engineering, its various techniques, and how it can be effectively applied or defended against in different contexts. To start, social engineering is essentially the art of persuading or deceiving people into revealing sensitive information or doing things they wouldn't normally do. It relies heavily on psychological manipulation, exploiting triggers such as trust, fear, urgency, and authority. While social engineering can be used for legitimate purposes, like security awareness training, it can also be misused for malicious intent. One of the core principles of social engineering is understanding human psychology. For instance, people are more likely to share information or comply with requests from someone they trust or view as authoritative. Additionally, creating a sense of urgency or fear can push individuals to act quickly without fully assessing the situation. Reciprocity also plays a role. People often feel obligated to return favors or act in response to perceived kindness. Now, let's look at some common social engineering techniques. Phishing is one of the most prevalent methods. This involves sending fraudulent communications, often via email, that seem to come from a trusted source. The goal here is to trick individuals into revealing personal information like passwords or financial details. For example, an email might appear to come from a reputable bank asking recipients to click a link and provide their account details for security verification. Another technique is pretexting. This involves creating a fabricated scenario to obtain information. It often means impersonating someone in a position of authority or crafting a believable story. For instance, a caller might pretend to be from the IT department, asking for login credentials to perform a routine security check. Baiting uses false promises or offers to lure individuals into providing sensitive information or downloading malicious software. An example of this would be a USB drive left in a public place labeled confidential. When plugged into a computer, it could install malware. Tailgating involves gaining unauthorized access to restricted areas by following authorized personnel. This technique relies on exploiting social norms and trust. For example, someone might pretend to be an employee and follow a staff member through a secure door, bypassing security protocols. Impersonation is another technique where someone pretends to be someone else to gain access to information or systems. This could mean mimicking a known contact or authority figure. An example would be an attacker posing as a company's CEO, requesting sensitive information from an employee under the guise of an urgent business need. Moving on to practical applications of social engineering, one key area is security awareness training. Training programs can use social engineering scenarios to educate employees about potential threats and teach them how to recognize and respond to manipulative tactics. For example, simulated phishing exercises where employees receive fake phishing emails can help test their ability to identify and report suspicious communications. Social engineering can also be used to assess organizational vulnerabilities. By simulating attacks, security teams can identify weaknesses in policies, procedures, and employee awareness. For instance, a security consultant might conduct a pretexting exercise to evaluate how well employees handle unsolicited requests for sensitive information. Additionally, social engineering techniques such as tailgating highlight the need for robust physical security measures. Organizations can use these insights to improve access control systems and employee vigilance. For example, implementing stricter access controls, such as requiring identification badges and monitoring entry points, can help prevent unauthorized access. Improving communication protocols is another practical application. By understanding social engineering tactics, organizations can develop and enforce guidelines to prevent unauthorized information disclosure. For instance, establishing procedures for verifying the identity of individuals requesting sensitive information, including callback procedures and secure verification methods, can help enhance security. Let's look at a couple of case scenarios to illustrate these concepts. In the first scenario, an employee receives an email that seems to be from their company's HR department, asking them to update their bank account details for payroll purposes. The email includes a link to a fake website that looks almost identical to the company's legitimate site. Believing the email to be genuine, the employee enters their banking information, which is then used for fraud. The organization responds by implementing more robust email filtering systems and conducting training sessions to help employees recognize phishing attempts. In another scenario, a person calls a company support center pretending to be an executive who has forgotten their login credentials. Using detailed knowledge about the company, the caller convinces the support agent to reset the password, gaining access to confidential company information. The company addresses this by improving its authentication procedures and requiring additional verification steps for password resets. In conclusion, social engineering is a powerful tool that exploits human psychology to achieve various objectives. Understanding its principles and techniques is crucial for both leveraging it effectively and protecting against its misuse. By applying the strategies and examples we've discussed, individuals and organizations can enhance their awareness of social engineering threats and implement measures to safeguard sensitive information and maintain security. Alright, let's talk about social engineering techniques and how they're used to manipulate people into revealing confidential information or gaining unauthorized access to systems or premises. This is an intriguing area where psychology meets security, and it's crucial to understand how these tactics work to better protect ourselves. Social engineering covers a range of tactics designed to deceive and influence individuals. One of the most common methods is phishing. This involves sending fraudulent communications, often via email, that appear to be from a legitimate source. The goal here is to trick people into revealing sensitive information like login credentials, financial details, or personal data. For instance, imagine you receive an email that looks like it's from your company's IT department. The email might ask you to click a link and update your login credentials. The link, however, leads to a fake login page designed to capture your credentials. Moving on, we have spear phishing. This is a more targeted form of phishing where the attacker customizes their message for a specific individual or organization. They gather detailed information about their target to create a highly personalized and convincing attack. For example, an attacker might send a carefully crafted email to a company's HR manager, pretending to be a colleague from the finance department. The email could request sensitive financial information for an urgent audit. Next up is vishing, or voice phishing. This technique involves using phone calls to manipulate individuals into providing confidential information. The attacker often pretends to be a trusted authority figure or creates a sense of urgency. Picture this: an attacker calls you claiming to be from your bank's fraud department. They inform you about suspicious activity on your account and ask for personal information to verify your identity. Another tactic is pretexting. This involves creating a fabricated scenario to obtain information. The attacker uses a convincing story to gain your trust and elicit the desired information. For instance, they might pretend to be a researcher conducting a survey for a reputable organization and ask for personal information under the guise of a confidential survey. Then we have baiting, which uses something enticing to lure individuals into a trap. This could be physical, like leaving a malicious USB drive in a public place, or digital, like offering free software that contains malware. Imagine finding a USB drive labeled confidential and plugging it into your computer. It could install malicious software that compromises your system. Tailgating is another technique where the attacker gains unauthorized access to restricted areas by following authorized personnel. They exploit trust and social norms rather than technical security measures. For example, someone might dress as a maintenance worker and follow an employee into a secure office building, bypassing security protocols. Lastly, there's impersonation. This involves pretending to be someone else to gain access to information or systems. The attacker might mimic a known contact, authority figure, or service provider. For instance, they could call a company's IT department, pretending to be an executive who has forgotten their password. They provide enough convincing details to get IT staff to reset the password and grant access to sensitive systems. Let's discuss some practical applications of these techniques. First, organizations can use social engineering in simulated attacks to enhance security awareness. For example, a company might conduct a phishing simulation where employees receive fake phishing emails. The results are reviewed, and employees receive feedback and training on how to identify and avoid phishing scams. Social engineering can also help assess organizational vulnerabilities. By simulating attacks, organizations can uncover weaknesses in their security posture, procedures, and employee training. For instance, a security consultant might perform pretexting exercises to test how well employees handle unsolicited requests for sensitive information. The findings can then be used to improve security protocols and training. Strengthening physical security is another key application. Understanding techniques like tailgating highlights the importance of robust physical security measures. Organizations might install access control systems requiring biometric authentication and train employees to challenge unknown individuals who try to follow them into secure areas. In conclusion, social engineering exploits human psychology to manipulate individuals and gain unauthorized access. By understanding these techniques and their practical applications, both individuals and organizations can better protect themselves against social engineering attacks. Effective training programs, vulnerability assessments, and strengthened security measures are crucial in mitigating these risks. Let's dive into cybersecurity and how it intersects with dark psychology. Cybersecurity is all about safeguarding our digital systems, networks, and data from unauthorized access, attacks, and damage. But what if I told you that understanding human behavior and manipulation plays a crucial role in these threats? That's where dark psychology comes into play. In this discussion, we'll explore how these manipulative techniques are used to exploit human vulnerabilities and what strategies we can adopt to defend against them. First, let's talk about social engineering, a major concern in the realm of cybersecurity. Unlike technical vulnerabilities, social engineering preys on human psychology. Attackers use psychological manipulation to trick people into revealing confidential information or taking actions that compromise security. For instance, cybercriminals might employ tactics such as phishing, pretexting, or baiting. Imagine receiving an email that looks like it's from a trusted service, asking you to click a link and enter your login credentials. That link actually leads to a fake website designed to capture your username and password. Now, shifting to psychological manipulation in cyber attacks. Attackers often create a sense of urgency, fear, or trust to influence their target's behavior. This tactic can be used to execute various forms of cyber attacks. For example, during a ransomware attack, the attacker encrypts the victim's data and demands a ransom for its release. They send a threatening message, stressing the urgency of paying the ransom to avoid permanent data loss. Let's also touch on cognitive biases and decision-making. Cybercriminals exploit cognitive biases, those systematic patterns of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment, to influence decisions. Common biases include the urgency bias, which makes us prioritize immediate needs over long-term consequences, authority bias, where we trust figures perceived as authoritative, and reciprocity bias, where we feel obliged to return favors. For instance, an attacker might impersonate a high-ranking official to request confidential information, and the authority bias makes the target comply without questioning. When it comes to defending against these dark psychology techniques, there are several strategies we can implement. One crucial step is enhancing security awareness training. Regular training sessions that include real-world examples, interactive exercises, and simulations of social engineering attacks can help employees recognize and respond to these threats. For example, conducting quarterly phishing simulations where employees receive fake phishing emails can provide valuable feedback and training. Strengthening authentication access controls is another effective measure. By implementing multi-factor authentication, MFA, we add an extra layer of security that makes it harder for attackers to gain unauthorized access, even if they obtain login credentials. For instance, requiring employees to use both a password and a biometric scan to access sensitive systems can significantly reduce the risk of unauthorized access. Keeping systems and software up to date is also vital. Regular updates and patches help protect against known vulnerabilities that attackers might exploit. Establishing a routine for monitoring and applying updates ensures that all systems, including operating systems, applications, and security tools, remain current. An automated patch management system that regularly checks for and installs updates can minimize the window of opportunity for attackers. Additionally, enhancing incident response and reporting is crucial. Having an effective incident response plan allows organizations to quickly address and mitigate the effects of a cyber attack. Clear reporting procedures help identify and respond to potential social engineering attacks in a timely manner. For example, creating a dedicated security team and establishing a clear process for reporting suspicious activities can improve the organization's response to threats. To illustrate these points, consider the case studies of the Target data breach and the Sony PlayStation Network outage. In 2013, attackers used social engineering to gain access to Target's network through a third-party vendor, leading to the theft of credit card information from millions of customers. This case underscores the importance of securing not just internal systems but also the networks of third-party vendors. Similarly, in 2011, Sony's PlayStation Network was breached through a combination of social engineering and technical exploitation, exposing personal information for millions of users. This incident highlights the need for comprehensive security measures that address both technical and human factors. In conclusion, dark psychology significantly impacts cybersecurity, as attackers use psychological manipulation to exploit human weaknesses and gain unauthorized access. By understanding these techniques and implementing effective defenses, such as robust training, strong authentication, regular updates, and a solid incident response plan, individuals and organizations can better protect themselves in the digital realm. Let's dive into how dark psychology impacts sales and marketing. Dark psychology involves using psychological principles to manipulate or influence others for the benefit of the manipulator, often at the expense of those being manipulated. In the world of sales and marketing, these techniques are employed to craft persuasive strategies that drive consumer behavior. By understanding how these techniques work, professionals can develop more effective campaigns while also staying mindful of ethical boundaries. To start with, dark psychology techniques often target specific aspects of consumer behavior by leveraging psychological insights to influence purchasing decisions. One key principle is scarcity, which creates a sense of urgency or limited availability to encourage quick decisions. For example, a marketing campaign might highlight that a product is in limited stock to create urgency. Another principle is social proof, where testimonials, reviews, or endorsements are used to build trust and influence buying decisions. Also, reciprocity involves offering something of value to induce a sense of obligation in the consumer. For instance, offering a free sample alongside showcasing customer testimonials can enhance credibility and boost purchases. Moving on to manipulative marketing techniques, there are several strategies that exploit dark psychology principles to persuade consumers. Emotional appeals, for instance, leverage emotions like fear, happiness, or nostalgia to influence decisions. Anchoring is another tactic where a high initial price makes subsequent discounts seem more attractive. Framing involves presenting information in a way that influences perception and decision-making. For example, an ad for a luxury car might use emotional appeals by showcasing successful individuals enjoying the car, framing it as a symbol of success and status. When it comes to designing persuasive sales pitches, applying dark psychology principles can be highly effective. Personalization is crucial, tailoring the pitch to address the specific needs and desires of the target individual. Storytelling is another powerful tool, using compelling narratives to create an emotional connection and highlight the value of the product or service. Scarcity tactics, such as limited time offers or exclusive deals, can also create a sense of urgency. For instance, a salesperson might address a customer's specific pain points, share a story about how the product has transformed lives, and include a limited time discount to encourage immediate action. In advertising, psychological triggers play a significant role in influencing consumer behavior. Fear of missing out, FOMO, creates a sense of urgency that the consumer will miss out on a valuable opportunity. Authority involves featuring endorsements from experts or celebrities to build credibility and influence decisions. Commitment and consistency encourage small commitments that increase the likelihood of larger purchases later. For example, an ad for a fitness program might use FOMO by promoting a limited-time offer for early sign-ups, feature endorsements from fitness experts, and encourage viewers to sign up for a free trial to build commitment. When it comes to practical applications in marketing, creating compelling content is key. Content marketing strategies often leverage dark psychology principles to engage and persuade audiences. Effective content includes emotional engagement, using persuasive language to influence perceptions and actions, and social proof to build trust and credibility. For instance, a blog post about achieving work-life balance might use emotional language to connect with readers' frustrations and aspirations, and include testimonials from individuals who have successfully achieved balance using the featured strategies. Analyzing consumer data is another important aspect. It helps identify patterns and preferences that can be used to tailor marketing strategies. Behavioral analysis involves examining consumer behavior data to understand preferences, buying patterns, and triggers. Segmentation involves dividing the audience based on psychological profiles and tailoring marketing efforts accordingly. Feedback and adaptation are crucial for refining marketing strategies to better align with consumer needs and behaviors. For example, data analysis might reveal that consumers respond more positively to personalized offers and limited-time promotions, informing future campaigns to enhance effectiveness. Of course, it's essential to consider the ethical implications when using dark psychology techniques. Ensuring transparency is crucial. Marketing practices should be clear and not deceive or manipulate consumers. Respect for consumer autonomy means allowing individuals to make informed decisions without undue pressure. Avoiding harm is also important. Techniques should not cause emotional distress or exploitation. For example, a company using emotional appeals in its advertising should avoid exploiting vulnerable individuals or creating unnecessary fear. Instead, the goal should be to create a genuine connection and provide real value. To illustrate these points, consider Apple's marketing strategy. Apple effectively uses dark psychology principles like scarcity and social proof. By limiting the availability of new products and using high-profile endorsements, Apple creates anticipation and drives sales. This approach demonstrates how these principles can be applied to build a strong brand and influence consumer behavior. Another example is the "as seen on TV" product campaigns. These campaigns often use dark psychology techniques to create a sense of legitimacy and urgency. By featuring testimonials and limited-time offers, they persuade consumers to make purchases. The success of these campaigns highlights how psychological triggers like social proof and scarcity can influence buying decisions. In conclusion, dark psychology techniques are powerful tools in sales and marketing, shaping consumer behavior in significant ways. By understanding and applying these principles ethically, professionals can create compelling campaigns that resonate with audiences and drive successful outcomes. Balancing effectiveness with ethical considerations ensures that marketing practices respect consumer autonomy and build trust. Let's explore the world of manipulative advertising techniques. These techniques involve using psychological principles to subtly influence consumer behavior in powerful ways. They often play on cognitive biases, emotional responses, and social influences to achieve desired outcomes. While these methods can be quite effective, it's essential to be mindful of their ethical implications and use them responsibly to avoid exploiting or deceiving consumers. One major technique is creating a sense of scarcity and urgency. Scarcity works by making a product seem limited in availability, which increases its perceived value and encourages immediate action. When combined with urgency, stressing that the opportunity is fleeting, the effect is amplified. For example, you might see phrases like "only 3 left in stock" or "sale ends in 24 hours" on e-commerce sites. This strategy pushes consumers to act quickly to avoid missing out. However, it's important to ensure that the scarcity is genuine. Misleading consumers with false claims can damage your brand's credibility and lead to dissatisfaction. Another powerful technique is social proof. This method leverages the behavior of others to influence individuals. When people see that others have purchased or endorsed a product, it can enhance the product's perceived value and increase the likelihood of a purchase. Testimonials, reviews, and celebrity endorsements are common forms of social proof. For instance, a beauty product ad featuring a well-known actress can persuade consumers to believe in the product's effectiveness. Incorporating authentic testimonials and endorsements into your campaigns can build credibility, but it's crucial to avoid fake reviews or misleading endorsements, as these can lead to negative outcomes. Emotional appeals are another significant technique. These target consumers' feelings to create a connection with the product. By evoking emotions like happiness, fear, or nostalgia, advertisers can influence purchasing decisions. For example, a charity ad showing heartwarming images of children in need uses emotional appeals to encourage donations. Similarly, an ad for a family vacation package might evoke nostalgia by featuring happy family moments. When crafting such ads, make sure that the emotional appeals are genuine and align with your brand's values. Manipulating emotions to exploit vulnerabilities can damage your brand's reputation. Anchoring and decoy pricing are techniques that involve setting reference points to influence perceptions of value. Anchoring involves setting a high initial price to make subsequent discounts seem more attractive. Decoy pricing introduces a third option to make other choices appear better. For example, a restaurant menu might list an expensive item as an anchor, making the next highest price seem more reasonable. Similarly, a product priced at $199 might be paired with a decoy option at $299 to make the $199 option look like a better deal. While these strategies can guide consumer choices, it's important to ensure that your pricing is transparent and not misleading. Deceptive practices can lead to customer dissatisfaction and mistrust. Subliminal messaging involves embedding hidden or subtle cues within advertising content that aim to influence the subconscious mind without the consumer's awareness. For instance, an advertisement for a beverage might include subtle images of the product's logo or brand colors in the background, reinforcing brand recognition on a subconscious level. While subliminal messaging can be intriguing, its effectiveness is debated and raises ethical concerns. It's often better to focus on clear and transparent messaging to build trust with consumers. Reciprocity is based on the principle that people feel obligated to return favors. In advertising, offering something for free can create a sense of obligation to purchase. For example, providing a free sample or a complimentary trial can lead to increased sales as consumers may feel compelled to reciprocate by making a purchase. When using reciprocity, ensure that the offer is valuable and aligns with your brand's values without misleading consumers about the product's benefits. Now, let's discuss some ethical considerations. Transparency is crucial. Ensure that all advertising techniques are clear and do not deceive or mislead consumers. Transparency builds trust and fosters positive relationships with your audience. Avoid using manipulative techniques that exploit consumers' vulnerabilities or emotional weaknesses. Ethical advertising respects consumer autonomy and promotes honest and fair practices. Also, if you're using scarcity or urgency, make sure these claims are genuine. False advertising or misleading offers can harm your brand's reputation and lead to legal repercussions. To illustrate these points, consider Coca-Cola's Share a Coke campaign. This campaign replaced the brand's logo with popular names on bottles, creating a sense of personalization and connection. By tapping into consumers' desire to share experiences with others, Coca-Cola effectively used personalization and social proof to boost engagement and sales. Another example is the limited-time offer seen on fast food menus. Promotions like buy one, get one free or limited-time menu item are designed to create urgency. While these techniques leverage scarcity and urgency to drive quick decisions, it's essential for brands to ensure that such offers are genuine to maintain consumer trust. In conclusion, manipulative advertising techniques rooted in dark psychology can be powerful tools for influencing consumer behavior. By understanding and applying these techniques effectively, marketers can create compelling campaigns that drive engagement and sales. However, it's important to balance effectiveness with ethical practices, ensuring that these techniques are used responsibly and do not exploit or deceive consumers. This balance fosters long-term trust and positive relationships with your audience. Let's delve into the fascinating topic of consumer behavior. When we talk about consumer behavior, we're referring to the actions and decision-making processes individuals go through when buying goods and services. It involves various psychological factors that shape how consumers perceive, evaluate, and choose products. Understanding these behaviors is crucial for crafting effective marketing strategies and creating products that truly meet consumer needs. First up, motivation and needs. Motivation is a powerful driver behind consumer behavior. It's all about fulfilling needs and desires. According to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, motivation can range from meeting basic physiological needs to pursuing self-actualization. For example, someone might buy a luxury car to fulfill esteem needs, seeking recognition and status, whereas another person might opt for a basic car simply to meet their need for transportation. To make the most of this insight, tailor your marketing messages to address specific needs and motivations. Ads for high-end products could highlight prestige and status, while ads for essential items might focus on practicality and value. Next, let's talk about perception. Perception is how consumers interpret and make sense of sensory information. This includes factors like brand image, packaging, and advertising, which influence how consumers view a product's value. For instance, the perception of a high-end brand can be enhanced through premium packaging and advertising that emphasize quality and exclusivity. To leverage this, use strategic packaging and branding to create a positive perception of your product. Make sure your marketing messages align with the brand image you want to project to reinforce consumer expectations. Attitudes and beliefs also play a significant role. They shape consumer preferences and purchasing decisions. Positive attitudes toward a brand or product can drive sales, while negative attitudes might deter consumers. For example, individuals who strongly believe in environmental sustainability might prefer products with eco-friendly certifications and avoid brands with poor environmental records. To align with these attitudes and beliefs, develop marketing strategies that resonate with your target audience's values. Highlight attributes that match their beliefs to foster positive attitudes and encourage purchases. Social influences are another key factor. These include family, friends, and social groups, all of which affect consumer decisions. Social proof and peer recommendations are powerful in shaping perceptions and choices. For example, a consumer might choose a particular smartphone based on friends' recommendations or positive reviews on social media. To harness social influence, feature testimonials, reviews, and endorsements from credible sources in your marketing campaigns. Encourage satisfied customers to share their experiences to influence others positively. Cognitive biases are systematic patterns of deviation from norm or rationality in judgment, and they can significantly impact consumer decisions and perceptions. For instance, the anchoring bias occurs when consumers place too much importance on the first piece of information they receive. Seeing a high initial price can make a subsequent discount seem more attractive, even if the discount isn't substantial. To utilize cognitive biases, design your pricing strategies and promotions with this in mind. For example, setting a high reference price can make a discount appear more appealing. Moving on to practical applications in marketing, let's start with segmentation and targeting. Market segmentation involves dividing the market into distinct groups of consumers with similar needs or characteristics. Targeting involves developing tailored strategies for each segment. For instance, a company might segment its market based on factors like age, income, or lifestyle. Marketing campaigns for luxury goods might target high-income consumers, while campaigns for budget-friendly products might focus on value-conscious buyers. Conducting market research to identify key segments and developing targeted strategies is essential. The consumer decision-making process is another crucial area. It includes stages such as problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, and post-purchase behavior. For example, a consumer who needs a new laptop will first recognize the need, search for information, compare different models, make a purchase decision, and then evaluate the laptop's performance after buying it. Develop marketing strategies that address each stage of this process. Provide clear information, highlight product benefits, and offer support to facilitate the purchase decision. Branding and positioning are also vital. Branding involves creating a unique identity and image for a product or company, while positioning is about how a brand is perceived relative to competitors. For instance, Apple's branding emphasizes innovation, design, and premium quality, and its positioning as a leading technology company helps differentiate it from competitors. To create a strong brand identity, use elements like logos, slogans, and messaging to reinforce the desired brand image and stand out from the competition. Customer experience and satisfaction are key to building long-term success. Customer experience covers all interactions a consumer has with a brand, from pre-purchase to post-purchase, while satisfaction measures how well a product or service meets or exceeds expectations. For example, a retailer offering excellent customer service, easy returns, and a seamless shopping experience is likely to achieve higher customer satisfaction and repeat business. Focus on enhancing the customer experience by providing exceptional service, addressing feedback, and continually improving your product offerings. Let's look at a couple of case studies to see these principles in action. Take Starbucks, for instance. Their customer experience strategy is all about providing a premium coffee experience with personalized service and a comfortable store environment. This focus has helped Starbucks build strong brand loyalty and establish a unique market position. Another example is Amazon's use of cognitive biases. Amazon employs tactics like scarcity and social proof in its marketing strategies, such as bestseller labels and limited-time offers. These strategies effectively leverage psychological principles to boost perceived value and urgency. In conclusion, understanding consumer behavior is crucial for developing effective marketing strategies and creating products that resonate with your target audience. By applying psychological principles and addressing key factors like motivation, perception, and social influences, you can influence consumer decisions and drive business success. Implementing these insights and learning from case studies will enhance your marketing efforts and lead to more informed, strategic decision-making. Let's dive into the fascinating world of persuasion in sales. Persuasion, when it comes to sales, is all about influencing potential customers to make a purchase decision. This involves using psychological principles and techniques that not only boost sales but also help in building lasting relationships with customers. The key here is to understand their needs, desires, and concerns. To start, let's talk about the principle of reciprocity. This principle is based on the idea that people feel a strong urge to return favors or concessions. In the context of sales, you can use this by offering something valuable to the customer first. For instance, providing a free sample or a discount can make customers feel obligated to reciprocate by making a purchase. So, if a company offers a free trial of their software, customers might feel more inclined to subscribe after experiencing its benefits. Moving on, let's discuss commitment and consistency. Once someone makes a commitment, they're likely to stick with it. In sales, you can leverage this by getting customers to make small commitments first, which can lead to larger purchases later. For example, if a customer agrees to receive a newsletter, they're more likely to make a purchase, especially if the newsletter includes personalized offers. This technique could involve offering a small, low-cost product that could lead to an upsell of a more expensive item. Now, let's touch on social proof. This principle involves using the behavior and opinions of others to influence individual decisions. People often look to others for guidance, particularly in uncertain situations. Showcasing customer reviews, testimonials, and case studies can significantly sway potential buyers. By highlighting positive feedback and endorsements from credible sources, you can build trust and encourage new customers to make a purchase. Next up is the principle of authority. People tend to follow advice from those they see as experts or authoritative figures. Establishing yourself or your brand as an authority in your field can greatly impact your persuasive efforts. For example, a salesperson with extensive knowledge about a product can reassure customers and guide their decisions. Positioning your brand as an expert through expert content and authoritative endorsements can build trust and influence customer choices. Scarcity is another powerful principle. Creating a sense of urgency by emphasizing the limited availability of a product or offer can motivate customers to act quickly. For example, limited time offers or stock alerts can drive quicker purchasing decisions. Implementing scarcity tactics such as countdown timers or low stock notifications can help create that sense of urgency. Now, let's delve into some practical techniques of dark psychology persuasion in sales. First, framing. Framing involves presenting information in a way that influences perception and decision-making. For instance, presenting a product's price as a discounted rate compared to the regular price can make it seem more attractive. Using framing techniques to highlight benefits and value can make your offer stand out. Another technique is anchoring. This principle involves using an initial piece of information as a reference point for decisions. By setting a high reference price, subsequent offers can seem more attractive. For example, displaying a high-priced option alongside a more affordable one can make the latter appear as a better deal. Implementing tiered pricing options can help with this. Persuasive language is also crucial. The choice of words and language can significantly impact the effectiveness of a sales pitch. Using phrases like limited time offer, exclusive deal, and act now can create a sense of urgency and exclusivity. Craft your sales messaging to include persuasive language that appeals to emotions and encourages immediate action. Emotional appeals tap into customers' emotions to influence their decisions. Emotions such as fear, joy, and excitement can drive purchasing behavior. For instance, advertising campaigns that evoke happiness or relief can motivate customers to make a purchase. Highlight how your product or service can fulfill emotional needs or desires. Let's look at a couple of case studies to see these principles in action. Apple, for instance, is known for its effective use of scarcity, social proof, and authority in product launches. By limiting initial stock and showcasing positive reviews, Apple creates buzz and urgency, driving high demand for its products. Another interesting technique is the door-in-the-face method. This involves making a large request likely to be rejected, followed by a smaller, more reasonable request. The smaller request then seems like a concession and is more likely to be accepted. This technique leverages reciprocity and commitment to persuade customers to agree to the smaller request. In conclusion, dark psychology in sales is about using psychological principles to influence customer decisions and drive sales. By applying techniques like reciprocity, commitment, social proof, and scarcity, you can craft compelling offers that resonate with customers. Mastering these strategies requires a deep understanding of consumer psychology and the ability to create persuasive messages that align with customer needs and desires. Let's explore the role of social media in the realm of dark psychology. Social media has become an integral part of our lives, offering unparalleled opportunities for connection and self-expression. However, it also brings unique challenges and opportunities when it comes to applying dark psychology principles. Today, we'll delve into how social media can influence and manipulate individuals, examining the psychological mechanisms at play and uncovering the strategies used. To begin, consider how social media amplifies the concept of social proof and conformity. Social media platforms showcase user-generated content like likes, shares, and comments. This visibility of others' behaviors and opinions can significantly impact individual decisions and actions. For example, influencers and celebrities with large followings can sway public opinion and consumer behavior just by endorsing products or sharing certain lifestyles. The high engagement and visible approval from others create a bandwagon effect, leading more users to adopt similar behaviors or attitudes. To leverage this, businesses can use social proof by featuring user testimonials, positive reviews, and endorsements from credible figures to build trust and influence others. Now, let's talk about the fear of missing out, or FOMO. Social media often portrays an idealized version of reality, showcasing exciting events, luxurious lifestyles, and social gatherings. This portrayal can trigger FOMO, driving individuals to engage in certain behaviors or make purchases to avoid feeling left out. For instance, limited-time offers, exclusive content, and special events promoted on social media can create a sense of urgency, encouraging users to act quickly. To capitalize on this effect, create and promote exclusive content and time-limited offers, highlighting what users might miss out on if they don't act promptly. Next, social media allows users to curate and present their identities to the world. This self-presentation can be influenced by social comparison, where individuals strive to meet or exceed the standards set by others in their networks. For example, users might feel pressure to present a perfect image or lifestyle, leading them to make decisions based on how they believe others will view them. Marketers and influencers can tap into this by framing products or services in a way that enhances users' self-image or aligns with their desired identity. When it comes to dark psychology techniques on social media, manipulative advertising is a key area. Dark psychology can be employed to manipulate users into making decisions based on emotional triggers and psychological biases. For example, ads that use emotional appeals, such as fear, guilt, or excitement, can be highly effective in driving engagement and conversions. A campaign highlighting the risk of missing out on a limited-time offer can create a sense of urgency and prompt quick action. To use this technique, design advertising campaigns that leverage emotional triggers and psychological biases, crafting messages that appeal to users' fears, desires, or insecurities. Another technique involves echo chambers and filter bubbles. Social media algorithms often create these by showing users content that aligns with their existing beliefs and preferences. This can reinforce biases and limit exposure to diverse perspectives. For instance, users might be exposed primarily to content that supports their views, leading to increased polarization and confirmation bias. This selective exposure can be exploited to reinforce certain messages or ideologies. When seeking to influence opinions, tailor your messages to align with the existing beliefs and preferences of your target audience to maximize impact. Emotional contagion is another principle worth noting. It occurs when individuals catch the emotions expressed by others. Social media can amplify emotional responses by rapidly spreading content that evokes strong emotions. For example, viral posts or videos that provoke emotions like anger, joy, or sadness can quickly influence users' feelings and behaviors. To harness this, create content that elicits strong emotional responses, increasing the likelihood of it being shared and engaging users on a deeper level. Let's look at a couple of case studies to see these principles in action. The Ice Bucket Challenge is a prime example. This viral phenomenon involved individuals pouring buckets of ice water over themselves to raise awareness for ALS, encouraging others to do the same. It leveraged social proof, FOMO, and identity presentation, with participants showcasing their involvement publicly, which inspired others to join in and donate. Another case is the Cambridge Analytica scandal. This scandal revealed how data harvested from social media platforms was used to influence voter behavior in political campaigns. By utilizing psychological profiling, personalized messages were crafted to target and manipulate voters. This example highlights the potential for dark psychology techniques to be employed in political and social contexts, raising important ethical considerations. As we wrap up, it's crucial to consider the ethical implications of using dark psychology techniques. While these strategies can be powerful, manipulating individuals without their awareness or consent can have negative consequences. Balancing persuasive tactics with ethical considerations is essential to ensure influence is used responsibly and respectfully. Encouraging self-awareness and critical thinking is also vital. Users should be educated about psychological mechanisms and manipulative tactics to make informed decisions and protect themselves from undue influence. In summary, social media has reshaped the landscape of influence and persuasion, offering new ways to apply dark psychology principles. By understanding the psychological mechanisms and techniques used to manipulate behavior, individuals and organizations can navigate social media more effectively. Emphasizing ethical considerations and fostering self-awareness will help ensure that influence is exercised responsibly, promoting positive interactions and outcomes in the digital age. Let's dive into how manipulation works in our digital age. The digital world has dramatically changed the way manipulation happens, thanks to the vast reach and speed of online platforms. Today, we're going to explore how these manipulation tactics are applied across different digital technologies like social media, email, and online communities. We'll look at the techniques used, the psychological principles behind them, and their impact on individuals and society. First, let's talk about algorithmic manipulation. Algorithms are the engines that drive digital content, and they're designed to personalize and prioritize information based on what users do and prefer. While this can improve the user experience, it can also be used to manipulate by amplifying certain messages or suppressing others. For instance, social media platforms use algorithms to show users content that aligns with their interests and past interactions. This creates what's known as filter bubbles, where users mainly see content that reinforces their existing beliefs. This can manipulate their perceptions and opinions. If you're involved in digital marketing or influencing, understanding how algorithms work can help you craft strategies that align with user preferences and boost engagement. Next, consider clickbait and sensationalism. Clickbait uses sensational headlines and misleading information to attract clicks and drive traffic. This tactic leverages emotional triggers and cognitive biases to get users to engage with the content. Think about headlines like, "You won't believe what happens next," or "The shocking truth about," topic. These are designed to spark curiosity and drive users to click, often leading to exaggerated or misleading information. It's important to recognize and avoid using clickbait in your own content. Instead, focus on providing accurate and valuable information. Another issue we should address is deepfakes and misinformation. Deepfakes are created using artificial intelligence to produce hyperrealistic but fake audio and video content. Misinformation campaigns exploit this technology to spread false information, manipulate public opinion, and create confusion. For example, deepfake videos of public figures making false statements or engaging in fabricated actions can damage reputations, influence elections, or spread false narratives. To combat this, stay informed about deepfake technology and misinformation. Always verify the authenticity of digital content before sharing or acting on it, and encourage others to do the same. Let's also examine the psychological mechanisms behind digital manipulation. Cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias and the availability heuristic, can be exploited in digital environments to manipulate perceptions and decisions. For example, confirmation bias leads users to seek out information that supports their existing beliefs. Digital platforms might exploit this by showing content that aligns with users' views, reinforcing their biases and making them more susceptible to manipulation. It's crucial to be aware of these biases when consuming digital content. Seek out diverse perspectives and verify information from multiple sources to counteract these effects. Emotional manipulation is another powerful tool. It involves using content that triggers strong emotional responses to influence behavior. This can include fear, anger, joy, or sadness. For instance, online ads or posts that use fear-based messaging, like warnings about potential threats or urgent calls to action, can prompt users to make decisions based on emotion rather than rational analysis. Recognize these tactics and approach emotionally charged content with skepticism. If you're using emotional appeals in your own digital communications, do so thoughtfully and ethically. Let's look at a couple of case studies to illustrate these points. During the 2016 U.S. presidential election, targeted misinformation and psychological manipulation were employed through social media. Techniques included spreading fake news, using targeted ads based on voter profiles, and creating divisive content to influence public opinion. This demonstrated the power of social media in shaping political outcomes and highlighted the need for vigilance and regulation in the digital age. Another example is the COVID-19 infodemic. The pandemic led to a surge of misinformation and conspiracy theories spread through digital channels. This included false claims about treatments, the virus's origins, and preventive measures. The infodemic showed how digital manipulation and misinformation can affect public health and safety. It also underscored the importance of critical thinking and relying on reliable sources when navigating digital information. To counter digital manipulation, enhancing media literacy and critical thinking skills is essential. Understanding how digital platforms operate and being aware of common manipulation tactics can help individuals resist these strategies. For example, educate yourself and others about signs of digital manipulation, such as sensationalist headlines and unverified sources. Practice critical thinking by questioning the validity of information and seeking out credible sources. Digital hygiene is another key strategy. This involves practices to protect users from manipulation and misinformation, such as using privacy settings, verifying sources, and being cautious about sharing personal information online. Regularly review and update privacy settings on your social media accounts, fact-check information before sharing, and be mindful of the permissions granted to apps and websites. Lastly, advocate for ethical digital practices. Promoting transparency, accountability, and responsible use of digital technologies can help mitigate the negative effects of manipulation. Support organizations and initiatives that uphold ethical standards in digital media, like fact-checking services and digital rights advocacy groups. In conclusion, while manipulation in the digital age presents significant challenges, understanding the techniques and psychological mechanisms at play can help us navigate this landscape more effectively. By applying critical thinking, enhancing media literacy, and adopting ethical practices, we can protect ourselves from undue influence and contribute to a more responsible and informed digital environment. Let's talk about how the digital world has changed human behavior, shaping the way we interact, communicate, and view ourselves and others. In this discussion, we're going to explore the psychological factors driving online behavior, and how the digital environment impacts our actions, social interactions, and mental health. To start, consider how social media platforms play a role in forming our identities. These platforms offer spaces where people can express themselves and create their online personas. For example, on Instagram and Facebook, users often post carefully chosen photos and updates to present an idealized version of their lives. This can create a gap between one's online and offline identity, potentially affecting self-esteem and self-perception. So, it's important to be aware of this disconnect and encourage authentic self-representation. Think about how social media might be influencing your own self-esteem and identity. Now, let's move on to online socialization and relationships. Digital interactions can greatly impact the quality of our social connections. The anonymity and distance of online communication can both enhance and hinder our relationships. For instance, online forums and social networks allow us to connect with like-minded people from around the world. However, the lack of face-to-face interaction can lead to misunderstandings, reduced empathy, and more superficial relationships. To improve online interactions, try to engage in genuine conversations and practice active listening. Recognize the limitations of digital communication and make an effort to balance your online and offline social life. Next up is the issue of cyberbullying and online harassment. The anonymity of the internet can lead to harmful behaviors like cyberbullying. This can have serious psychological effects, such as anxiety, depression, and social withdrawal. For example, cyberbullying might involve using digital platforms to intimidate, harass, or embarrass others through social media posts or private messages. It's crucial to promote a respectful online environment, address cyberbullying by reporting abusive behavior, and support those who are affected. Let's delve into the psychological mechanisms behind online behavior. Cognitive biases, like the availability heuristic and confirmation bias, significantly influence how we process and respond to digital content. For instance, confirmation bias makes us seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs, which can reinforce our views and create echo chambers online. To counteract this, be mindful of these biases and expose yourself to diverse perspectives. Challenge your own biases by verifying information from multiple sources. Another psychological factor is the impact of instant gratification. The digital environment often provides immediate rewards, such as notifications, likes, and comments, which can reinforce behaviors that seek instant gratification. For example, social media platforms use notifications to encourage frequent engagement, creating a cycle of immediate rewards that might distract from more meaningful, long-term activities. To manage this, set boundaries for digital consumption and focus on activities that offer long-term fulfillment. Balance your pursuit of instant gratification with efforts that contribute to personal growth and well-being. Let's look at a couple of case studies to illustrate these points. First, consider the rise of influencer culture. Influencers leverage social media to promote products and lifestyles, impacting consumer behavior and identity formation. Influencers often curate their content to fit their personal brand, which can influence their followers' perceptions and purchasing decisions. This pressure to maintain an idealized image affects both the influencers and their audiences. Another example is the spread of misinformation during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw a surge in misinformation spread through social media, including false claims about treatments and the virus's origins. This highlighted how online behavior can be swayed by cognitive biases and emotional responses. Efforts to combat misinformation included fact-checking initiatives and public awareness campaigns. To promote healthy online behavior, start with enhancing digital literacy. This involves understanding how to navigate online environments effectively and critically. Educational programs can help individuals develop skills to identify credible sources and recognize manipulative tactics. Invest time in building these skills and encourage others to do the same. Setting boundaries for digital engagement is also crucial. Establish specific times for checking social media, limit screen time, and create technology-free zones. These strategies can help manage online behavior and reduce the impact of instant gratification and overuse. Implement practical strategies like setting daily limits on social media and prioritizing offline activities. Finally, encourage positive online interactions by practicing empathy, respect, and constructive communication. Engage in meaningful conversations, offer constructive feedback, and support others in online communities. Avoid negative behaviors such as trolling and cyberbullying. Model positive behavior and foster online communities that promote respect and constructive dialogue. In conclusion, understanding the psychology of online behavior is complex but essential. By recognizing the influence of cognitive biases, instant gratification, and digital interactions, you can navigate the digital landscape more effectively. Promoting digital literacy, setting boundaries, and encouraging positive interactions will enhance your online experiences and contribute to a more balanced and respectful digital environment. Let's dive into the relationship between social media and mental health. Social media has woven itself into the fabric of modern life, offering us opportunities to connect, express ourselves, and share information. But, as we embrace these platforms, it's important to understand how they impact our mental well-being, both positively and negatively. On the positive side, social media can be a powerful tool for enhancing social support. For instance, platforms like Facebook and Twitter enable us to maintain relationships with friends and family across great distances. They also allow us to join support groups and engage with communities that share our interests or experiences. So, if you're looking to strengthen connections with supportive networks, consider engaging in online communities that foster a sense of belonging and offer positive reinforcement. Moreover, social media provides access to valuable information and resources related to mental health. Many mental health organizations use these platforms to share educational content, treatment options, and coping strategies. By following reputable mental health organizations and professionals on social media, you can stay informed and utilize online tools and support networks to improve your mental health knowledge and practices. However, social media isn't without its downsides. One significant concern is social comparison, which can negatively affect self-esteem. When we see idealized portrayals of others' lives on social media, it's easy to feel inadequate, especially when comparing our own experiences to others' highlight reels. To combat this, practice self-awareness and critical thinking when engaging with social media. Remember that online content often represents a curated version of reality. Focus on your personal growth and achievements instead. Another issue is cyberbullying and online harassment, which can have severe psychological effects. The anonymity of social media sometimes enables harmful behaviors, like threatening messages or public shaming. These actions can lead to anxiety, depression, and social withdrawal. If you encounter or witness cyberbullying, report and block abusive accounts, and seek support. Creating and promoting a respectful online environment can help mitigate the impact of online harassment. Lastly, excessive social media use can lead to addiction-like behaviors that affect daily functioning and mental health. Constantly checking social media can decrease productivity, disrupt sleep patterns, and increase feelings of anxiety and stress. To manage this, set clear boundaries for social media use. Designate specific times for checking platforms, create technology-free zones, and monitor your usage patterns. If you find it challenging to manage your social media habits, don't hesitate to seek help. In summary, understanding the connection between social media and mental health involves recognizing both its benefits and potential harms. By leveraging social media to enhance social support and access valuable resources, while being mindful of issues like social comparison, cyberbullying, and overuse, you can navigate the digital world in a way that supports your mental well-being. Let's delve into understanding the red flags associated with dark psychology. Dark psychology often involves subtle manipulation and psychological tactics that can be tough to spot. Recognizing these red flags is crucial to protect yourself from being exploited or harmed. One common red flag is excessive charm and flattery. Individuals who use dark psychology often employ charm and flattery to gain your trust and lower your defenses. While charm can sometimes be genuine, excessive or insincere flattery is a common tactic for manipulation. For instance, if a new acquaintance showers you with compliments and praise right away, it could be a way to quickly establish rapport and create a sense of obligation or loyalty. It's important to be cautious of such behavior, especially if it feels disproportionate to the context. Observe whether their actions align with their words over time to assess their true intentions. Another indicator is inconsistencies and contradictions. Those practicing dark psychology may display inconsistent behavior or contradict their own statements to create confusion or maintain control. For example, a manipulative person might frequently change their stories or provide contradictory information to keep you off balance and unsure of their true intentions. Paying attention to these inconsistencies and contradictions can be revealing. Document their statements and compare them with their actions to identify patterns of deception. Emotional manipulation and the use of guilt are also significant red flags. Manipulators often use guilt to coerce others into compliance or achieve their own goals. For example, someone might exaggerate their sacrifices or needs to create a sense of guilt and pressure you into doing something for them. Recognizing when guilt or emotional appeals are being used to manipulate your behavior is key. Set firm boundaries and evaluate the validity of their claims before reacting. Isolation and controlling behavior are tactics that can indicate dark psychology. Manipulators might try to isolate you from your support networks and control your social interactions. For instance, a manipulative partner might discourage you from seeing friends or family, claiming they are a negative influence, to increase their own control over you. It's important to maintain connections with trusted friends and family. Be wary of anyone who seeks to isolate you from your support network or tries to control your social interactions. Exploitation of vulnerabilities is another red flag. Manipulators often target your insecurities or emotional needs to gain leverage or control. For example, someone might exploit your fear of rejection by offering false promises or attention to manipulate your actions. Be aware of how your vulnerabilities might be used against you. Strengthen your self-awareness and seek support if you feel someone is exploiting your weaknesses. To identify these red flags effectively, it's crucial to trust your instincts. Your intuition can be a powerful tool in spotting dark psychology tactics. If something feels off or too good to be true, pay attention to that feeling. For instance, if a new acquaintance's behavior seems overly flattering or insincere, trust your gut and investigate further. Listening to your intuition and seeking additional information or advice if you feel uncomfortable about someone's behavior is important. Avoid rushing into decisions based on initial impressions. Seeking objective perspectives can also help. Sometimes, emotional involvement can make it hard to see red flags clearly. Discuss your concerns with trusted friends or mentors who can offer an unbiased view of the situation and provide guidance. Sharing your experiences and observations with others can offer valuable insights and validation. Consider their feedback when evaluating potential red flags. Establishing and maintaining clear boundaries is another effective strategy. Setting limits on how much personal information you share with new acquaintances and establishing boundaries for interactions that feel uncomfortable or intrusive can protect you from manipulative behavior. Communicate your boundaries clearly and assertively, and adjust them as needed to maintain your well-being and safety. Documenting and reviewing behavior is also useful. Keeping a record of interactions and behaviors can help you identify patterns and inconsistencies that might indicate manipulative tactics. For instance, maintaining a journal of suspicious or inconsistent conversations and behaviors can help track patterns and gain clarity. Regularly review this documentation to identify concerning patterns or red flags and make informed decisions about your interactions. Looking at real-life cases can also provide insight. Take the example of a charismatic leader who uses charm and flattery to gain followers and then exploits their trust for personal gain. The leader's excessive charm and inconsistent promises often lead followers to overlook red flags and rationalize manipulative behavior. Another example is the emotional blackmailer, who uses guilt and emotional manipulation to coerce a friend into making sacrifices or complying with demands. The blackmailer's tactics create a sense of obligation and guilt, making it difficult for the friend to recognize and address the manipulation. In conclusion, spotting red flags of dark psychology requires vigilance, self-awareness, and critical thinking. By recognizing signs such as excessive charm, inconsistencies, emotional manipulation, and exploitation of vulnerabilities, you can protect yourself from manipulative behavior. Practical strategies like trusting your instincts, seeking objective perspectives, maintaining boundaries, and documenting behavior can further aid in identifying and addressing dark psychology tactics. Staying informed and proactive is essential for safeguarding your mental and emotional well-being in interactions influenced by dark psychology. Let's talk about protecting yourself from dark psychology manipulation and control. It's crucial for maintaining your autonomy and emotional well-being. Manipulative tactics, like persuasion, deception, and emotional exploitation, can compromise your decision-making and self-worth. In this discussion, we'll explore practical strategies for recognizing and defending against these tactics, with a focus on preserving your personal integrity and autonomy. First, it's important to recognize common manipulative techniques. Understanding these tactics is the first step in defending yourself. For instance, guilt tripping, gaslighting, and excessive flattery are common methods used to manipulate people. Knowing about these tactics can help you detect and respond to them early. Guilt tripping involves making you feel responsible for someone else's feelings or actions. Gaslighting is about denying facts or manipulating information to make you question your reality. Excessive flattery involves overly praising or charming you to gain favor or control. Familiarize yourself with these techniques to better spot them when they arise. Next, let's consider understanding the motives behind manipulation. Knowing why someone might use manipulative tactics can help you recognize their intentions and resist their influence. Manipulators often seek power, control, or personal gain by exploiting your vulnerabilities or emotions. They might aim for power and control to dominate or influence your decisions. They could be pursuing personal gain, such as financial, emotional, or social benefits at your expense. Sometimes, they might use manipulation to enhance their self-esteem or social standing. Reflect on the possible motives of those who exhibit manipulative behavior to better understand their intentions. Moving on to practical self-defense strategies, one key approach is to strengthen your self-awareness. Self-awareness helps you recognize when you're being manipulated and respond effectively. For example, by understanding your own triggers, insecurities, and boundaries, you can better spot when someone is exploiting these aspects. Engage in self-reflection and mindfulness practices to enhance your awareness. Regularly assess your emotional responses and triggers, and practice staying present and grounded in your interactions to recognize manipulation when it occurs. Another important strategy is to set and maintain firm boundaries. Clear boundaries protect you from manipulative tactics and reinforce your personal autonomy. For example, if someone consistently crosses your boundaries or pressures you into compromising situations, it's crucial to assertively communicate your limits. Establish and communicate your boundaries in various contexts, including personal, professional, and social interactions. Define limits regarding personal information, time, and emotional investment. Set clear expectations about work-related interactions and responsibilities, and maintain control over social engagements. Assertive communication is another effective self-defense strategy. This approach allows you to express your needs and concerns clearly and confidently, reducing the likelihood of being manipulated. For example, if someone tries to guilt trip you, respond assertively by expressing your feelings and reinforcing your boundaries. Use I statements to communicate your feelings and needs without assigning blame, such as, "I feel uncomfortable when," be direct and honest, clearly expressing your thoughts and expectations, and stay calm and composed during interactions. Seeking objective feedback and support is also crucial. Gaining external perspectives can help validate your experiences and provide additional insights into potential manipulation. For instance, consulting with trusted friends, family, or professionals can offer objective viewpoints and support in navigating manipulative situations. Share your concerns with those who can provide a balanced perspective, and consider seeking advice from counselors or therapists if manipulation significantly impacts your well-being. Finally, developing emotional resilience is essential. Building emotional resilience enhances your ability to cope with manipulation and maintain psychological well-being. Strengthen your resilience by engaging in self-care activities that promote mental and physical well-being. Practice stress management techniques, such as relaxation exercises, meditation, and physical activity. Challenge negative self-beliefs and reinforce your self-worth through positive self-talk. To illustrate these concepts, consider a couple of case studies. In the first case, a persistent colleague uses guilt-tripping and emotional manipulation to coerce you into taking on extra work. Recognize these tactics and assertively communicate your boundaries regarding your workload. If necessary, seek support from management. In another case, an overly charming salesperson uses excessive charm and flattery to pressure you into making a purchase. Identify the flattery and pressure tactics, and practice assertive communication to refuse the purchase without feeling obligated. In conclusion, defending yourself against dark psychology manipulation requires a proactive and informed approach. By recognizing common manipulative tactics, understanding their motives, and implementing practical self-defense strategies, you can safeguard your autonomy and well-being. Strengthen your self-awareness, set firm boundaries, practice assertive communication, seek objective feedback, and develop emotional resilience. Applying these strategies will help you navigate manipulative interactions and maintain control over your personal and emotional life. Let's dive into the concept of emotional resilience, which is really about how we adapt and bounce back from stress, adversity, and challenging events in our lives. In the context of dark psychology, where manipulation and psychological control can be prevalent, building this kind of resilience becomes crucial. I'll walk you through some practical techniques and real-life examples to help you strengthen your emotional fortitude and effectively handle difficult situations. To start, let's talk about what emotional resilience is and why it's so important. Emotional resilience is essentially your capacity to maintain psychological well-being and recover from setbacks. It involves managing your emotions, adapting positively, and facing adversity with strength and flexibility. For example, if someone is emotionally resilient, they can handle criticism or rejection without losing confidence or falling into self-doubt. So, recognizing the role of emotional resilience can really help when dealing with manipulation, stress, and challenging circumstances. It helps you resist and recover from psychological manipulation by keeping a strong sense of self-worth and control, and it allows you to manage stress more effectively, reducing its impact on your mental health. Now, let's look at some techniques for building emotional resilience. The first step is to develop self-awareness. Self-awareness means understanding your own emotions, triggers, and responses. This is crucial for building resilience. For instance, by identifying what triggers your emotions, you can develop strategies to manage your reactions and maintain your composure. You can enhance self-awareness by keeping a journal where you track your emotions, triggers, and responses to different situations. This helps you recognize patterns and areas where you might need improvement. Additionally, engaging in mindfulness practices can help you stay present and observe your emotions without judgment. Another important aspect is cultivating a growth mindset. This mindset is based on the belief that abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort and learning. Embracing this mindset enhances your resilience by fostering adaptability and perseverance. For example, viewing challenges as opportunities for growth rather than threats can improve your ability to handle adversity. To cultivate a growth mindset, try reframing challenges as learning experiences and opportunities for personal growth. Also, set realistic goals by breaking down larger objectives into manageable steps and celebrating your progress along the way. Strengthening social connections is another key technique. Strong social support networks provide emotional support, encouragement, and practical assistance, which are essential for building resilience. For instance, having supportive friends and family can help you navigate stressful situations and provide a sense of belonging. To enhance your social connections, invest time in nurturing meaningful relationships with friends, family, and colleagues. Don't hesitate to reach out to your support network during challenging times and share your experiences and feelings. Effective stress management is also crucial. Stress management techniques can reduce the impact of stress on your mental and emotional health, contributing to overall resilience. Regular exercise and relaxation techniques are great ways to manage stress and prevent burnout. Incorporate stress management strategies into your routine, such as engaging in physical activities like walking, jogging, or yoga. Practice relaxation techniques like deep breathing, meditation, or progressive muscle relaxation to calm your mind and body. Fostering positive thinking is another important strategy. Positive thinking involves focusing on the positive aspects of situations and maintaining an optimistic outlook, which enhances emotional resilience. For example, reframing negative thoughts into positive ones can help you maintain hope and motivation during tough times. Develop positive thinking habits by challenging negative thoughts and reframe them into positive or neutral perspectives. Keeping a gratitude journal to regularly acknowledge and appreciate positive aspects of your life can also reinforce a positive outlook. Building problem-solving skills is also essential. Effective problem-solving skills enable you to address challenges and find solutions, which contributes to emotional resilience and self-efficacy. For instance, when facing a difficult situation, using problem-solving skills helps you approach the issue systematically and find practical solutions. Enhance your problem-solving abilities by clearly identifying the problem and its underlying causes. Brainstorm potential solutions, evaluate their feasibility, implement the best solution, and review its effectiveness. To illustrate these concepts, let's consider a couple of case studies. In one example, a professional faces increased stress and pressure due to tight deadlines and high expectations from management. By applying stress management techniques such as exercise and mindfulness, and seeking support from colleagues, the individual can enhance their resilience and improve their ability to handle workplace challenges. In another case, an individual experiences a personal setback, like a relationship breakup, which leads to emotional distress and self-doubt. Building resilience through positive thinking, self-awareness, and social support helps the individual recover from the setback and regain confidence. In conclusion, building emotional resilience is a vital skill for navigating the complexities of dark psychology and maintaining psychological well-being. By developing self-awareness, cultivating a growth mindset, strengthening social connections, practicing stress management, fostering positive thinking, and building problem-solving skills, you can enhance your emotional resilience and effectively cope with manipulation and adversity. These strategies provide a solid foundation for emotional strength and adaptability, helping you face challenges with confidence and resilience. Let's dive into how cult leaders use sophisticated psychological techniques to manipulate and control their followers. These methods often exploit vulnerabilities, control perceptions, and reinforce loyalty through various psychological and emotional tactics. In this discussion, we'll explore these dark psychology techniques, looking at how they work and their impact on individuals within the group. First, let's talk about charismatic authority. Cult leaders often cultivate an aura of charisma and authority, which enables them to attract and influence followers. Their charisma can make them seem uniquely capable or enlightened, leading followers to place immense trust and obedience in them. For example, Jim Jones of the People's Temple and David Koresh of the Branch Davidians used their charismatic personalities to convince their followers of their special status and divine mission. Understanding how charismatic authority is used helps us see how it establishes and maintains control. Leaders use personal magnetism, charm, eloquence, and persuasive communication to create a strong personal connection with their followers. They also present themselves as possessing extraordinary knowledge or abilities, which reinforces their authority and control. Next, let's discuss love bombing. This technique involves overwhelming new recruits with affection, attention, and validation to create a sense of belonging and loyalty. For instance, new members of a cult might receive constant praise and encouragement, fostering a deep emotional bond with the group. Recognizing the signs of love bombing is crucial for protecting oneself from undue influence. Cults may shower new recruits with excessive attention and praise to quickly establish a connection. By creating a strong emotional bond, cult leaders make individuals more dependent on the group for validation and support. Now, let's explore thought reform and indoctrination. Cult leaders use thought reform techniques to reshape members' beliefs and attitudes, often through intense and repetitive exposure to the group's ideology. Followers might undergo rigorous indoctrination sessions that reinforce the cult's beliefs and discourage dissent. Identifying thought reform practices can help us understand how they influence and control members. Cults use repetition and isolation to reinforce their ideology. Members may experience cognitive dissonance when their personal beliefs conflict with the group's teachings, which leads them to internal pressure to conform. Another important technique is fear and intimidation. Cult leaders often use fear and intimidation to control members, creating a sense of danger or threat that reinforces obedience and compliance. Leaders might threaten followers with dire consequences for disobedience or perceived transgressions, such as punishment or expulsion. Recognizing fear-based tactics helps us understand their impact on behavior. Cults may use threats of physical, emotional, or social harm to control members. Fear of exclusion can also be a tactic, where members are threatened with being cut off from the group or losing social support, increasing their dependency on the cult. Let's move on to social isolation. Cult leaders often isolate members from their previous social networks, including family and friends, to reduce external influences and increase dependence on the group. Cults might restrict members' contact with the outside world and encourage them to sever ties with non-believers. Understanding the effects of social isolation is important. Isolation from external support systems makes members more reliant on the group for emotional and social needs. Cults control the flow of information to prevent members from accessing alternative viewpoints or evidence of manipulation. Another technique is the manipulation of reality. Cult leaders often alter or distort information to fit the cult's narrative, maintaining control and reinforcing their authority. For example, leaders might create false or exaggerated accounts of external threats or conspiracies to justify extreme measures and maintain loyalty. Recognizing reality manipulation tactics helps us see how they affect members' perceptions. Cults may propagate false stories or beliefs to create a sense of urgency or righteousness. Leaders might also rewrite history, altering or denying past events to align with the current ideology or to protect their image. Lastly, let's discuss the use of rituals and symbols. Cults often use rituals, symbols, and ceremonies to create a sense of unity, reinforce group identity, and maintain control over members. For instance, specific rituals might mark important events or instill a sense of belonging and significance. Understanding the role of rituals and symbols in cult dynamics is crucial. Rituals and ceremonies can create a shared sense of purpose and identity among members. Cult symbols serve as powerful tools for reinforcing the group's beliefs and separating members from the outside world. To bring these concepts to life, consider the Branch Davidians led by David Koresh. This group used a combination of charismatic authority, fear, and isolation to maintain control. Koresh's claim to divine authority and the group's isolation from outside influences exemplify the use of these dark psychology techniques. Similarly, Heaven's Gate, led by Marshall Applewhite and Bonnie Nettles, employed thought reform, isolation, and manipulation of reality to convince members of an imminent extraterrestrial salvation. This case demonstrates how thought reform and reality manipulation can maintain control and lead to extreme outcomes. In conclusion, cult leaders employ a range of dark psychology techniques to control and manipulate their followers. By understanding methods such as charismatic authority, love bombing, thought reform, fear, social isolation, reality manipulation, and the use of rituals and symbols, we gain insight into how cults operate and the psychological impact they have on their members. Recognizing these techniques is essential for identifying and addressing cult influence, both personally and professionally. Today, we're going to explore the psychology of cults, focusing on the complex mechanisms that enable these groups to recruit, control, and manipulate individuals. We'll delve into the psychological principles behind cult behavior, examine their characteristics, and understand the factors contributing to their influence. This is important knowledge for recognizing and addressing the dangers posed by cults, whether in personal, professional, or societal contexts. So, what exactly is a cult? If we talk about definition, a cult is essentially an organization or group with beliefs or practices that significantly deviate from mainstream norms. Often, these groups are led by a charismatic leader who exerts substantial control over their members. For example, cults might present themselves as exclusive or possessing secret knowledge, and they may isolate members from outside influences. To recognize and understand cults better, let's consider some of their defining features. Charismatic leadership is a key characteristic. Cults are typically led by individuals who wield significant authority and influence. Another feature is isolation, where cults may cut members off from family, friends, and society to increase their dependence on the group. Additionally, cults employ manipulative practices, using psychological tactics like fear, guilt, and indoctrination to control and influence their members. Moving on to the psychological mechanisms at play, recruitment tactics are central. Cults often use specific psychological techniques to attract and recruit individuals, especially those who are vulnerable or have unmet needs. For instance, they may target people going through personal crises or those seeking a sense of belonging. To protect yourself and others, it's important to understand these recruitment strategies. Cults frequently appeal to identity needs, offering a sense of purpose or belonging that resonates with individuals searching for meaning. They might also engage in what's known as love bombing, where new recruits are showered with affection and attention to create a strong emotional bond and loyalty. When it comes to indoctrination and thought reform, cults use techniques designed to reshape members' beliefs and attitudes. This often involves intensive and repetitive exposure to the group's ideology. For example, members may face constant indoctrination through repetitive teachings and controlled environments that reinforce the cult's beliefs. Recognizing signs of thought reform can help you understand the psychological impact on cult members. Cults create environments where dissent is discouraged and conformity is rewarded. Members might also experience cognitive dissonance, a state where their personal beliefs conflict with the group's teachings, leading them to reevaluate their values. Control and manipulation are also crucial components. Cults use various psychological tactics to maintain control over their members, including emotional, social, and behavioral manipulation. For instance, fear, guilt, and isolation are techniques used to ensure obedience and dependency. Identifying these manipulation tactics can help in understanding how cults operate. Emotional control is often employed to induce fear or guilt, while social isolation makes members more reliant on the group for support and validation. Charismatic leadership plays a central role in cults. These leaders use their personal magnetism and persuasive skills to influence and control their followers. They often present themselves as possessing unique or even divine qualities, which enhances their ability to command loyalty. Analyzing the influence of charismatic leadership involves understanding how these leaders use their perceived authority to command obedience and manipulate members' perceptions of reality. To bring these concepts to life, let's look at a couple of case studies. The People's Temple, led by Jim Jones, is a prominent example of a cult that utilized charismatic leadership, thought reform, and manipulation techniques. This case highlights how these elements can lead to extreme outcomes, such as the tragic Jonestown mass suicide. Another example is NXIVM, led by Keith Raniere, which used sophisticated manipulation tactics, including emotional control and social isolation, to maintain authority over its members. This case demonstrates how covert techniques can lead to criminal activities and exploitation. In conclusion, understanding the psychology of cults is crucial for recognizing and addressing the dangers associated with these groups. By examining recruitment tactics, thought reform techniques, control mechanisms, and the role of charismatic leadership, we can gain valuable insights into how cults operate and the impact they have on individuals. This knowledge is vital for protecting oneself and others from cult influence and ensuring informed decision-making when dealing with high-control groups. Let's explore how psychological manipulation plays a crucial role in cult dynamics. Cult leaders use a variety of techniques to control their followers' thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. We'll delve into these strategies, examining their effects on individuals and the mechanisms by which they maintain control. First, consider how cults control the information available to their members. This principle revolves around restricting and manipulating information to create an environment where followers only receive material that supports the group's ideology. For instance, cults may use insider terminology and restricted literature that aligns with their beliefs, while discouraging or censoring external sources of information. Understanding this helps us recognize how control of information impacts members. They might be isolated from outside sources, including news and books, that could challenge the cult's narrative. Cults often produce their own materials to promote their ideology and discredit external viewpoints. Now, let's move on to thought-stopping techniques. These are used to interrupt and redirect critical thinking or dissenting thoughts, reinforcing conformity and acceptance of the cult's ideology. For example, cults might employ methods like chanting, repetitive affirmations, or controlled environments to prevent members from questioning or doubting the leader's teachings. Identifying these techniques helps us understand their impact on critical thinking. Repetitive rituals or mantras can distract members from critical thought and reinforce compliance. Additionally, peer pressure within the group may push individuals to conform and suppress personal doubts. Emotional manipulation is another key strategy. This involves exploiting members' fears, insecurities, and desires to control their behavior and reinforce loyalty. Cult leaders might use guilt, shame, or fear to manipulate members into compliance, which could include threats of divine punishment or social ostracism. Recognizing these tactics and their effects is important. Cults might create a sense of guilt or fear regarding non-compliance or questioning. Leaders often foster strong emotional bonds with members, making them more susceptible to manipulation. Behavioral conditioning is also used to shape members' behaviors and reinforce obedience. Cults might use rewards for compliance and punishments for dissent, creating an environment where desired behaviors are encouraged. For example, members might receive privileges or recognition for adhering to group norms. On the other hand, disobedience or dissent could lead to isolation, reprimands, or other punitive measures. Understanding how behavioral conditioning affects member behavior can provide insights into how cults maintain control. Social proof and groupthink are techniques that cults leverage to influence individuals by encouraging conformity through the perceived consensus of the group. Members may feel pressured to adopt the group's beliefs and behaviors simply because others are doing the same. This pressure to conform can stifle individual critical thinking and reinforce group ideology. Recognizing how social proof and groupthink affect decision-making helps us understand the impact of peer pressure and the desire to fit in. Finally, let's discuss identity and self-esteem manipulation. Cult leaders often manipulate members' identities and self-esteem, encouraging dependence on the group for validation and self-worth. Cults might prompt members to abandon their previous identities and adopt new roles or titles within the group, reinforcing their dependence on the cult for self-esteem. Understanding the impact of identity and self-esteem manipulation reveals how members may undergo changes in their personal identity to align with the cult's teachings. The group's validation becomes crucial to their self-worth, which reinforces their commitment to the cult. To illustrate these concepts, let's look at some case studies. The Rajneesh movement, led by Bhagwan Sri Rajneesh, Osho, used a combination of information control, emotional manipulation, and behavioral conditioning to maintain control over its followers. The movement's use of charismatic authority, emotional appeals, and behavioral reinforcement demonstrates how psychological manipulation can create a cohesive yet controlled group dynamic. Another example is the Church of Scientology, founded by L. Ron Hubbard. This organization is known for its extensive use of psychological manipulation techniques, including information control, thought-stopping, and emotional manipulation. The Church's practices highlight how effective manipulation can be in maintaining control and extracting loyalty from members. In conclusion, psychological manipulation is central to cult dynamics, involving techniques such as control of information, thought-stopping, emotional manipulation, behavioral conditioning, social proof, and identity manipulation. By understanding these techniques and their effects on individuals, we gain insight into how cults operate and the psychological impact they have on their members. Recognizing these manipulative strategies is essential for identifying and addressing cult influence and for protecting oneself from psychological control. Let's talk about how to escape a cult, a process that involves breaking free from deeply ingrained psychological and social control mechanisms. This is not an easy task, but understanding the steps and strategies can make the journey towards reclaiming your autonomy and rebuilding your life outside of the cult a bit clearer. First, recognizing the need to escape is crucial. This starts with acknowledging that you're under psychological control and that leaving is necessary. For instance, you might begin to question the cult's teachings or feel uncomfortable with the group's practices. This awareness is the first step in initiating your escape. To help with this, you should engage in self-reflection to assess any feelings of discomfort or dissatisfaction. Talking to trusted friends, family, or professionals can also provide you with a broader perspective on the situation. Next, it's important to understand the psychological impact of cult influence. Recognizing how deep the control and manipulation go can help in realizing the extent of the problem. Cult members often experience fear, guilt, or confusion about leaving due to indoctrination and emotional manipulation. Educating yourself about these psychological effects, such as trauma bonding and cognitive dissonance, can be helpful. Seeking therapy or counseling can also assist in addressing the emotional challenges associated with leaving. Once you've acknowledged the need to escape and understand the psychological impacts, the next step is planning your escape. Developing a structured and safe exit strategy is essential. For example, create a detailed plan that includes logistics, safety measures, and support networks. This might involve planning how you will leave the cult environment, including travel arrangements and accommodation. It's also crucial to identify potential risks and develop strategies to address them, like keeping your departure discreet to avoid potential conflict. Securing emotional and social support is another key aspect of planning. Having a support network can provide emotional stability and practical assistance. Reach out to friends, family, or support groups who can offer encouragement and resources. Building a support system will help you through the escape process and beyond. This might include connecting with individuals who understand the challenges of leaving a cult and utilizing resources like counseling services or organizations specializing in cult recovery. When it comes to executing your escape, attention to detail and timing is crucial. Follow your exit plan carefully, notify trusted contacts, and arrange transportation. Choosing the right moment to leave, considering group activities and member presence, can make a difference. Also, maintaining discretion about your departure can help avoid potential conflicts or interventions. After leaving, you'll face immediate post-escape challenges. Addressing safety, basic needs, and emotional support is important. For instance, you may need to find temporary housing, access financial resources, and seek emotional support. Managing these challenges effectively involves arranging for temporary accommodation if needed, securing financial resources, and seeking therapy to deal with trauma and emotional distress. Rebuilding your life after escaping the cult involves several key steps. First, addressing psychological trauma is critical. Engaging in therapy or counseling can help you process experiences and heal from emotional wounds. Practicing self-care strategies will also support your mental and emotional well-being. Reconnecting with society is another important step. This means rebuilding relationships, re-establishing a sense of identity, and integrating into the broader community. Reconnecting with friends, family, and community activities can help you rebuild social connections. Exploring personal interests and values will assist in creating a new identity outside the cult. Lastly, building a new support system is essential. Join support groups, engage in social activities, and build new friendships to create a network that supports you. Look for groups or organizations that offer support for former cult members and build relationships that align with your personal values and interests. In conclusion, escaping cult influence involves a multifaceted approach. It includes recognizing the need to leave, planning a safe exit, executing the plan, and addressing post-escape challenges. By understanding and applying these strategies, you can effectively disengage from cult control and rebuild your life with greater autonomy and resilience. Reconnecting with society, addressing psychological trauma, and establishing a supportive network are key components of a successful transition to life outside the cult. Let's delve into the intriguing world of dark psychology in politics. This area examines how psychological principles and tactics are harnessed to shape, manipulate, and control public opinion and political outcomes. Our discussion will cover key concepts and strategies used to sway voters, manage public perception, and achieve political goals, drawing from both historical and contemporary examples. To start, it's essential to understand the psychological foundations of political manipulation. Political manipulation often leverages psychological principles to influence beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. For instance, political leaders might use fear-based messaging to rally support or suppress dissent. During crises, such tactics might justify increased government control or military actions. Recognizing these psychological tactics can help us understand their impact. Take fear appeals, for example. They are designed to elicit specific responses, like increased security measures or support for restrictive policies. Similarly, emotional appeals are crafted to resonate deeply with voters' values and concerns. Moving on to the techniques of political influence, various methods are employed to shape public opinion and political outcomes. Techniques such as persuasion, framing, and propaganda play significant roles. Consider framing. It involves presenting issues in ways that shape how they are perceived. For example, labeling a policy as progressive or regressive can significantly affect how different voter segments respond. Analyzing these techniques can provide insight into how political influence is exerted. Study how issues are framed to sway public perception and look at how propaganda is used to promote specific political agendas or ideologies. Now, let's discuss strategies used in political campaigns. Campaign messaging and rhetoric are crafted to connect with voters and persuade them to support a candidate or policy. Candidates often use rhetoric that emphasizes shared values to build rapport. For example, focusing on economic issues during a downturn aligns with voters' concerns. Evaluating these strategies involves looking at how candidates align their messages with voter values and analyzing rhetorical techniques used to persuade and motivate. The media also plays a crucial role in shaping political narratives and influencing public opinion. Political actors might seek to control or influence media coverage to highlight specific issues or discredit opponents. For example, they might use media outlets to amplify positive coverage while suppressing negative information. Understanding media influence strategies involves studying how political actors manage media coverage and how selective information dissemination shapes political narratives. When it comes to psychological manipulation in governance, policy framing and justification are key aspects. Policy framing involves presenting policies in ways that align with political goals and garner public support. For example, governments might frame economic policies as crucial for national security or public welfare, even if they have significant economic implications. Analyzing policy framing techniques helps us understand how policies are framed to gain support or mitigate opposition and how justifications are used for controversial policies. Public opinion management is another critical area. This involves using psychological tactics to maintain or shift public attitudes towards government actions or policies. Governments might use surveys, focus groups, and public relations campaigns to gauge and influence public opinion. For instance, conducting opinion polls can assess the impact of policy changes and adjust messaging accordingly. Exploring public opinion management strategies involves analyzing how opinion polls shape political strategies and how public relations efforts manage and influence public opinion. Examining historical and contemporary case studies offers insight into political manipulation. Historical examples, such as the use of propaganda by totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany, reveal how dark psychology tactics were used to control public perception and suppress dissent. Studying these examples helps us understand the impact of dark psychology in politics, including the use of propaganda techniques and control mechanisms employed to maintain political power. In contemporary contexts, political manipulation has evolved with new tools. For instance, social media manipulation has become a significant factor, with targeted advertising and disinformation campaigns influencing elections and public opinion. Analyzing these contemporary examples involves studying the role of social media in shaping political narratives and examining the impact of disinformation campaigns on political outcomes and public perception. Ethical considerations in political manipulation are crucial. The use of dark psychology in politics raises concerns about manipulation, deception, and the impact on democratic processes. For example, the ethical implications of using psychological tactics to deceive or coerce voters could undermine democratic principles. Considering these ethical implications involves evaluating the boundaries of deception and manipulation and assessing their impact on democratic integrity and public trust. Addressing these ethical challenges involves promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical standards in political practices. Implementing regulations and standards to ensure transparency in political campaigns and prevent unethical manipulation is essential. Developing strategies to address ethical challenges includes promoting transparency in political messaging and campaign practices and implementing measures to hold political actors accountable for unethical behavior. In conclusion, dark psychology in politics involves the strategic use of psychological principles to influence and manipulate public opinion, political outcomes, and governance. By understanding the techniques and strategies employed, along with their ethical implications, we gain valuable insights into the complex interplay between psychology and politics. Analyzing historical and contemporary examples helps us grasp the impact of dark psychology on political processes and develop strategies to address ethical challenges in political manipulation. Let's dive into the fascinating world of political manipulation techniques. These are strategies designed to influence public opinion, shape political narratives, and reach specific political goals. Often, these techniques utilize principles of dark psychology to mold perceptions, sway voters, and guide political outcomes. Today, we're going to explore various methods of manipulation, understanding how they work, their applications, and their effects. First up, let's talk about framing and agenda setting. Framing is about how information is presented to emphasize particular aspects and influence perception. For example, a political campaign might frame a controversial policy as a matter of national security to gain support, while minimizing any potential negative consequences. On the other hand, agenda setting is about deciding which issues are highlighted as important by the public. We can analyze this by looking at how issues are framed in political discourse to steer public perception, such as presenting healthcare reform as either a path to a healthier future or a costly government intervention. Similarly, we need to examine how political actors prioritize issues in the media to shift public focus and concern. Next, let's explore fear appeals. This technique uses fear to drive individuals to support certain policies or actions, creating a sense of threat or urgency. For instance, political leaders might use fear-based messaging about terrorism or crime to justify more stringent security measures or surveillance programs. Evaluating fear appeals involves looking at their effectiveness and ethical concerns. We might assess how fear of crime influences attitudes toward stricter law enforcement and consider the ethical implications of using fear to sway public opinion and policy support. Moving on to emotional manipulation, this method appeals to voters' emotions, like anger, sympathy, or pride, to influence their opinions and actions. Political campaigns might use emotionally charged ads featuring personal stories or dramatic imagery to evoke sympathy or anger. To understand this better, we should explore how emotional appeals are crafted to align with voters' values and concerns, and how such manipulation impacts voting behavior and political attitudes. Another crucial technique is misinformation and disinformation. Misinformation involves spreading incorrect or misleading information, while disinformation is about intentionally creating and spreading false information to deceive. For example, during an election, a campaign might spread false rumors about an opponent to damage their reputation. To assess this, we should examine how misinformation spreads through channels like social media and news outlets and analyze strategies used to create and distribute disinformation, including fake news and propaganda. Then, there are propaganda techniques. Propaganda uses biased or misleading information to promote a particular political agenda or ideology. Historically, totalitarian regimes used propaganda to control public perception and suppress dissent. Modern examples include political ads and media campaigns that selectively present information to support a specific agenda. We should study various propaganda methods, such as bandwagon appeals, name-calling, and glittering generalities, and analyze how effective these methods are in shaping public opinion and achieving political goals. Scapegoating is another tactic, involving blaming a person or group for problems to divert attention from the real causes or to unite people against a common enemy. For example, a political leader might blame an ethnic or religious group for economic problems to rally support and distract from policy failures. To evaluate this, we should study how political actors identify and target scapegoats and assess the social and political consequences, including increased division and discrimination. Now, let's look at some case studies in political manipulation. Historical examples can give us valuable insights into how these techniques have been used in various political contexts. For instance, examining the use of propaganda by totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany can help us understand how these techniques were employed to control public perception and consolidate power. We should analyze these historical cases to see how propaganda and manipulation strategies affected public opinion and political outcomes. Contemporary examples also illustrate how these techniques are applied in today's political landscape. Consider the use of social media manipulation in recent elections to influence voter behavior and spread disinformation. We need to explore how social media platforms are leveraged to affect political outcomes and public opinion, and examine recent disinformation campaigns and their impact on elections and political discourse. Finally, let's address the ethical considerations and challenges associated with political manipulation. The use of these techniques raises significant ethical concerns, including issues of deception, coercion, and their impact on democratic processes. For example, the ethical implications of using misinformation and fear appeals to manipulate voter behavior need to be carefully considered. We should evaluate the ethical boundaries of deception and coercion in political contexts and assess the impact of these techniques on democratic integrity and public trust. To address these ethical challenges, promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical standards in political practices is essential. This includes implementing regulations to ensure transparency in political campaigns and preventing unethical manipulation. Developing strategies to promote transparency in political messaging and holding political actors accountable for unethical behavior are crucial steps toward addressing these challenges. In conclusion, political manipulation techniques are powerful tools that influence public opinion, control political narratives, and achieve specific political objectives. By understanding these techniques and analyzing both historical and contemporary examples, we gain valuable insights into the intersection of psychology and politics. This understanding can help us develop strategies to address the ethical challenges present in political practices. Alright, let's dive into how we can discuss the fascinating world of propaganda and mass influence in a conversational style. When we talk about propaganda and mass influence, we're exploring how these powerful tools shape public opinion and control information. Propaganda is essentially about spreading biased or misleading information to promote a particular agenda or ideology. On the other hand, mass influence involves broader strategies to impact large groups of people. In this discussion, we'll break down the principles, techniques, and effects of these concepts, and see how they apply in various contexts. First off, let's understand the principles behind propaganda. Propaganda is a systematic effort to manipulate public perception and behavior. This is achieved through selective information, emotional appeals, and persuasive messaging. Its primary objective is to advance a specific agenda, shape public opinion, and influence attitudes and behaviors. For example, in political contexts, propaganda can be used to support candidates or policies. In commercial settings, it plays a role in advertising and marketing to sway consumer behavior. By understanding these objectives, we gain insight into how propaganda operates in different scenarios. Now, let's look at some techniques used in propaganda. There are several key methods to manipulate public perception. One is the bandwagon effect, where people are encouraged to follow a trend simply because everyone else is doing it. Another technique is name-calling, which involves using derogatory labels to discredit opponents. Then there are glittering generalities, which are vague, emotionally charged phrases that sound positive but lack real substance. Testimonials involve endorsements from celebrities or authority figures to promote a message. Finally, fear appeals create a sense of urgency or threat to drive individuals to support certain actions or policies. To see these techniques in action, consider political campaigns and advertising. Political campaigns might use fear appeals and bandwagon effects to sway voter behavior. Advertising often employs testimonials and glittering generalities to push products and services. Moving on, let's examine propaganda in historical contexts. History offers valuable lessons on how propaganda has been used to achieve political or ideological goals. For instance, totalitarian regimes like Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia used propaganda to control information and mobilize support for their agendas. By studying these historical examples, we can understand how propaganda was used to consolidate power, suppress dissent, and influence public perception during wartime and beyond. Now, let's turn to mass influence. This refers to the ability to affect large groups of people through communication and media strategies. Mass influence spans traditional media, like television and newspapers, as well as digital media, such as social media and online platforms. For instance, traditional media has long played a role in shaping public opinion and social norms. With the rise of digital media, social networks now have a significant impact on how information is disseminated and how it influences mass behavior. When it comes to mechanisms of mass influence, several factors contribute to its effectiveness. Repetition of messages increases familiarity and acceptance. Social proof means people are influenced by the behavior and opinions of others, especially in uncertain situations. Authority plays a role too, where messages endorsed by credible figures are more likely to be accepted. In practical terms, consider how advertising campaigns use repetition and social proof to boost their effectiveness. Public health campaigns also rely on authoritative endorsements and repeated messaging to promote health initiatives. Let's not forget the psychological impact of mass influence. It can significantly shape individual and group beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. For example, media coverage of social issues, such as climate change or public health crises, can alter public perception. Examining the psychological impact involves understanding how mass media shapes attitudes towards social and political issues, and how it influences behavior, including consumer choices and social norms. To wrap things up, let's consider some case studies in propaganda and mass influence. Historical case studies offer insights into how these tools have shaped public opinion and political goals. For instance, during World War II, propaganda was used to mobilize support for the war effort and demonize enemy nations. Analyzing these cases helps us understand the techniques used to influence public perception and behavior. In contemporary times, we see modern examples like social media manipulation and fake news. These have been used to influence election outcomes and public opinion. Exploring these contemporary case studies helps us grasp how propaganda and mass influence work in today's digital age. Finally, ethical considerations are crucial. Propaganda raises ethical concerns about deception, manipulation, and the impact on democratic processes. For instance, using propaganda to undermine democratic institutions poses significant ethical dilemmas. Addressing these challenges involves promoting transparency, accountability, and ethical standards in media practices. Implementing regulations and guidelines can help ensure ethical behavior in communication. In conclusion, understanding propaganda and mass influence equips us with valuable insights into their applications and implications. By examining historical and contemporary examples, we can develop strategies to address ethical challenges in communication and media practices. Let's dive into psychopathy, a personality disorder marked by persistent antisocial behavior, a lack of empathy, and egotistical traits. It's important to remember that while psychopathy is often linked with criminal behavior, not everyone with these traits engages in criminal activities. For professionals in forensic psychology, criminology, and criminal justice, understanding psychopathy is crucial. So today, we're going to explore the nature of psychopathy, its defining characteristics, its link to criminal behavior, and the implications for treatment and management. To start with, psychopathy is a complex disorder involving a specific set of traits and behaviors. Diagnosing it typically involves clinical assessments and standardized tools. For instance, one of the primary tools used is the Hare Psychopathy Checklist Revised, or PCLR. This tool helps measure traits such as superficial charm, grandiosity, manipulativeness, and a lack of remorse. By familiarizing yourself with the components of the PCLR, you'll better understand how psychopathy is assessed. Comparing psychopathy with other personality disorders in the DSM-5 can also offer valuable insights into its unique features. Now, let's talk about the characteristics of psychopathy. This disorder is marked by a range of traits affecting emotional, interpersonal, and behavioral domains. Emotionally, individuals may lack empathy, show shallow emotions, and exploit others. Interpersonally, they might exhibit charm and manipulativeness, paired with a superficial self-confidence. Behaviorally, traits include impulsivity, egocentricity, and a tendency to violate social norms. To understand how these traits play out in real-world settings, examining case studies of diagnosed individuals can be very enlightening. These studies can reveal how psychopathic traits manifest in different environments and influence behavior and decision-making. Moving on to the relationship between psychopathy and criminal behavior, there's a well-established correlation between the two. Psychopaths are more likely to engage in violent, manipulative, and premeditated crimes compared to those without psychopathic traits. They also have a higher risk of reoffending. Analyzing crime statistics can help us understand how prevalent psychopathy is among criminal offenders. Additionally, studying psychopathy assessments can shed light on predicting criminal behavior and recidivism. Understanding the mechanisms that link psychopathy with criminal behavior is also crucial. Psychologically, impaired empathy and a lack of guilt can lead to criminal actions without remorse. Biologically, research shows abnormalities in brain areas responsible for emotion regulation and impulse control. Socially, environmental factors such as exposure to violence or neglect during childhood may exacerbate psychopathic traits and contribute to criminal behavior. Exploring neuroimaging studies and developmental factors can provide a deeper understanding of these connections. When it comes to treatment and management, there are significant challenges. Individuals with psychopathy often lack motivation for change, display manipulative tendencies, and resist treatment. Traditional therapeutic approaches might be less effective, requiring specialized interventions. For example, psychopathic individuals might engage in therapy superficially to manipulate others or gain personal advantage. Techniques specifically designed for these individuals, such as adapted cognitive behavioral therapy, can be explored. Additionally, strategies for managing psychopathic offenders within the criminal justice system are vital. Effective risk management and rehabilitation strategies are key to reducing the likelihood of reoffending. Risk assessment tools can evaluate the potential for future criminal behavior and guide management strategies. Developing and implementing tailored rehabilitation programs is also crucial. By evaluating the effectiveness of these programs and exploring ongoing monitoring and support mechanisms, we can work towards successful reintegration and reducing recidivism. Examining high-profile criminal cases involving psychopathy can provide valuable insights. For example, looking at notorious criminals like Ted Bundy or Jeffrey Dahmer reveals how psychopathic traits can lead to violent criminal activities. Analyzing their behavior helps identify common patterns and enhance criminal profiling techniques. On the flip side, successful rehabilitation cases offer important lessons. Some individuals with psychopathy have made significant progress in managing their traits and reintegrating into society. Evaluating the factors that contribute to successful rehabilitation can help identify best practices for treatment and management. Studying the long-term outcomes of these individuals can provide insights into the potential for positive change. In conclusion, psychopathy is a complex personality disorder with significant implications for criminal behavior. By understanding its characteristics, mechanisms, and treatment challenges, professionals in forensic psychology and criminal justice can develop effective approaches for managing and treating those affected by this disorder. Let's dive into the topic of psychopathic behavior, which is marked by a range of emotional, interpersonal, and behavioral traits that set individuals with psychopathy apart from those with other personality disorders. We'll explore what defines psychopathic behavior, the underlying psychological mechanisms, and what it means for individuals and society. This understanding is crucial for professionals who need to assess, manage, and address the needs of individuals with these traits. When we talk about psychopathic behavior, one of the key aspects is emotional deficits. Individuals with psychopathy often display profound emotional deficits. This means they struggle to connect with others or experience emotions in a typical way. For instance, they usually lack empathy, which makes it hard for them to understand or care about others' feelings. This lack of empathy often leads them to manipulate and exploit people without any remorse. Imagine someone who manipulates a loved one for personal gain and feels no regret or concern for the emotional damage caused. Additionally, their emotional responses tend to be shallow and fleeting. They might show intense emotions in certain situations but fail to sustain them, showing a lack of genuine emotional depth. For example, a psychopathic person might fake distress or anger to manipulate a situation but will quickly shift their emotional state once their goal is achieved. Now, recognizing these emotional deficits is important. By observing how individuals with psychopathy respond to emotional situations and interact with others, and using psychological assessments, we can better understand these deficits and their impact on behavior. Moving on to interpersonal traits, psychopathic behavior is characterized by specific ways individuals interact with others. Psychopaths are often highly manipulative, using charm and deceit to achieve their goals. For instance, they might flatter and deceive a colleague to gain their trust, only to exploit that trust for their benefit. They also often display grandiosity, believing they are superior and entitled to special treatment. For example, they might demand preferential treatment in social or professional settings, convinced they are above the rules that apply to others. It's essential to assess these interpersonal traits to understand their impact on social interactions. By analyzing how manipulativeness and grandiosity affect relationships, and developing strategies to manage these traits, we can better address them in therapeutic or professional settings. Now, let's talk about behavioral patterns. Psychopathic behavior often involves specific patterns that reflect underlying personality traits and lead to problematic actions. Psychopaths may exhibit impulsivity, engaging in risky behaviors without considering the consequences. For example, they might partake in reckless driving or substance abuse, ignoring the associated risks. Moreover, individuals with psychopathy are more likely to commit criminal activities, including violent and predatory crimes, due to their lack of empathy and moral restraint. High-profile criminals, such as serial offenders, often display psychopathic traits and engage in premeditated, violent behavior. Identifying and addressing these behavioral patterns is crucial. Monitoring these behaviors and developing management strategies to address impulsivity and criminality can be effective in mitigating problematic behaviors. Moving forward, let's explore the psychological mechanisms underlying psychopathic behavior. Neurobiological research has identified several brain abnormalities and functional deficits associated with psychopathy. For example, abnormalities in brain regions related to emotion regulation, impulse control, and moral reasoning, like the amygdala and prefrontal cortex, have been observed. Neuroimaging studies have shown reduced activity in the amygdala, which is involved in processing emotions and moral judgments, among individuals with psychopathy. Neurotransmitter dysregulation, such as imbalances in serotonin and dopamine, may also contribute to impulsivity and risk-taking behaviors. For example, imbalances in serotonin levels might be linked to increased aggression and impulsivity in psychopathic individuals. To understand these neurobiological factors, reviewing neuroimaging research and studying the role of neurotransmitters in behavior and impulse control is essential. Psychopathy is influenced by a mix of genetic and environmental factors. Research suggests that there might be a genetic component, with certain genetic variations linked to an increased risk of psychopathic traits. For instance, twin studies have indicated a hereditary component, showing higher concordance rates for psychopathic traits among identical twins compared to fraternal twins. On the environmental side, early life experiences such as exposure to violence or neglect can contribute to developing psychopathic traits. For example, children who experience severe neglect or abuse might develop these traits as a coping mechanism. To understand these influences, exploring genetic research and analyzing the impact of early life experiences and social environments on psychopathy is crucial. When it comes to managing and treating psychopathic behavior, there are significant challenges. Individuals with psychopathy often lack motivation for change, are manipulative, and resist traditional therapeutic approaches. For example, they may engage in therapy merely to manipulate others or gain personal advantage, without genuine intent to change. Traditional therapeutic methods might be less effective, requiring specialized interventions tailored to their needs. Developing and implementing therapeutic approaches specifically designed for psychopathic individuals and continuously monitoring treatment progress are key strategies. Effective risk management and rehabilitation are essential for addressing psychopathic behavior and reducing the risk of reoffending. Using risk assessment tools can help evaluate the potential for future criminal behavior and guide management strategies. For instance, tools like the PCLR can identify high-risk individuals and inform intervention strategies. Designing and implementing rehabilitation programs that address impulsivity, moral reasoning, and interpersonal skills are also crucial. Developing programs that target these specific needs and establishing mechanisms for ongoing monitoring and support can help ensure successful reintegration and reduce recidivism. In conclusion, understanding psychopathic behavior is vital for professionals in forensic psychology, criminal justice, and related fields. By examining the characteristics, psychological mechanisms, and implications of psychopathy, we can better assess, manage, and treat individuals exhibiting these traits. Effective treatment and risk management strategies are crucial for addressing psychopathic behavior and reducing potential criminal activity. Through ongoing research and tailored interventions, we can enhance our understanding of psychopathy and improve outcomes for those affected by this complex disorder. Let's dive into understanding the criminal mindset, a complex set of psychological traits, behaviors, and cognitive processes that push individuals towards criminal activities. Grasping this mindset is crucial if we want to develop effective prevention, intervention, and rehabilitation strategies. So, in this discussion, we'll look at what characterizes this mindset, explore its psychological roots, and consider its implications for criminal behavior. When we talk about the criminal mindset, one of the key characteristics we see is antisocial behavior. Individuals with this mindset often defy societal norms and legal standards. They might exhibit a pervasive disregard for laws and norms, leading them to engage in illegal activities with little concern for the consequences. For instance, someone who repeatedly commits theft or fraud, despite facing legal repercussions, shows a fundamental disregard for societal rules. This behavior often involves impulsivity and a tendency for risk-taking. Imagine someone impulsively committing a violent crime during a heated argument, putting immediate gratification over long-term consequences. Addressing these behaviors involves identifying and evaluating patterns of antisocial conduct, and developing interventions to manage impulsivity and risk-taking tendencies. Another significant aspect of the criminal mindset is manipulative and deceptive behavior. People with this mindset often use manipulation and deceit to exploit others for their personal gain. They might employ deceptive tactics, such as lying or falsifying information, to achieve their goals. For example, a con artist might devise elaborate schemes to defraud individuals or organizations, manipulating victims through false promises. They also tend to exploit the trust of others. A white-collar criminal, for instance, might secure a job in a financial institution to embezzle funds, taking advantage of the trust placed in their professional role. To tackle these traits, we need to analyze how deception and manipulation are used in criminal activities and implement preventive measures to mitigate their impact. Moving on, a critical feature of the criminal mindset is the lack of empathy and remorse. Individuals with this mindset often struggle to relate to their victims, leading to a diminished sense of guilt or remorse for their actions. For example, someone convicted of a violent crime might show little to no remorse, failing to grasp the harm they've caused. Emotional detachment allows these individuals to commit crimes without experiencing the typical emotional responses that might deter others. An example would be someone involved in organized crime who remains emotionally detached from the violence their activities cause. To address this lack of empathy and remorse, we should use psychological assessments to evaluate these traits and develop therapeutic interventions aimed at increasing empathy and emotional awareness. Let's now shift our focus to the psychological mechanisms underlying the criminal mindset. Cognitive distortions, such as rationalization and minimization, play a significant role here. Individuals with a criminal mindset might rationalize their behavior by minimizing the harm they cause or attributing their actions to external factors. For example, a person who steals might justify their actions by claiming they needed the stolen goods for survival, disregarding the impact on the victims. Minimization involves downplaying the severity of criminal behavior, reducing the perceived significance of harmful actions. An individual convicted of assault might downplay the physical or emotional harm inflicted on the victim. Identifying and addressing these cognitive distortions involves using cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, to challenge and modify these thought patterns, and developing educational programs to raise awareness about how these distortions influence criminal decision-making. Neurobiological factors also contribute to the development of a criminal mindset. Abnormalities in brain structures, like the prefrontal cortex and amygdala, are often linked to impulse control, aggression, and moral reasoning. For example, reduced activity in the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making and impulse control, might be associated with increased aggression and criminal behavior. Additionally, imbalances in neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine can influence aggression, impulsivity, and risk-taking behaviors. Low serotonin levels, for instance, have been linked to increased aggression and impulsivity. To explore these factors, we review neuroimaging studies related to brain structure and function and investigate the role of neurotransmitters in regulating aggression and impulse control. Environmental influences also play a crucial role in shaping the criminal mindset. Early life experiences, such as abuse or exposure to violence, can contribute to the development of criminal tendencies. For example, children who face severe neglect or violence may develop maladaptive behaviors that increase their risk of criminal behavior. Socioeconomic factors, like poverty or lack of educational opportunities, can also influence this mindset. Individuals growing up in impoverished neighborhoods with high crime rates may turn to criminal activities as a means of survival or adaptation. To address these environmental influences, we need to develop interventions that tackle adverse early life experiences and improve socioeconomic conditions, and implement community programs to support those at risk. When we consider the implications for criminal justice and rehabilitation, effective risk assessment and management strategies become essential. Risk assessment tools, such as the Risk-Need Responsivity (RNR) model, help evaluate the likelihood of reoffending and tailor interventions to specific needs. For instance, cognitive behavioral interventions can address cognitive distortions and foster prosocial behaviors. To implement these strategies effectively, establish procedures for assessing risk and developing management plans, and design programs that address the specific needs of individuals with a criminal mindset. Finally, rehabilitation and reintegration strategies are crucial for addressing the criminal mindset and promoting successful reintegration into society. Rehabilitation programs focusing on behavior modification, cognitive restructuring, and skill development can help individuals adopt healthier behaviors and attitudes. For example, programs addressing anger management and impulse control can be highly effective. Additionally, providing support for reintegration, such as job training and community support, can help reduce the likelihood of reoffending. To support these efforts, develop effective rehabilitation programs and reintegration support services, and monitor progress to evaluate the effectiveness of these strategies. In conclusion, understanding the criminal mindset is essential for professionals in criminal justice and forensic psychology. By examining the characteristics, psychological mechanisms, and implications of this mindset, we can better assess, manage, and rehabilitate individuals exhibiting these traits. Effective risk assessment, management, and rehabilitation strategies are key to addressing criminal behavior and fostering successful reintegration into society. Through ongoing research and targeted interventions, we can enhance our understanding of the criminal mindset and improve outcomes for those affected by criminal tendencies. Alright, let's dive into the concept of dark psychology within the legal system. This area of study focuses on understanding and addressing the psychological tactics and strategies used to influence legal outcomes, manipulate perceptions, and achieve personal goals within the judicial framework. To start with, let's talk about manipulation in courtrooms. This involves various strategies aimed at influencing legal proceedings. For instance, deceptive testimony is a common tactic. Here, lawyers or witnesses might provide misleading information to sway the court's decision. This could involve exaggerating details, selectively omitting facts, or even presenting outright falsehoods. Take a scenario where a witness might downplay their involvement in a crime or leave out incriminating details, which could alter the court's perception of their credibility. Another technique is strategic objections. Lawyers may use these objections to prevent certain evidence or testimony from being presented. This tactic can significantly influence what the jury hears and sees. For example, a defense attorney might object to evidence that could negatively impact their client, even if that evidence is relevant, just to keep it from the jury's consideration. So, how do we address these manipulation techniques? One approach is effective cross-examination. By using this technique, we can expose inconsistencies and challenge deceptive testimony. Additionally, managing evidence is crucial. Implement strategies to ensure all relevant evidence is considered, so manipulation tactics don't undermine the integrity of the proceedings. Moving on, psychological influence is another aspect of legal strategy. Legal professionals often use psychological strategies to shape perceptions and sway judgments. For instance, persuasive language can be employed to frame arguments in ways that appeal to emotions or biases. During closing arguments, a prosecutor might emphasize the emotional impact of a crime to elicit sympathy and strengthen their case. Framing and priming are also employed. Framing involves presenting information in a way that influences how it's perceived, while priming involves focusing on specific aspects of a case to guide juror judgments. For example, a defense attorney might present their client's actions in a sympathetic light, suggesting they acted under extreme duress or provocation. Ethically applying psychological strategies is essential. Develop arguments that are logically sound and supported by evidence, and make sure psychological strategies align with ethical guidelines, avoiding manipulation of juror perceptions. Next, let's delve into persuasion and influence tactics used in legal strategy. Legal professionals often leverage psychological principles to affect decisions and judgments. One such principle is reciprocity, where individuals feel obligated to return favors. This can be used to create favorable conditions in negotiations or settlements. For example, offering a minor concession during settlement discussions might make opposing parties more willing to agree to favorable terms. Commitment and consistency are other principles at play. By encouraging small commitments or statements, lawyers can create a sense of consistency, making it more likely that individuals will uphold those commitments in future proceedings. For instance, getting a witness to commit to a certain version of events can increase the likelihood they will stick to that story throughout the trial. To use these tactics ethically, apply them in negotiations and settlements to achieve fair outcomes. Ensure witness management strategies do not coerce or unduly influence testimonies. Now, cognitive biases play a significant role in legal decision-making. Cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias and anchoring, affect how legal professionals and jurors interpret evidence and make decisions. Confirmation bias occurs when jurors or legal professionals focus on evidence that supports their pre-existing beliefs, ignoring contradictory information. For example, a juror who believes a defendant is guilty might interpret ambiguous evidence in a way that supports this belief, rather than assessing all available information objectively. Anchoring is another bias where initial information presented in a case influences subsequent judgments. For instance, if a defendant's criminal history is presented early, it might anchor the jury's perception of the defendant's character, influencing their judgment on current charges. To mitigate the impact of cognitive biases, provide clear and unbiased jury instructions. This helps jurors recognize and address their own biases. Present evidence in a structured and objective manner to minimize the influence of initial information on judgments. Let's now consider the role of forensic psychology. This field plays a crucial role in assessing and evaluating individuals involved in the legal system. Forensic psychologists assess a defendant's competency to stand trial, determining if they have the mental capacity to understand the proceedings and assist in their defense. For example, they might evaluate whether a defendant with severe mental illness can comprehend court proceedings and make rational decisions about their case. Risk assessment is another critical area. Forensic psychologists evaluate the likelihood of reoffending or dangerousness, which informs sentencing and parole decisions. For instance, assessing a convicted sex offender's risk of recidivism can guide sentencing recommendations and parole decisions. To utilize forensic psychology effectively, follow established protocols for conducting assessments to ensure accuracy and reliability. Providing expert testimony based on forensic evaluations can also assist the court in making informed decisions. In addition to assessment, forensic psychologists are involved in treatment and rehabilitation. They develop and implement therapeutic interventions aimed at addressing underlying psychological issues and reducing the risk of reoffending. For example, cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, can help address criminal thinking patterns and behaviors. Rehabilitation programs are also essential. These programs focus on skill development, emotional regulation, and prosocial behavior. For example, implementing programs that teach coping strategies and life skills can help individuals reintegrate into society successfully. To ensure effective treatment and rehabilitation, develop and evaluate programs tailored to the specific needs of individuals within the legal system. Monitor the progress and effectiveness of therapeutic interventions and rehabilitation programs. In conclusion, understanding dark psychology in the legal system involves grasping the psychological tactics and strategies used to influence outcomes and manipulate perceptions. By examining manipulation techniques, psychological strategies, and the role of forensic psychology, legal professionals can enhance their understanding of how psychological principles intersect with legal practices. Effective risk assessment, ethical persuasion, and rehabilitation strategies are crucial for ensuring justice and promoting fair outcomes. Through ongoing research and targeted interventions, professionals can navigate the complexities of dark psychology in legal contexts and improve the administration of justice. Let's dive into how manipulation plays out in courtrooms and the various psychological tactics that are employed to influence legal outcomes. Understanding these tactics is crucial for maintaining fairness and ensuring justice within the legal system. First, let's talk about deceptive testimony. This involves providing misleading or false information to sway the outcome of a case. It's a tactic used by witnesses, defendants, or attorneys to alter perceptions and influence the jury or judge. For example, witnesses might exaggerate their statements to make their testimony seem more compelling. They might inflate details or emphasize certain aspects to create a specific impression. Imagine a witness exaggerating the severity of an incident to make it seem more dramatic, which could influence the jury's perception of the case's significance. On the other hand, selective omission is when crucial details or evidence are deliberately left out to mislead the court. This tactic can distort the full context of a situation and skew the court's understanding. For instance, a defendant might omit prior criminal behavior or relationships that could be relevant to the case, affecting how their current actions are perceived. To counter deceptive testimony, it's important to be thoroughly prepared for cross-examination. Identify potential inconsistencies and areas of exaggeration. Review all evidence and witness statements carefully to uncover selective omissions and ensure a complete picture is presented. Next, let's discuss strategic objections. These are used to limit the presentation of evidence or testimony. Lawyers may object to specific evidence or questions to control the flow of information and influence the trial's outcome. The timing of objections can strategically impact how evidence is presented. For instance, an attorney might object to a key piece of evidence right before it is presented, hoping to prevent it from influencing the jury. There are various types of objections, such as hearsay or relevance, that can be used strategically. For example, an attorney might object to testimony as hearsay, even if it is relevant, to prevent it from being considered by the jury. To manage strategic objections effectively, anticipate possible objections and prepare counterarguments. Develop a strategy for presenting evidence that considers and mitigates potential objections. Moving on to persuasive language and framing, lawyers often use these techniques to shape the narrative of a case. By framing information in a particular way, they can influence how it's perceived and interpreted. For example, using emotionally charged language can sway jurors' emotions and create a sympathetic or antagonistic view of the case. A prosecutor might use emotionally evocative language to highlight the suffering of victims, aiming to generate sympathy and support for their case. Another technique is narrative framing, where lawyers present information within a specific narrative framework to support their arguments and undermine the opposing side. For example, framing a defendant's actions as a result of extreme provocation might elicit sympathy and reduce perceived culpability. To counteract persuasive language and framing, focus on objective analysis of evidence. Avoid being swayed by emotional or biased language and develop counternarratives that address and challenge the opposing side's framing of information. Now, let's talk about witness management, which involves strategies to influence a witness's testimony and impact the case. This can include coaching witnesses or selecting them to support specific arguments. Witness coaching involves preparing witnesses to provide testimony that supports a particular narrative or legal strategy. While preparation is standard, excessive coaching can lead to biased or unreliable testimony. For example, a lawyer might coach a witness to emphasize certain details while downplaying others. Witness selection also plays a role. Choosing witnesses who can provide favorable testimony or present information that supports the case is important. For instance, a defense attorney might select character witnesses who can attest to the defendant's good character, influencing the jury's perception of their guilt. To address witness management, use cross-examination to test the reliability and credibility of witness testimony. Ensure that witness preparation focuses on accuracy and honesty rather than biased coaching. When it comes to ethical considerations, it's vital to balance advocacy with ethical standards. Avoid deceptive practices that undermine the fairness of the trial and mislead the court. For instance, ensure that all evidence and testimony presented are truthful and accurate, even if it doesn't support the desired outcome. Maintaining fairness in legal proceedings is also crucial. Avoid tactics that unfairly disadvantage the opposing side or manipulate perceptions. Present evidence and arguments in a balanced manner that allows for a fair evaluation of all relevant information. To uphold ethical standards, engage in ongoing ethical training to stay informed about best practices and guidelines. Maintain integrity in all aspects of legal practice, focusing on fairness and justice rather than winning at any cost. In conclusion, manipulation in courtrooms involves various techniques aimed at influencing legal outcomes and shaping perceptions. By understanding and addressing deceptive testimony, strategic objections, persuasive language, and witness management, legal professionals can navigate the complexities of courtroom manipulation. Adhering to ethical guidelines ensures that advocacy is balanced with fairness and honesty, contributing to a just and equitable legal process. Let's talk about the role of psychological techniques in legal strategy and how they influence the presentation, argumentation, and perception of cases in court. These techniques are essential for shaping the outcome of legal proceedings. By understanding and effectively applying these strategies, legal professionals can enhance their approach while also upholding ethical standards. One key aspect is priming and framing. Priming involves presenting certain information or stimuli to influence how subsequent information is judged and decisions are made. For example, if information about a victim's suffering is presented before discussing the case, it can prime the jury to feel more sympathy towards the victim. In a personal injury case, emphasizing the long-term impact of an injury on the plaintiff's quality of life can prime the jury to view the damages as more significant. Framing, on the other hand, refers to how information is presented to highlight specific aspects and influence interpretation. Legal professionals might frame evidence or arguments in a way that supports their case. For instance, framing a defendant's actions as a result of severe provocation might reduce perceived culpability and impact the jury's verdict. To use priming and framing effectively, it's important to plan the presentation of evidence and arguments strategically. Ensure that framing does not misrepresent facts or lead to unfair biases, maintaining the integrity of the case. Another crucial area is cognitive bias exploitation. Cognitive biases are systematic errors in judgment that can be exploited to influence legal outcomes. For example, confirmation bias occurs when individuals favor information that confirms their existing beliefs. Lawyers might present evidence that aligns with a juror's pre-existing beliefs about a defendant's guilt to strengthen their case. Similarly, anchoring bias involves relying heavily on the first piece of information encountered. Introducing a high initial claim for damages, for instance, can anchor the jury's expectations and lead to higher awarded damages. To manage cognitive biases, be aware of their impact on case presentation and perception. Focus on presenting objective evidence and countering biases to ensure a fair evaluation of the case. Emotional appeals are another technique used to influence the jury or judge by eliciting emotional responses. Sympathy appeals might be used to generate empathy for clients or witnesses, impacting how the jury views the case. For example, in a wrongful death case, emotional testimonies from family members can evoke sympathy and influence the decision on damages. Fear appeals, on the other hand, use fear or anxiety to influence behavior. Highlighting severe consequences of a crime can create urgency and impact the jury's decision on the defendant's culpability. To use emotional appeals effectively, ensure they are used ethically and do not manipulate or deceive the jury. Combine emotional appeals with factual evidence to provide a balanced and credible presentation. Persuasion techniques also play a significant role in legal strategy. Techniques such as reciprocity involve giving something to get something in return. For example, offering a favorable settlement in exchange for concessions can create a sense of obligation and influence decision-making. Social proof involves using the opinions or behaviors of others to influence decisions. Citing expert opinions or past case outcomes that align with the legal strategy can provide social proof and strengthen arguments. To apply persuasion techniques, use them strategically to enhance the effectiveness of arguments and influence decision-making. Always maintain integrity and avoid manipulative practices that undermine the case's credibility. Finally, while these psychological techniques can be powerful, maintaining integrity and ethical standards is crucial. Ensure that all information presented is truthful and accurate, avoiding manipulative tactics that mislead the court. Strive for fairness in legal strategies, avoiding tactics that unfairly disadvantage the opposing side or create biased outcomes. To uphold ethical standards, engage in ongoing ethical training and adhere to professional guidelines. Be transparent in legal strategies and focus on achieving justice rather than just winning the case. In conclusion, psychological techniques in legal strategy are pivotal in shaping case presentations and influencing legal outcomes. By understanding and applying techniques like priming, framing, cognitive bias exploitation, emotional appeals, and persuasion, legal professionals can enhance their strategies. However, it's essential to balance these techniques with ethical considerations to ensure integrity and fairness throughout the legal process. Through thoughtful application and adherence to ethical standards, legal professionals can contribute to a just and equitable legal system. Let's dive into the fascinating world of forensic psychology and explore its vital role in the legal system. Forensic psychology bridges the gap between psychology and law, applying psychological principles to various legal contexts like criminal investigations, court proceedings, and legal decision-making. Understanding how forensic psychology operates helps both legal professionals and psychologists enhance their practices, ultimately leading to more effective and fair legal outcomes. To begin, forensic psychologists are crucial in conducting psychological assessments and evaluations. These assessments provide critical insights into individuals involved in legal cases and help inform decisions about competency, criminal responsibility, and risk. For instance, when evaluating competency, a forensic psychologist assesses whether a defendant can understand the charges against them and participate in their defense. This involves looking at their mental state to ensure they're competent to stand trial. Imagine a scenario where a forensic psychologist evaluates a defendant's ability to follow court proceedings and communicate with their attorney. This assessment is essential for ensuring the defendant's right to a fair trial. Moving on to criminal responsibility, this involves determining if a defendant had the mental capacity to understand their actions and distinguish right from wrong when the offense occurred. For example, if a defendant was suffering from a severe mental illness like schizophrenia during the crime, this would significantly impact their criminal responsibility and sentencing. Forensic psychologists also conduct risk assessments to evaluate the likelihood of future dangerous behavior, such as violent acts or reoffending. Consider a situation where a psychologist assesses the risk of recidivism in a convicted offender to guide parole decisions or treatment planning. This is a key part of ensuring public safety and effective rehabilitation. Now, let's talk about expert testimony. Forensic psychologists often provide expert testimony in court, explaining psychological findings and their implications for legal cases. Their role is to help the court understand complex psychological issues and make informed decisions. For example, a forensic psychologist might offer expert opinions on a defendant's mental state and its impact on their criminal responsibility. By explaining psychological concepts, like diminished capacity, they help the court grasp how these concepts relate to the defendant's mental state at the time of the offense. When providing expert testimony, it's crucial to present findings clearly and concisely, avoiding overly technical language that might confuse the court. Maintaining objectivity and neutrality is also essential to ensure that the information provided is accurate and unbiased. Another significant aspect of forensic psychology is consultation and collaboration. Forensic psychologists work closely with legal professionals, including attorneys, judges, and law enforcement, to offer psychological expertise and support in legal matters. For instance, they might consult with attorneys to understand psychological issues relevant to a case and develop effective legal strategies. Imagine a defense attorney working with a forensic psychologist to assess how a defendant's mental illness could impact their defense strategy. Forensic psychologists also support law enforcement by providing psychological profiles and insights into criminal behavior. Developing a psychological profile of a suspect, for example, can aid in identifying and apprehending them. Effective communication with legal professionals is key to ensuring that psychological insights are understood and utilized appropriately. Adopting an interdisciplinary approach, integrating psychological expertise with legal knowledge, helps address complex cases more effectively. In addition to these roles, forensic psychologists contribute to research and policy development. Through research, they study psychological factors influencing legal issues, such as eyewitness testimony, jury decision-making, and criminal behavior. For example, researching the reliability of eyewitness testimony can help inform legal standards and practices to prevent wrongful convictions. Based on research findings, forensic psychologists also provide recommendations for legal policies and practices. Advocating for changes in sentencing practices based on research into rehabilitation effectiveness is one way they contribute to the legal system. To be effective in research and policy development, conducting rigorous, evidence-based research is crucial. Engaging with policymakers and legal professionals to advocate for informed changes and improvements is also important. Ethical considerations are fundamental in forensic psychology. Upholding confidentiality and privacy is essential. Forensic psychologists must protect sensitive information and use it appropriately. This means maintaining the confidentiality of assessments and evaluations, and obtaining informed consent before conducting assessments or consultations. For example, a psychologist should clearly explain the purpose and potential consequences of an evaluation to a defendant and obtain their consent. Avoiding conflicts of interest is another key ethical consideration. Forensic psychologists must remain neutral and objective in their work, avoiding biases or personal interests. If there's a potential conflict of interest, such as having a prior relationship with one of the parties involved, it's important to disclose this to ensure transparency and maintain trust. Following ethical guidelines and maintaining transparency in professional interactions help manage conflicts of interest and uphold impartiality. In conclusion, forensic psychology plays a vital role in the legal system by providing valuable insights and expertise that enhance legal decision-making and promote justice. Through psychological assessments, expert testimony, consultation, collaboration, and contributions to research and policy development, forensic psychologists support the legal process and contribute to fair outcomes. Upholding ethical standards, including confidentiality, neutrality, and avoiding conflicts of interest, is essential to maintaining the integrity and effectiveness of forensic psychology. By adhering to these principles, forensic psychologists help build a more informed and equitable legal system.